Every year, for the past 25 years, 21 economies in the Asia-Pacific region gather in one forum to advance free trade and economic cooperation. Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation. APEC member economies have been working together to boost sustainable growth and prosperity that delivers greater opportunities to more people. In 2015, the Philippines has once again been given the distinct honor of hosting the annual APEC meeting. This is our chance to showcase what we have achieved together and show the world how great the Filipino spirit is. Tonight, we unveil the symbol by which our collective effort shall be known. APEC Philippines 2015. Building inclusive economies. Building a better world.
Ang Pilipinas ang host ngayong taon ng Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation o APEC. Dahil dito darating sa bansa ang mga leader ng 21 member economies na bumubuo sa APEC at pag-uusapan nila ang mga kasunduan at pulisiyang makakatulong sa ating kalakalan. Pero ang tanong ng marami, ano nga ba ang APEC? Ang APEC o Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation ay isang organisasyong nabuo noong 1989 para isulong ang free trade o malayang kalakalan ng mga ekonomiya at tanggalin ang mga balakid sa pangangalakal. Sa katunayan, mahigit 80% ng Philippine trade ay mula sa APEC at mahigit 30% naman ng Philippine net foreign direct investments noong 2014 na nagdala ng mga trabaho at oportunidad para sa mga Pilipino ang galing rin sa mga kasamahan natin sa APEC. Isinasagawa ang APEC taon-taon kung saan nagpupulong ang mga kinatawan ng mga ekonomiya para pag-usapan ng mga issue tulad ng anti-corruption and transparency, environmental goods and services, and counter-terrorism. Food security kasama rin dyan, trade policies, at marami pang iba. Sa mga nakaraang buwan, ginanap ang mga meeting na ito sa iba't ibang lugar sa bansa tulad ng Tagaytay, Boracay, Iloilo at Cebu upang masaksihan ng mga delegado ang ganda ng Pilipinas at ang ipinagmamalaki nating Filipino hospitality. Ngunit hindi dito natatapos ang lahat. Sa darating na November 18 to 19 ay gaganapin ang APEC Economic Leaders Meeting dito mismo sa Metro Manila. The Philippines is expecting to welcome over 10,000 delegates from all the 21 member economies in what is considered the biggest event for any APEC hosting. The Philippine government has been preparing for this for years now. Inaasahan ang kooperasyon at pakikipagtulungan ng bawat isa upang maging matagumpay ang ating hosting. Dahil dito, mabuting malaman natin ang mga sumusunod na preparasyon ng ating pamahalaan para maayos ang pagdaraos sa ating APEC Leaders Week.
Sa buong NCR, walang pasok ang mga paaralan sa lahat ng antas pati na ang pampublikong sektor sa November 17 to 20. Wala namang pasok ang pribadong sektor sa November 18 to 19 para sa seguridad ng okasyon.
Isasara ang mga sumusunod na kalsada sa paligid ng Mall of Asia sa November 18. Diokno Corner Seaside, Coral Way Corner Seaside, EDSA Corner Macapagal, Macapagal Corner Coral Way, Diokno Corner Asiana, Macapagal Corner Bradco. Sa linggo ng November 16 to 20, isasara din ang mga sumusunod na kalsada sa CCP Complex area. Bucaneg Corner Rojas Boulevard, Vicente Soto Corner Rojas Boulevard, Buendia Avenue Extension Corner M. Halandoni Street at J.W. Diokno Boulevard Bridge. Sa linggo ng November 16 to 20 naman, mga APEC vehicles lang ang maaaring gumamit ng dalawang innermost lane ng parehong northbound at southbound lanes ng EDSA.
Sa parehong linggo, isasara ang buong Rojas Boulevard na ilalaan lamang para sa APEC vehicles.
Magkakaroon ng daytime truck ban sa South Truck Road mula November 16 to 20. Papayagan lamang ang mga truck mula alas 10 ng gabi hanggang alas 6 ng umaga. Magpapatupad naman ng 24 oras na truck ban sa buong Rojas Boulevard sa kahabaan ng linggong yun.
Tandaan din na mula November 15 to 20, magpapatupad ng stop-and-go scheme sa Magallanes, Skyway SLEX interchanges, at ilang parte sa Makati, EDSA, pati sa mga kalsadang nakapaligid sa NAIA. Sa tuwing daraan ang economic leaders sa mga lugar na ito, pansamantalang pahihintuin ang trapiko. Pagagalawing muli ang mga sasakyan kapag nakadaan na ang economic leaders.
Sa mga nagbabalak na lumipad, magiging napakahigpit ng seguridad sa NAIA sa mga araw ng November 17, 19 at 20. Magpapatupad ng no-fly zone sa mga araw na ito. Kung kaya, iwasan mag-book ng flight at magpunta sa mga terminal ng NAIA sa mga nasabing petsa.
Tandaan natin ang mga paalalang ito para makaiwas sa abala. Enjoyin natin ang darating na linggo ng APEC Economic Leaders Meeting. Ipagdasal natin ang kaligtasan ng lahat at ang tagumpay ng APEC dito sa ating bansa. Ipakita natin na APEC, it's more fun in the Philippines.
Our world is getting smaller. People, businesses, and economies grow closer together. At APEC, we imagine the possibilities when there is dialogue and cooperation. When diverse communities work together through trade, good things can happen. More choices for consumers. More business opportunities, more jobs, and better standards of living for all. At APEC, we make this a reality by advancing free trade for Asia-Pacific prosperity. Established in 1989 with 12 economies, APEC's membership now totals 21. Recognizing the pace of implementation for differing levels of economic development, APEC leaders in Bogor, Indonesia committed in 1994 to achieve the goal of free and open trade and investment in the Asia-Pacific no later than 2020. This is the fundamental commitment that shapes most of what we do. So how have we set about achieving these goals? Through three broad work areas: trade and investment liberalization, business facilitation, and economic and technical cooperation, also known as APEC's three pillars. The first pillar, trade and investment liberalization, focuses on opening up markets and integrating economies in the region. The second, business facilitation, aims to improve the ease of doing business and reduce trading costs across economies. the third. Economic and technical cooperation enables businesses to take advantage of global trade in a sustainable way. APEC helps the transition towards regional economic integration by ensuring that people are well placed to gain from global trade in the long term. From helping small businesses get loans and access foreign markets, to educating youth in the use of information technology, and empowering women to play a bigger role in APEC economies. A tough challenge, sure, but consider this. There have been significant reductions in average tariffs in APEC over the past 20 years. Trade facilitation, which makes it easier, cheaper, and faster to trade across borders, has also saved businesses billions of dollars with initiatives like simplifying customs procedures and making it quicker for business people to travel with the APEC Business Travel Card. Structural reform makes doing business easier and helps ensure higher quality growth across the APEC region by promoting competition and developing stronger social safety nets. APEC's work on reducing tariffs positively impacts trade and investment and overall development. Over a span of 10 years, the GDP of many APEC economies grew dramatically. Employment increased significantly, and poverty was greatly reduced. Going beyond traditional trade and investment areas, APEC also undertakes work that reflects new regional challenges. Implementing projects that help the region reduce disruptions in the supply chain in the event of a disaster. Developing guidelines and building the capacity of economies and businesses to help them deal with pandemics. And focusing on strengthening energy security to help build a sustainable future. But as the world grows ever smaller and economies grow closer, APEC's role becomes ever greater and more relevant. So that as incomes rise, poverty falls, and the gap between developing and industrialized economies narrows, there really can be progress for all. APEC, advancing free trade for Asia-Pacific prosperity.
In 2015, the Philippines hosts APEC once again. Work is about to get a lot more fun. 9 cities, countless wonders. Next year, find out just how well fun works.
To introduce the Honorable Executive National Economic Development Authority, our national planning
Excellencies, members are elected typhoon in mind that we would have preferred to hold this meeting in the shadows of one of the countries most APEC economic. This morning,
If you want a free, I hope you learn something.
It's based and anchored on group and objectives. One, so emerging infectious
Due to climate change, we
A great pleasure and honor.
because I'd like to welcome all our foreign delegates. So we've started to do all possible investments by teaching them modern ways of
such high quality lineup agricultural social trade on agriculture and trade from wide economic influence to stand on migrant people and help this around them. But the workers get the politician on the contrary.
We'd like to start. That vision would become steered towards content with unattainable. I'll turn over the mic.
Ton.
Sa darating no November 18 to 19 ay gaganapin ang APEC Economic Leaders Meeting dito mismo sa Metro Manila. the Philippines is expecting to welcome over 10,000 delegates from all the 21 member economies in what is considered the biggest event for any APEC hosting. The Philippine government has been preparing for this for years now. Inaasahan ang kooperasyon at pakikipagtulungan ng bawat isa upang maging matagumpay ang ating hosting. Dahil dito, mabuting malaman natin ang mga sumusunod na preparasyon ng ating pamahalaan para maayos ang pagdaraos ng ating APEC Leaders Week.
Sa buong NCR, walang pasok ang mga paaralan sa lahat ng antas pati na ang pampublikong sektor sa November 17 to 20. Wala namang pasok ang pribadong sektor sa November 18 to 19. Para sa seguridad ng okasyon,
isasara ang mga sumusunod na kalsada sa paligid ng Mall of Asia sa November 18. Diokno Corner Seaside, Coral Way Corner Seaside, EDSA Corner Macapagal, Macapagal Corner Coral Way, Diokno Corner Asiana, Macapagal Corner Bradco. Sa linggo ng November 16 to 20, isasara din ang mga sumusunod na kalsada sa CCP Complex area. Bucaneg Corner Rojas Boulevard, Vicente Soto Corner Rojas Boulevard, Buendia Avenue Extension Corner M. Halandoni Street at J.W. Diokno Boulevard Bridge. Sa linggo ng November 16 to 20 naman, mga APEC vehicles lang ang maaaring gumamit ng dalawang innermost lane ng parehong northbound at southbound lanes ng EDSA.
sa parehong linggo, isasara ang buong Rojas Boulevard na ilalaan lamang para sa APEC vehicles.
Magkakaroon ng daytime truck ban sa South Truck Road mula November 16 to 20. Papayagan lamang ang mga truck mula alas 10 ng gabi hanggang alas 6 ng umaga. Magpapatupad naman ng 24 oras na truck ban sa buong Rojas Boulevard sa kahabaan ng linggong yon.
Tandaan din na mula November 15 to 20, magpapatupad ng stop-and-go scheme sa Magallanes, Skyway SLEX interchanges, at ilang parte sa Makati, EDSA, pati sa mga kalsadang nakapaligid sa NAIA. Sa tuwing daraan ang economic leaders sa mga lugar na ito, pansamantalang pahihintuin ang trapiko. Pagagalawing muli ang mga sasakyan kapag nakadaan na ang economic leaders.
Sa mga nagbabalak na lumipad, magiging napakahigpit ng seguridad sa NAIA sa mga araw ng November 17, 19 at 20. Magpapatupad ng no-fly zone sa mga araw na ito. Kung kaya, iwasan mag-book ng flight at magpunta sa mga terminal ng NAIA sa mga nasabing petsa.
Tandaan natin ang mga paalalang ito para makaiwas sa abala. Enjoyin natin ang darating na linggo ng APEC Economic Leaders Meeting. Ipagdasal natin ang kaligtasan ng lahat at ang tagumpay ng APEC dito sa ating bansa. Ipakita natin na APEC, it's more fun in the Philippines.
On average, from the time we started, growth has been pegged at about 6.2%. And we're hoping that we will maintain that or even increase that number. There have been massive investments, especially in the social services, multiples for the budget, for health, for education in particular. Our mantra is inclusive growth. The only way to be able to achieve inclusive growth if we invest in the human capital, which we think is the greatest single resource. There's still tumult in the global economic sphere. The question of refugees is also at the forefront of everybody's mind. Stability, terrorism, pandemics. But that's where fora like APEC comes into the picture. A platform where we can really concentrate on synergies and complementarities between the various economies, leading to positive changes in each of our individual societies. Whereas absent that fora, you will all be relegated to parochial concerns. You now have a venue that you can actually see commonality of problems and a lot of times synergies between solutions proposed so that everybody takes care of their parochial concerns while expanding their own capabilities to do so by growing their own respective economies.
more fun. Philippine Islands. It's more fun in the Philippines. It's more fun in the Philippines. Philippine Islands. It's more fun in the Philippines.
Planning a meeting? It's good to know that when work meets fun, success happens. For example, did you know that a warm climate improves well-being? And studies show that taking a break outdoors increases attention span by 20%. Research says that meeting in blue rooms enhances productivity, while bright colors inspire creativity. It has also been proven that smiling releases endorphins and lowers stress. So it's good to know that you are with the happiest people in the world. So for your next meeting, convention, or business event, meet in the Philippines. Where fun works. Research proves that smiling releases endorphins and lowers stress. So for your next meeting, convention, or business event, meet in the Philippines, where fun works. Did you know that a warm climate improves well-being? So for your next meeting, convention, or business event, meet in the Philippines, where fun works.
Sa November 18 at 19, idadao sa Maynila ang APEC Economic Leaders Meeting o AELM. Dadaluhan ito ng mga World Economic Leader mula sa 21 member economies ng Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation o APEC. Dito ilalatag sa kanila ang mga napag-usapan sa mga isinagawang APEC meeting sa iba't ibang lugar sa Pilipinas sa loob ng halos isang taon. Kasabay nito, maganda ring oportunidad ang APEC para sa mga kabataan upang makilahok sila sa isa sa mga makasaysayan at inaabangang pagpupulong sa buong mundo.
Ano po yung APEC?
APEC is actually, for me, isa siyang samahan ng mga bansa na kung saan naglayong mapaunlad yung ekonomiya ng bawat miyembro nito.
Ay, wala pong idea eh.
Ano siya, gathering ng mga Asian countries para mas mapalawak natin yung relationship ng bawat isa.
I don't know. Wala akong idea po.
Sa tingin ko, yung Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation ay isa siyang samahan ng mga ekonomiya na nag-uusap-usap at nagkakasundo upang mapaunlad ang ating ekonomiya at para mapaangat ang estado ng pamumuhay dito sa Pilipinas at sa kanila ding mga ekonomiya.
January 31, 1989 nang unang nabanggit ang ideya ng APEC sa talumpati ni dating Australian Prime Minister Bob Hawke sa Seoul, South Korea. Makalipas ang 10 buwan, nagpulong ang 12 founding member economies, kabilang ang Pilipinas, sa Canberra, Australia para itatag ang APEC. Ngayong host ang Pilipinas ng APEC 2015, isa sa 4 na prioridad ang pamumuhunan sa pagpapaunlad ng yamang tao. Isa sa mga nakikitang paraan upang makamit ito ang pagpapabuti sa sektor ng edukasyon.
Sa tingin ko, yung maunlad na ekonomiya ay malalaman mo mula sa kanila education system kung ito ay angat at mas nakakasabay siya sa ibang bansa na mas maunlad kaysa dito. Sa tingin ko naman po, ngayon, nakakasabay po tayo sa mga education system nila kasi hindi naman po madali yung mga inaaral po naming mga estudyante. Mag-uusap sila sa APEC ng madaming mga bagay. Una, sa kagaya ng sa education system natin, mas makakapag-usap sila kung paano ba yung mga dapat nilang gawin upang mas mapaunlad yung mga naiisip ng mga estudyante, paano yung mga sa school.
Sa mga nagdaang APEC meeting, ibinida ng mga ekonomiya ang kani-kanyang sistema ng edukasyon na naging susi nila tungo sa kaunlaran. Ito ang dahilan kung bakit patuloy na nagsusumikap ang pamahalaan na iangat ang kalidad ng edukasyon sa bansa. Pinakahuling hakbang para rito ang pagpapatupad ng K-12 Basic Education Program o ang pagdaragdag ng 2 taon sa high school.
If we stay where we are right now, we will not be able to compete. So no matter what people say that K-12 should not yet be implemented because we have no classrooms yet, or we don't have enough classrooms. I think we should look at, let us implement K-12 as soon as possible and let us build the classrooms as soon as possible.
Tinalakay rin sa mga pagpupulong ang pagkakaroon ng mabilis na internet connection sa bansa.
If you have a very good internet connection, you can educate more people.
Alamin natin ang mga sumusunod na preparasyon ng ating pamahalaan para sa maayos na pagdaraos ng APEC Leaders Week. Magkakaroon ng daytime track ban sa South Track Route mula November 16 to 20. Papayagan lamang ang mga truck mula alas 10 ng gabi hanggang alas 6 ng umaga. Magpapatupad naman ng 24 oras na track ban sa buong Rojas Boulevard sa kahabaan ng linggong iyon.
Sa simpleng pananaw sa APEC, ganun kahalaga yan. At sa ating mga kababayan, isang malaking bagay yan para siguraduhin magkaroon tayo ng trabaho, siguraduhin makapasok tayo sa mga merkado nila.
Hindi maikakailang maraming mga produktong world-class ang may pagmamalaki ng Pilipinas. Sa pamamagitan nito, naipakikilala natin ang husay at galing ng Pinoy. Ngayong at host ng Pilipinas ng APEC 2015, layong palakasin nito at gawing globally competitive ang micro, small and medium enterprises o MSMEs na itinuturing na backbone ng ating ekonomiya.
Marami rin ibang pinag-usapan sa APEC tulad ng disaster relief, health issues, environment. Mga importante rin to. Pero kung ekonomiya ang pag-uusapan at sa trade, ang tingin namin talaga ang mahalaga rito yung kapakanan at mga interest ng micro, small, medium enterprises. Mismo yan yung mga micro enterprise, yan yung mga minsan tinatawag natin doon micro and small enterprises, yan yung mga may tindahan sa ating komunidad. Yan yung mga gumagawa ng mga damit, mga bag na empleyado, mga 10. Sa atin, itong MISMI, mga micro, small, medium enterprises, kailangan bigyan natin ng pansin yung mga pangangailangan nila. At kasama doon ay yung mga polisiya, mga proseso, mga regulasyon ng gobyerno ay dapat pag-aralan mabuti at i-simplify, gawing mas madali.
Ako po si Leonor Kulitang Sabingat po, 43 years old. Kami po yung grupo ng mga SMEs na nagmamanufacture ng mga veggie-based products po, tulad ng mga veggie chips, veggie cookies, ng mga preserved fruits po, mga nuts, peanut butters, mga ganyan. Sa competition po, matututo tayong mag-improve ng ating product, mag-innovate ng iba pa, tututo tayong mag-package ng mas maganda sa tingin. Alam naman na natin na gawa ng Pilipinas talaga is patok din sa taste ng ibang bansa po. Sa tulong ng mga line agencies po, katulad ng sa DTI, sa DOLE, meron po. Marami po kaming series of trainings, workshop, mga ganun po.
The SME agenda is very critical actually, not only to APEC, but to the forward movement of global trade in general. Because SMEs are one of the strongest voices now opposing global trade. And that is because they hardly feel the benefits of global trade.
To achieve inclusive growth, it is imperative that our SMEs must be competitive and be able to participate in global value chains. For Filipino SMEs to succeed internationally, they need access to open, transparent, and efficient markets.
Bright lights, city sights, shopping malls, little stalls, flip-flops, rock and roll, street smart, fine art, new and old, bronze, gold, warm, charm, hot and cold. Quick bites, fruity finds, nice smiles, wild style, cheap thrills, sky high, knick-knacks, welcome back. Every corner, fun, fun, fun. Manila, welcome back.
Mahalaga siguro tignan natin yung talagang tema ng Pilipinas. Ang team natin this year, talagang inclusive growth.
For MSEs to take part in the regional and global value chains, we need to identify measures that will provide an open and transparent business environment that will serve as seedbed for innovation and entrepreneurship. We want the sector to be able to participate in the global chain by providing them easier access to finance, markets, and innovation.
Ang Pilipinas ang host ngayong taon ng Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation o APEC. Dahil dito darating sa bansa ang mga leader ng 21 member economies na bumubuo sa APEC at pag-uusapan nila ang mga kasunduan at pulisiyang makakatulong sa ating kalakalan. Pero ang tanong ng marami, ano nga ba ang APEC? Ang APEC o Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation ay isang organisasyong nabuo noong 1989 para isulong ang free trade o malayang kalakalan ng mga ekonomiya at tanggalin ang mga balakid sa pangangalakal. Sa katunayan, mahigit 80% ng Philippine trade ay mula sa APEC at mahigit 30% naman ng Philippine net foreign direct investments noong 2014 na nagdala ng mga trabaho at oportunidad para sa mga Pilipino ang galing rin sa mga kasamahan natin sa APEC. Isinasagawa ang APEC taon-taon kung saan nagpupulong ang mga kinatawan ng mga ekonomiya para pag-usapan ng mga issue tulad ng anti-corruption and transparency, environmental goods and services, and counter-terrorism. Food security kasama rin dyan, trade policies, at marami pang iba. Sa mga nakaraang buwan, ginanap ang mga meeting na ito sa iba't ibang lugar sa bansa tulad ng Tagaytay, Boracay, Iloilo at Cebu upang masaksihan ng mga delegado ang ganda ng Pilipinas at ang ipinagmamalaki nating Filipino hospitality. Ngunit hindi dito natatapos ang lahat. Sa darating na November 18 to 19 ay gaganapin ang APEC Economic Leaders Meeting dito mismo sa Metro Manila. The Philippines is expecting to welcome over 10,000 delegates from all the 21 member economies in what is considered the biggest event for any APEC hosting. The Philippine government has been preparing for this for years now. Inaasahan ang kooperasyon at pakikipagtulungan ng bawat isa upang maging matagumpay ang ating hosting. Dahil dito, mabuting malaman natin ang mga sumusunod na preparasyon ng ating pamahalaan para maayos ang pagdaraos sa ating APEC Leaders Week.
Sa buong NCR, walang pasok ang mga paaralan sa lahat ng antas pati na ang pampublikong sektor sa November 17 to 20. Wala namang pasok ang pribadong sektor sa November 18 to 19 para sa seguridad ng okasyon.
Isasara ang mga sumusunod na kalsada sa paligid ng Mall of Asia sa November 18. Diokno Corner Seaside, Coral Way Corner Seaside, EDSA Corner Macapagal, Macapagal Corner Coral Way, Diokno Corner Asiana, Macapagal Corner Bradco. Sa linggo ng November 16 to 20, isasara din ang mga sumusunod na kalsada sa CCP Complex area. Bucaneg, Corner Rojas Boulevard. Vicente Soto, Corner Rojas Boulevard. Buendia Avenue Extension, Corner M. Halandoni Street. At J.W. Diokno Boulevard Bridge. Sa linggo ng November 16 to 20 naman, mga APEC vehicles lang ang maaaring gumamit ng dalawang innermost lane ng parehong northbound at southbound lanes ng EDSA.
Sa parehong linggo, isasara ang buong Rojas Boulevard na ilalaan lamang para sa APEC vehicles.
Magkakaroon ng daytime truck ban sa South Truck Road mula November 16 to 20. Papayagan lamang ang mga truck mula alas 10 ng gabi hanggang alas 6 ng umaga. Magpapatupad naman ng 24 oras na truck ban sa buong Rojas Boulevard sa kahabaan ng linggong yun.
Tandaan din na mula November 15 to 20, magpapatupad ng stop-and-go scheme sa Magallanes, Skyway SLEX interchanges, at ilang parte sa Makati, EDSA, pati sa mga kalsadang nakapaligid sa NAIA. Sa tuwing daraan ang economic leaders sa mga lugar na ito, pansamantalang pahihintuin ang trapiko. Pagagalawing muli ang mga sasakyan kapag nakadaan na ang economic leaders.
Sa mga nagbabalak na lumipad, magiging napakahigpit ng seguridad sa NAIA sa mga araw ng November 17, 19 at 20. Magpapatupad ng no-fly zone sa mga araw na ito. Kung kaya, iwasan mag-book ng flight at magpunta sa mga terminal ng NAIA sa mga nasabing petsa.
Tandaan natin ang mga paalalang ito para makaiwas sa abala. At enjoyin natin ang darating na linggo ng APEC Economic Leaders Meeting. Ipagdasal natin ang kaligtasan ng lahat at ang tagumpay ng APEC dito sa ating bansa. Ipakita natin na APEC, it's more fun in the Philippines.
When we were offered the opportunity to do so, and it rotates amongst the APEC countries, we believe that at the time that it was being offered to us, by 2015, we could already show the fruits of our mantra of good governance is good economics. And the turnaround in the economy is, I think, very, very apparent. The vibrancy and the change in attitude of our people also. Hosting it at this particular time, showing the fruits of the work that we started on in 2010, might serve as an example that can be copied by other countries, thereby improving also their economies, which makes for a better partner. So we believe that it's the right time to show the positive changes that have happened in a relatively short period of time that saw us from being the sick man of Asia to, some have quoted, the Asia's rising star.
based in the Netherlands. I work as an economist or as a professor in the Erasmus School of Economics that's in Rotterdam, the Erasmus University of Rotterdam. I've been in the Netherlands for almost 20 years. Many countries have become middle income, like the Philippines, but it seems that it's very difficult to go from middle to high income. That's why we call it a trap. And the reason is that as you become richer, your wages are no longer competitive. So when you're poor, you use your competitive advantage in cheap labor to be able to find your niche in the global market. The Philippines is very unique in the sense that we were one of the first low income that became middle income. So we were among the first three actually. After first it was Japan, China, and then in the Philippines, and then we sort of then stayed in that position. Thailand, Malaysia, China, they are now upper middle, but the Philippines, although we were ahead in becoming a middle-income country, we sort of stayed in the area of a low-middle country. Of course, history played a part, so we had so many decades of being under dictatorship, and that's really a lost opportunity for the Philippines.
Entire Philippines under martial law.
You cannot talk about social upgrading and inclusiveness without tackling the problem of competitiveness, or for instance the fact that that we are in the low value added means that there should be more shared responsibility between local firms and foreign firms to bring more upgrading in the workforce. Public partnership can be used also for development goals, also for product upgrading, for innovation, for increasing the returns to education. We can use partnerships. We can use more and more. We need more social dialogues. The Philippines is now one of the fastest growing economy in the world, no? And I think that's because, as soon as you have just that minimum amount of political stability, the society reacts. So business reacts to that, people react to that. And I think that has a lot to do with the message also of Daang Matuwid of the President, that it has sort of created some form of credibility in the capacity of government to actually make this reform sustainable. I'm very optimistic with the future of the Philippines, but I think what is crucial here, we have always had in our values as Filipinos the value of bayanihan. I think people power is just a translation of bayanihan, and I think that is where we have to draw our cultural wisdom, our cultural wealth as Filipino, to really work with each other and to have a shared future of prosperity. So not only for the rich, but really for everyone.
Communication Company. Nakatutok ang buong mundo sa idadaos na APEC Economic Leaders Meeting o AELM sa bansa ngayong Nobyembre na inaasahang dadaluhan ng mga pinuno mula sa malalaki, mayayaman at may impluwensyang ekonomiya sa rehiyong Asia-Pasipiko tulad ni US President Barack Obama, Chinese President Xi Jinping at Japanese Prime Minister Shinzo Abe. Hindi na bago para sa Pilipinas na mag-host ng naturang international event dahil noong taong 1996 nang paunlakan natin sa unang pagkakataon ang pagdaraos ng APEC sa bansa. Mula rito at sa marami pang nagdaang malalaking okasyon gaya ng PayPal visit nitong Enero, masasabing sapat ang karanasan at kahandaan ng ating pambansang pulisya upang mapanatili ang kapayapaan at kaayusan at masigurong ligtas ang APEC delegates habang nandito sa Pilipinas. Kaugnay nito, binuo ng pambansang pulisya ang Task Force Manila na pangungunahan ng National Capital Region Police Office o NCRPO.
We have 3 subgroups. We have the group for billeting, tayong venue at saka yung route ng ating para sa APEC. So tinitingnan namin kung saan titira yung mga VIP natin, kung saan sila dadaan at kung saan gagawin yung ating mga occasion. Yes, we have long prepared for this event for already almost a year. And I believe that we already 100% ready for the event in the next 2 weeks. So mahaba naman yung preparasyon na ginawa natin. Kasama dito yung template visit of Pope Francis. We were able to assess kung ano yung mga mas paigtingin pa dapat natin at kung ano yung mga kakulangan natin during that time.
Pinaigting naman ang police visibility sa mga lansangan 2 linggo bago ang AELM. Mayroon ding advanced command post at mga nakakalat na CCTV camera sa mga estratehikong lugar para mabantayan ang galaw ng mga tao sa paligid.
But make no mistake, of course, yung ating mga operatiba sa field ay tuloy-tuloy yung kanilang pagtatrabaho at lateral coordinations are being made with other law enforcement agencies as well and all our stakeholders. Definitely where we're aiming for a zero incident na APEC at mabigyan natin ng daan yung ating international leaders na makapag-meeting at magawa nila yung kanilang tungkulin dito sa Pilipinas na walang masamang nangyayari.
Ano naman kayang maaaring maiambag ng publiko upang matiyak na magiging matiwasay ang AELM?
I think kailangan talaga ng parang unity sa atin para magkaroon ng
di sundin ko kung ano yung sinasabi nilang pagbabawal, di sundin na lang natin para walang
Maganda ang asal para pagtingin sa mga ibang bansa, maganda ang Pilipinas.
The better the people of the two countries, the life become better. Okay, then like you said, our leader, the chairman will come here, then make the relation much more better. Okay, that's what we expect.
Be an upstanding citizen, not cause trouble, build relationships with people here.
Regional Director, Police Director Pagdilaw has ordered our field commanders to engage the public where they are, yung ating mga nasasakupon sa buong NCR, na malaman nila kung ano yung event na talagang mangyayari comes sa third week of November, para maintindihan ng publiko kung ano ba yung pwede nilang maitulong sa atin at inumpisahan namin yan by asking them to help us with information that they have on the field at matulungan yung ating mga kapulisan na maisagawa namin yung aming police operations to clear our communities of any threat, person or group, or any illegal activities.
Kung may impormasyon, isumbong lamang sa Pambansang Pulisya sa pamamagitan ng pagte-text sa 2920 o kaya na may tumawag sa Patrol 117.
Sa mga nagbabalak na lumipad, magiging napakahigpit ng seguridad sa NAIA sa mga araw ng November 17, 19 at 20. Magpapatupad ng no-fly zone sa mga araw na ito. Kung kaya, iwasan mag-book ng flight at magpunta sa mga terminal ng NAIA sa mga nasabing petsa.
Sa APEC kasi magtataka sila bakit merong health. To think we're talking about economies and trade here. But then sabi nga natin, with healthy people around, magiging healthy din ang economies, pati economics, pati ang trade na natin, mas magiging maganda ang pag-unlad ng bansa.
Malaki ang pagpapahalaga nating mga Pilipino tungkol sa pagpapatibay ng ating kalusugan. Malaking bagay para sa mga tao ang isang malusog, hindi lang ng pangangatawan kundi pati na rin ng paligid na kanilang ginagalawan. Parte na ng isang maunlad na bansa ang maayos na health sector.
Well, hindi natin kayang sabihin na nasa maayos na estado na pagdating sa health status ng mga Filipinas o ng bansang Pilipinas. Marami pang dapat tutukan at ayusin. Malawak ito eh. Currently naman, ang ginagawa natin ina-upgrade natin, pinagaganda natin mga facility, mga government hospitals at mga health centers. Ang sa gayon maengganyo naman yung mga kababayan natin na gamitin itong mga facilities na ito.
Ngayon nga't host ng Pilipinas ng APEC, mapalad tayo dahil isa na namang malaking oportunidad ang dumating sa atin para mas lalo pang paigtingin ang kakayahan ng bansa sa pagsuporta sa kalusugan ng mga Pilipino.
So, ang APEC actually serve as a venue for us para magkaroon ng pagkakataon ng pagpapalit o pag-share ng mga experiences ng bawat bansa sa mga threat na naranasan nila as far as health is concerned at paano nila ito hinarap Nang sa gayon, huwag naman. Dumating yung puntong tayo magka-problema, meron na tayong mga pwedeng pagbasehan kung paano natin address yung mga ganitong problema. Isa sa highlight doon na kung saan tayo na-involve ay yung pag-uusap tungkol sa banta, halimbawa ng mga emerging infectious diseases tulad ng MERS-CoV, Ebola, na nagkaroon na pag-share din.
Dahil bawat Pilipino naman ang makikinabang sa mga positibong epekto ng APEC, marapat lang na makiisa ang lahat para sa tagumpay ng pag-host natin ito.
Sabi nga natin sa pag-i-implement ng mga measures na gusto natin gawin, malaking role ang ginagawa ng mga kababayan natin dahil hindi natin kaya ito ng government lamang. I wanted to make sure as well that the people are involved, people are actually educated as well and well-informed on what they're supposed to do. Nang sa gayon, maharap tayo sa ganitong threat, malaking bagay na yung alam na kaagad ko ano yung mga dapat gawin. Included here is really orienting the people as well on what they're supposed to do pag nagkaroon ng ganitong banta sa atin. We're not really starting from zero here. In fact, ang Pilipinas ay isa sa mga bansa na meron naman nakalatag na plano na kung paano harapin ang mga ganitong banta sa ating kalusugan.
Samantala, narito ang ilang mga paalala para sa mga mangyayari sa APEC Economic Leaders Week.
Alamin natin ang mga sumusunod na preparasyon ng ating pamahalaan para sa maayos na pagdaraos ng APEC Leaders Week. Sa buong NCR, walang pasok ang mga paaralan sa lahat ng antas, pati na ang mga pampublikong sektor sa November 17 to 20. Wala namang pasok ang pribadong sektor sa November 18 to 19.
Well, when it comes to the positive effect of APEC to the health sector is that there were a lot of things that we were able to get from those, from the countries, from the different economies na umattend, na ma-experience nila na pwede natin gamitin dito sa bansa natin. Included here is really orienting the people as well on what they're supposed to do pag nagkaroon ng ganitong banta sa atin.
Malaking hamon mang maituturing ang pagpapanatiling maayos ang sektor ng kalusugan, handa naman ang karamihan upang alalayan tayong lahat sa kung anong makabubuti para sa atin at sa bansa. Sa tulong na rin ng APEC, tiyak na malayo ang mararating natin kapag kalusugan na ang pag-uusapan. Ika nga nila, health is wealth.
Well, ang APEC, kung titignan natin, isipin nila, pang-economist lang yan, tsaka trade. Hindi po. Ang APEC is ginagamit ito, tama, para ma-improve ang ekonomiya ng isang bansa. Pero para mapa-improve ang ekonomiya ng bansa, kailangan meron tayong malusog na kaisipan.
workspaces, technology, and infrastructure make up a business. But it takes the right people in the right place for a business to succeed.
We are Transcom Worldwide. We've been in the Philippines for 10 years.
We're Mode Controls Corporation. We just celebrated our 30th anniversary.
Our company is Continental, established 40 years ago.
My company is Unilever. We've been here for over 88 years.
The working skills and traits of our Filipino workers are that they are very highly educated, very knowledgeable, very dedicated.
We love the Filipino employees. Philippines has the highest literacy rate in the world. 95% of our employees are college graduates, so it's easy to give them the skills.
The learning curve of the Filipino employees is quite fast, and that makes it easy to work with them.
They also tend to be Western in the outlook while being Asian, and that allows them to connect with other influences quite easily.
Our Filipino workers, speaking as fluent English as they do, makes it very easy to work, to communicate with our partners around the world.
The difference with Filipinos is that they listen and they hear what isn't being said. That and the English proficiency makes them the best in the business.
Best in Asia.
With a population this large and strong, anything is possible for your business.
The right people make all the difference. Your business, our people. Invest in the Philippines.
That leader in coconut farming has major pharmaceutical plants in place. That center of marine biodiversity is a central hub for tech startups. That country known for handicrafts is also a leading spacecraft component provider. Look beyond the stereotype and see the opportunities. Join the APEC CEO Summit in the Philippines this 2015.
Ang darating no November 18 to 19 ay gaganapin ang APEC Economic Leaders Meeting dito mismo sa Metro Manila. The Philippines is expecting to welcome over 10,000 delegates from all the 21 member economies in what is considered the biggest event for any APEC hosting. The Philippine government has been preparing for this for years now. Inaasahan ang kooperasyon at pakikipagtulungan ng bawat isa upang maging matagumpay ang ating hosting. Dahil dito, mabuting malaman natin ang mga sumusunod na preparasyon ng ating pamahalaan para maayos ang pagdaraos ng ating APEC Leaders Week.
Sa buong NCR, walang pasok ang mga paaralan sa lahat ng antas pati na ang pampublikong sektor sa November 17 to 20. Wala namang pasok ang pribadong sektor sa November 18 to 19. Para sa seguridad ng okasyon,
Isasara ang mga sumusunod na kalsada sa paligid ng Mall of Asia sa November 18. Diokno Corner Seaside, Coral Way Corner Seaside, EDSA Corner Macapagal, Macapagal Corner Coral Way, Diokno Corner Asiana, Macapagal Corner Bradco. Sa linggo ng November 16 to 20, isasara din ang mga sumusunod na kalsada sa CCP Complex area. Bucaneg Corner Rojas Boulevard, Vicente Soto Corner Rojas Boulevard, Buendia Avenue Extension Corner M. Halandoni Street at J.W. Diokno Boulevard Bridge. Sa linggo ng November 16 to 20 naman, mga APEC vehicles lang ang maaaring gumamit ng dalawang innermost lane ng parehong northbound at southbound lanes ng EDSA.
sa parehong linggo, isasara ang buong Rojas Boulevard na ilalaan lamang para sa APEC vehicles.
Magkakaroon ng daytime truck ban sa South Truck Road mula November 16 to 20. Papayagan lamang ang mga truck mula alas 10 ng gabi hanggang alas 6 ng umaga. Magpapatupad naman ng 24 oras na truck ban sa buong Rojas Boulevard sa kahabaan ng linggong yun.
Tandaan din na mula November 15 to 20, magpapatupad ng stop-and-go scheme sa Magallanes, Skyway SLEX interchanges, at ilang parte sa Makati, EDSA, pati sa mga kalsadang nakapaligid sa NAIA. sa tuwing daraan ang economic leaders sa mga lugar na ito. Pansamantalang pahihintuin ang trapiko. Pagagalawing muli ang mga sasakyan kapag nakadaan na ang economic leaders.
Sa mga nagbabalak na lumipad, magiging napakahigpit ng seguridad sa NAIA sa mga araw ng November 17, 19 at 20. Magpapatupad ng no-fly zone sa mga araw na ito. Kung kaya, iwasan mag-book ng flight at magpunta sa mga terminal ng NAIA sa mga nasabing petsa.
Tandaan natin ang mga paalalang ito para makaiwas sa abala. Enjoyin natin ang darating na linggo ng APEC Economic Leaders Meeting. Ipagdasal natin ang kaligtasan ng lahat at ang tagumpay ng APEC dito sa ating bansa. Ipakita natin na APEC, it's more fun in the Philippines.
The threat of global climate change is more pronounced now, it's more evident now. That the issue of pandemics is more at the forefront of everybody's mind with MERS, with Ebola, with SARS. So in that sense, you have to provide the basics for a lot more and given a new set of challenges with it. And perhaps the greatest difference is the degree of cooperation amongst the different economies, different countries in addressing what are increasingly less parochial problems and more global in nature.
City sights, shopping malls, little stalls, flip-flops, rock and roll, street smart, fine art, new and old, bronze, gold, warm, charm, hot and cold. Quick bites, fruity finds, nice smiles, wild style, cheap thrills, sky high, knick-knacks, welcome back. Every corner, fun, fun, fun. Manila, welcome back.
That group of islands with large amounts of sun is a world-leading microchip producer. That country with a #1 island in the world is the world's best at business process outsourcing. That place where people love to perform is a high-performance aircraft maintenance hub. Look beyond the stereotype and see the opportunities. Join the APEC CEO Summit in the Philippines this 2015.
one has to remember the Doha round of negotiations and the lack of an agreement on the Doha round negotiations. One would want a global agreement. A global agreement becomes most inclusive, and therefore the potential for growth for everybody is maximized. So absent that, then we have to participate in all of these regional, global, regional trade agreements to for obvious benefits. No? They increase the market size, access to commodities, services, technology, etc. With the conviction that all of these have to be inclusive rather than exclusive. So the more inclusive it becomes, driving to make it more inclusive should be a priority for every country.
The Philippines has large amounts of sun, and it is one of the world's largest microchip producers. This country, with the #1 island in the world, is the world's best at business process outsourcing. This center of marine biodiversity is a central hub for tech startups. This leader in coconut farming has major pharmaceutical plants in place. This place where people love to perform is a high-performance aircraft maintenance hub. The Philippines is full of energetic fiestas and even more energetic social entrepreneurs. Look beyond the stereotype and see the opportunities. Join the APEC meetings and summits in the Philippines this 2015.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Sa joke lang humahataw ang idol na taxi driver. Uy, sa ulo lang may patong ang idol na tindera. Buhok lang ang magulo sa idol na tricycle driver. Maasahan, matapat, maayos. Tuloy nyo lang yan, mga more fun idols!
Sige, diretso!
It's more fun in the Philippines.
The Philippines has large amounts of sun, and it is one of the world's largest microchip producers.
What I see is that everything is going to be electronically and technology based. There is no single industry right now that is not going to be affected by the use of electronics. And this is where I see the Philippines could play a very strong role because of its human capital.
This country, with the #1 island in the world, is the world's best at business process outsourcing.
The information technology and business process management, or IT/BPM industry, is one of the success stories of the Philippine economy. At the end of 2014, the industry had more than 1 million employees, generating $19 billion in revenue.
The Center of Marine Biodiversity is a central hub for tech startups.
Today, there are 47 million online users in the Philippines. And if you prove the concept here, the prototype here, I would say it's also easier to jump to other markets in this part of the world.
This leader in coconut farming has major pharmaceutical plants in place.
The Philippines is set to post its fastest 6th-year growth period in almost 6 decades. And as the economy grows, purchasing power grows, and more people will be able to access more affordable quality medicine. Today, many pharmaceutical companies have come into our markets. There are practically no barriers to entry here in the Philippines.
This place where people love to perform is a high-performance aircraft maintenance hub.
Yeah, the operation which we have here in Manila is the biggest operation outside of Germany. We have 2,600 people here compared to 26,000 in the group. That shows also the confidence which the company has here in the location and being here in the Philippines.
The Philippines is full of energetic fiestas and even more energetic social entrepreneurs.
So it's very encouraging that a lot of bigger businesses here in Asia, abroad, thinking about how to integrate the smaller players, how to integrate grassroots communities into their supply chain. That's very empowering, that's game-changing, and that could potentially change lives and help solve poverty.
Look beyond the stereotype and see the opportunities. Join the APEC meetings and summits in the Philippines this 2015.
It's part of the virtuous cycle. If more and more of your constituents or your people are on the sidelines, cannot participate because they lack the necessary skills to do so, then they are more and more, how should I put it, disillusioned with the system, not connected with society at all, breeds instability, increases disparity in income levels, so on and so forth. Inclusive growth leads to stability within the system and continued growth. So the mantra is nobody should really be left behind. And that's where we are focusing and trying to do the holistic approach from education, health, food security, resistance to, better ability to resist climate change, building back communities better, and a whole set of other activities and programs that we have instituted.
The Tourism Working Group has been undergoing a lot of changes recently. We have been working on competitiveness, on integrating our different tourism policies. We think that tourism is one of the fastest industries in the Asia-Pacific, growing industries in the Asia-Pacific region, and that we should work together to align policies, to align development, to make tourism more inclusive, to take advantage of this growth. One of the most important trends is airport friendliness. We believe that airport friendliness is a key to promote better tourism within the region. We think that airports should be more friendly to travelers and to tourism, of course. We think that this is something that in the Asia Pacific we can talk about. We have various examples of great airports in the region, that we should take advantage of those those good practices to develop a model friendly airport. I've also been talking about smart travelers. How should we protect our travelers? What information we should give our travelers in order for them to have a better experience? And also we have, the most important thing I think is that we have been talking about is travel facilitation. We see travel facilitation not as a visa issue, not as a border issue, but we see travel facilitation a very holistic issue. Since a traveler decides to visit an APEC economy, what information do we give him? What information should he bring on his trip? When he gets to the border, how should he cross? What is the best way for him to cross the border? To go through customs? What benefits do we offer to him in the airport? And how do we transmit that information to him in the airport? Where should he get his transportation, etc.? So travel facilitation has been a big discussion point for us in the Tourism Working Group.
First of all, Indonesia really supports Cebu Action Plan. And a part of the action plan that we really pursue is how to promote investment in Indonesia with the network of the APEC countries. We have the focus on the investment on infrastructure. As you know that Asia in general needs more infrastructure financing. And we are going to promote the infrastructure financing through public-private partnership. So in this case, the APEC network is very important because we want to attract more investors in our PPP in infrastructure from the APEC member countries. First of all, we deal with this global uncertainty, and I believe in the middle of global uncertainty, we need to find an opportunity, and I believe the opportunity is in the investment, and especially investment in infrastructure. So the priority in this meeting for Indonesia is to secure the APEC commitment in promoting more investment among APEC member economies, because I believe if we focus on investment, then our economic growth will be accelerating, we can create more jobs, and we can improve the income of the people.
Collective effort globally, but also regionally, to develop an open, fair and transparent trading system. I think we all acknowledge that it's in the benefit of everyone. Being, as I mentioned in the meeting, the smallest economy in APEC, I sort of make a proviso though that some of us are not quite at an even level, I guess, in this global village. So whilst we have those principles that we all subscribe to, there's going to be some understanding, I guess, and sensitivity around these provisions, realizing that we're all at different development paths and we're all at different sizes. And I guess this is part of the complexity and difficulty in trying to get these rules to be homogeneous across the board because of these differences. Nevertheless, they're important. But despite that, as I said in there, we're committed to this process. It's important to have these meetings. APEC is very important. We're almost 50% of world trade and world population as well. And you know, I think it's an important forum. And so we're committed to the process. We will make sure that we're attending and participating. We're trying our best at a country level to meet our commitments in that regard, many of which were spoken of today. But we're also aware and conscious of the difficulties around the WTO process and trying to make sure that there is substance coming out of these meetings, and we are progressing this agenda. So yeah, around those issues, at the end of the day, we acknowledge that we're moving towards, and we'd like to move towards, a global village that you're able to do commerce, I guess, interact in a business sense. And we acknowledge that, you know, it's business and the private sector that are going to drive development, but within a very clear framework, such that it is fair and it is transparent and it is inclusive, the word I used. We smaller economies need to be included in development in a meaningful way, not be exploited, I guess is the word I like to say. If things are not even, if we're not quite at the level of sophistication as some of the bigger economies, there'll be a tendency to exploit us, I guess. Maybe that's too strong a word, but we can find ourselves, as has happened historically, stripped of our resources, and it appears to be a trade, but in fact it's not genuine development, I guess. It's development based on removing the resources from us so that they can build and grow sustainable economies elsewhere. And so we're just very conscious of this issue. You know, countries like Papua New Guinea that are resource rich, we've got to make sure that these rules allow us to develop sustainable, inclusive, meaningful, long-term economic foundations, not find ourselves with at the end of the day with a large population and essentially our assets stripped, and then trying to repair the damage after the fact. So in all these discussions, it's very important that, as I say, that, and then of course, you know, ultimately in a global sense, we need a basis for a sustainable future globally, in terms of climate change and energy security and food security. Are these systems facilitating that, or are we progressing down a path of overpopulation, pollution, environmental degradation and destruction, that all these wonderful rules, but at the end of the day, they're facilitating a world and an economy that is not genuinely sustainable. And that is where countries like Papua New Guinea want to begin a process of a new type of economy. An economy that is small population based, that is not just growth driven at all costs, that is not just based on economic growth, but it's based on human development. And we want to, in this stage of our development curve, we want to make sure that that is the basis of the way we develop Papua New Guinea. And we want to make sure that in a global sense, these issues are at the fore as well. And sometimes when things are driven by business, there is a tendency to focus on profit and growth and not much consideration to other aspects in terms of meaningful human development.
Sa darating na November 18 to 19 ay gaganapin ang APEC Economic Leaders Meeting dito mismo sa Metro Manila. The Philippines is expecting to welcome over 10,000 delegates from all the 21 member economies in what is considered the biggest event for any APEC hosting. The Philippine government has been preparing for this for years now. Inaasahan ang kooperasyon at pakikipagtulungan ng bawat isa upang maging matagumpay ang ating hosting. Dahil dito, mabuting malaman natin ang mga sumusunod na preparasyon ng ating pamahalaan para maayos ang pagdaraos ng ating APEC Leaders Week.
Sa buong NCR, walang pasok ang mga paaralan sa lahat ng antas pati na ang pampublikong sektor sa November 17 to 20. Wala namang pasok ang pribadong sektor sa November 18 to 19. Para sa seguridad ng okasyon,
isasara ang mga sumusunod na kalsada sa paligid ng Mall of Asia sa November 18. Diokno Corner Seaside, Coral Way Corner Seaside, EDSA Corner Macapagal, Macapagal Corner Coral Way, Diokno Corner Asiana, Macapagal Corner Bradco. Sa linggo ng November 16 to 20, isasara din ang mga sumusunod na kalsada sa CCP Complex area. Bucaneg Corner Rojas Boulevard, Vicente Soto Corner Rojas Boulevard, Buendia Avenue Extension Corner M. Halandoni Street at J.W. Diokno Boulevard Bridge. Sa linggo ng November 16 to 20 naman, mga APEC vehicles lang ang maaaring gumamit ng dalawang innermost lane ng parehong northbound at southbound lanes ng EDSA.
Sa parehong linggo, Isasara ang buong Rojas Boulevard na ilalaan lamang para sa APEC vehicles.
Magkakaroon ng daytime truck ban sa South Truck Road mula November 16 to 20. Papayagan lamang ang mga truck mula alas 10 ng gabi hanggang alas 6 ng umaga. Magpapatupad naman ng 24 oras na truck ban sa buong Rojas Boulevard sa kahabaan ng linggong yun.
Tandaan din na mula November 15 to 20, magpapatupad ng stop-and-go scheme sa Magallanes, Skyway SLEX interchanges, at ilang parte sa Makati, EDSA, pati sa mga kalsadang nakapaligid sa NAIA. Sa tuwing daraan ang economic leaders sa mga lugar na ito, pansamantalang pahihintuin ang trapiko. Pagagalawing muli ang mga sasakyan kapag nakadaan na ang economic leaders.
Sa mga nagbabalak na lumipad, magiging napakahigpit ng seguridad sa NAIA sa mga araw ng November 17, 19 at 20. Magpapatupad ng no-fly zone sa mga araw na ito. Kung kaya, iwasan mag-book ng flight at magpunta sa mga terminal ng NAIA sa mga nasabing petsa.
Tandaan natin ang mga paalalang ito para makaiwas sa abala. Enjoyin natin ang darating na linggo ng APEC Economic Leaders Meeting. Ipagdasal natin ang kaligtasan ng lahat at ang tagumpay ng APEC dito sa ating bansa. Ipakita natin na APEC, it's more fun in the Philippines.
Envisioning inclusive economies in the APEC region. Intensify trade and commerce, boost in employment, innovation, and competition. This is the future of our economy with MSME globalization in the APEC region. The APEC region represents more than half of world GDP. It has experienced rapid growth in recent years, outperforming the rest of the world. Growth has soared in the APEC region, with real GDP doubling from just $16 trillion in 1989 to $32 trillion in 2013. Residents of the Asia Pacific saw their per capita income rise by 45%, lifting millions out of poverty. APEC economies' average GDP per capita increased from $7,423 in 1992 to $19,712 in 2013. This is higher compared to non-APEC countries' average GDP per capita of $10,863 and that of the world's average of $14,360 in 2013. MSMEs are the engines of growth and innovation in the APEC region. 95% of the total number of firms in the region are MSMEs.
Providing micro, small, and medium enterprises, or MSMEs, access to the global markets has become one of APEC's top priorities.
In May 2015, APEC trade ministers committed to put the MSME agenda at the front and center of APEC's work. The Boracay Action Agenda to globalize micro, small, and medium enterprises is a multi-year initiative to address the challenges faced by MSMEs in international trade. Driving MSMEs to go global.
Globalization has opened up new opportunities for MSMEs to participate in the global marketplace. However, due to the cumbersome rules and procedures currently in place, it has been difficult for them to participate.
MSMEs need access to market information and on-the-ground business information in order to participate in international trade. Streamlined customs procedures will also encourage MSMEs to enter the global market. APEC will promote policies that will create a conducive environment for e-commerce for MSMEs. The exponential growth of information and communications technology connectivity has spurred e-commerce. The Boracay Action Agenda calls for actions that will encourage buying and selling activities, business matching opportunities, and online to offline commerce. For this to happen, the government must ensure quality internet and infrastructure. This will provide major contribution to MSMEs that will create folds of opportunities and will bring the economies to an upswing.
The internet is a big game changer, especially for micro and small enterprises. It has enabled now even the smallest enterprises to participate in global trade. However, there's still many roadblocks in terms of being able to fully utilize the internet, so we need to remove these roadblocks.
The Boracay Action Agenda also recognizes the role of alternative financing sources to support enterprises. Government must develop policy tools which will reduce the perceived risk by investors and reduce the financing costs, which are typically higher for MSMEs than for large firms. The Boracay Action Agenda aims to strengthen the entrepreneurial spirit of MSMEs by supporting their technology and innovation activities. Government will work with the private sector and international organizations to further highlight the role and contribution of MSMEs to inclusive growth. Through the Boracay Action Agenda, we aim to increase the number of MSME exporters and the value of their exports.
MSMEs account for an overwhelming majority of businesses globally. They also contribute the most to inclusive growth. Therefore, it is incumbent upon us to ensure that they feel the benefits of free trade.
Together, we will harness the power of MSMEs to reach wider markets, stimulate competition, support domestic job opportunities, and fuel economic growth towards stronger economies. Empowering MSMEs to globalization, ensuring progress and development, creating a healthy business environment for a brighter tomorrow.
Every year, for the past 25 years, 21 economies in the Asia-Pacific region gather in one forum to advance free trade and economic cooperation. Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation. APEC member economies have been working together to boost sustainable growth and prosperity that delivers greater opportunities to more people. In 2015, the Philippines has once again been given the distinct honor of hosting the annual APEC meeting. This is our chance to showcase what we have achieved together and show the world how great the Filipino spirit is. Tonight, we unveil the symbol by which our collective effort shall be known. APEC Philippines 2015. Building inclusive economies. Building a better world.
Ang Pilipinas ang host ngayong taon ng Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation o APEC. Dahil dito darating sa bansa ang mga leader ng 21 member economies na bumubuo sa APEC at pag-uusapan nila ang mga kasunduan at pulisiyang makakatulong sa ating kalakalan. Pero ang tanong ng marami, ano nga ba ang APEC? Ang APEC o Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation ay isang organisasyong nabuo noong 1989 para isulong ang free trade o malayang kalakalan ng mga ekonomiya at tanggalin ang mga balakid sa pangangalakal. Sa katunayan, mahigit 80% ng Philippine trade ay mula sa APEC at mahigit 30% naman ng Philippine net foreign direct investments noong 2014 na nagdala ng mga trabaho at oportunidad para sa mga Pilipino ang galing rin sa mga kasamahan natin sa APEC. Isinasagawa ang APEC taon-taon kung saan nagpupulong ang mga kinatawan ng mga ekonomiya para pag-usapan ng mga issue tulad ng anti-corruption and transparency, environmental goods and services, and counter-terrorism. Food security kasama rin dyan, trade policies, at marami pang iba. Sa mga nakaraang buwan, ginanap ang mga meeting na ito sa iba't ibang lugar sa bansa tulad ng Tagaytay, Boracay, Iloilo at Cebu upang masaksihan ng mga delegado ang ganda ng Pilipinas at ang ipinagmamalaki nating Filipino hospitality. Ngunit hindi dito natatapos ang lahat. Sa darating na November 18 to 19 ay gaganapin ang APEC Economic Leaders Meeting dito mismo sa Metro Manila. The Philippines is expecting to welcome over 10,000 delegates from all the 21 member economies in what is considered the biggest event for any APEC hosting. The Philippine government has been preparing for this for years now. Inaasahan ang kooperasyon at pakikipagtulungan ng bawat isa upang maging matagumpay ang ating hosting. Dahil dito, mabuting malaman natin ang mga sumusunod na preparasyon ng ating pamahalaan para maayos ang pagdaraos ng ating APEC Leaders Week.
Sa buong NCR, walang pasok ang mga paaralan sa lahat ng antas pati na ang pampublikong sektor sa November 17 to 20. Wala namang pasok ang pribadong sektor sa November 18 to 19 para sa seguridad ng okasyon.
Isasara ang mga sumusunod na kalsada sa paligid ng Mall of Asia sa November 18. Diokno Corner Seaside, Coral Way Corner Seaside, EDSA Corner Macapagal, Macapagal Corner Coral Way, Diokno Corner Asiana, Macapagal Corner Bradco. Sa linggo ng November 16 to 20, isasara din ang mga sumusunod na kalsada sa CCP Complex area. Bucaneg Corner Rojas Boulevard, Vicente Soto Corner Rojas Boulevard, Buendia Avenue Extension Corner M. Halandoni Street at J.W. Diokno Boulevard Bridge. Sa linggo ng November 16 to 20 naman, mga APEC vehicles lang ang maaaring gumamit ng dalawang innermost lane ng parehong northbound at southbound lanes ng EDSA.
Sa parehong linggo, isasara ang buong Rojas Boulevard na ilalaan lamang para sa APEC vehicles.
Magkakaroon ng daytime truck ban sa South Truck Road mula November 16 to 20. Papayagan lamang ang mga truck mula alas 10 ng gabi hanggang alas 6 ng umaga. Magpapatupad naman ng 24 oras na truck ban sa buong Rojas Boulevard sa kahabaan ng linggong yun.
Tandaan din na mula November 15 to 20, magpapatupad ng stop-and-go scheme sa Magallanes, Skyway SLEX interchanges, at ilang parte sa Makati, EDSA, pati sa mga kalsadang nakapaligid sa NAIA. Sa tuwing daraan ang economic leaders sa mga lugar na ito, pansamantalang pahihintuin ang trapiko. Pagagalawing muli ang mga sasakyan kapag nakadaan na ang economic leaders.
Sa mga nagbabalak na lumipad, magiging napakahigpit ng seguridad sa NAIA sa mga araw ng November 17, 19 at 20. Magpapatupad ng no-fly zone sa mga araw na ito. Kung kaya, iwasan mag-book ng flight at magpunta sa mga terminal ng NAIA sa mga nasabing petsa.
Tandaan natin ang mga paalalang ito para makaiwas sa abala. Enjoyin natin ang darating na linggo ng APEC Economic Leaders Meeting. Ipagdasal natin ang kaligtasan ng lahat at ang tagumpay ng APEC dito sa ating bansa. Ipakita natin na APEC, it's more fun in the Philippines.
Our world is getting smaller. People, businesses, and economies grow closer together. At APEC, we imagine the possibilities when there is dialogue and cooperation. When diverse communities work together through trade, good things can happen. More choices for consumers. More business opportunities, more jobs, and better standards of living for all. At APEC, we make this a reality by advancing free trade for Asia-Pacific prosperity. Established in 1989 with 12 economies, APEC's membership now totals 21. Recognizing the pace of implementation for differing levels of economic development, APEC leaders in Bogor, Indonesia committed in 1994 to achieve the goal of free and open trade and investment in the Asia-Pacific no later than 2020. This is the fundamental commitment that shapes most of what we do. So how have we set about achieving these goals? Through three broad work areas: trade and investment liberalization, business facilitation, and economic and technical cooperation, also known as APEC's three pillars. The first pillar, trade and investment liberalization, focuses on opening up markets and integrating economies in the region. The second, business facilitation, aims to improve the ease of doing business and reduce trading costs across economies. The third, economic and technical cooperation, enables businesses to take advantage of global trade in a sustainable way. APEC helps the transition towards regional economic integration by ensuring that people are well placed to gain from global trade in the long term. From helping small businesses get loans and access foreign markets, to educating youth in the use of information technology, and empowering women to play a bigger role in APEC economies. A tough challenge, sure, but consider this. There have been significant reductions in average tariffs in APEC over the past 20 years. Trade facilitation, which makes it easier, cheaper, and faster to trade across borders, has also saved businesses billions of dollars with initiatives like simplifying customs procedures and making it quicker for business people to travel with the APEC Business Travel Card. Structural reform makes doing business easier and helps ensure higher quality growth across the APEC region by promoting competition and developing stronger social safety nets. APEC's work on reducing tariffs positively impacts trade and investment and overall development. Over a span of 10 years, the GDP of many APEC economies grew dramatically. Employment increased significantly, and poverty was greatly reduced. Going beyond traditional trade and investment areas, APEC also undertakes work that reflects new regional challenges. Implementing projects that help the region reduce disruptions in the supply chain in the event of a disaster. Developing guidelines and building the capacity of economies and businesses to help them deal with pandemics. And focusing on strengthening energy security to help build a sustainable future. But as the world grows ever smaller and economies grow closer, APEC's role becomes ever greater and more relevant. So that as incomes rise, poverty falls, and the gap between developing and industrialized economies narrows, there really can be progress for all. APEC, advancing free trade for Asia-Pacific prosperity.
In 2015, the Philippines hosts APEC once again. Work is about to get a lot more fun. 9 cities, countless wonders. Next year, find out just how well fun works.
Your Excellencies, members are
one to emerging infectious
due to climate change.
A great pleasure and honor.
Me, because I'd like to welcome all our foreign delegates. But we've started to do all possible investments by teaching them modern ways of
such high quality lineup agriculture, social trade on agriculture and trade from wide economic influences regardless stand on biotech people and help this around really. But the workers to get the politicians on the contrary.
We'd like to start.
That vision would become a spirit towards content with unavailable. I'll turn over the mic.
Son.
Ang darating no November 18 to 19 ay gaganapin ang APEC Economic Leaders Meeting dito mismo sa Metro Manila. The Philippines is expecting to welcome over 10,000 delegates from all the 21 member economies in what is considered the biggest event for any APEC hosting. The Philippine government has been preparing for this for years now. Inaasahan ang kooperasyon at pakikipagtulungan ng bawat isa upang maging matagumpay ang ating hosting. Dahil dito, mabuting malaman natin ang mga sumusunod na preparasyon ng ating pamahalaan para maayos ang pagdaraos ng ating APEC Leaders Week.
Sa buong NCR, walang pasok ang mga paaralan sa lahat ng antas pati na ang pampublikong sektor sa November 17 to 20. Wala namang pasok ang pribadong sektor sa November 18 to 19 para sa seguridad ng okasyon.
Isasara ang mga sumusunod na kalsada sa paligid ng Mall of Asia sa November 18. Diokno Corner Seaside, Coral Way Corner Seaside, EDSA Corner Macapagal, Macapagal Corner Coral Way, Diokno Corner Asiana, Macapagal Corner Bradco. Sa linggo ng November 16 to 20, isasara din ang mga sumusunod na kalsada sa CCP Complex area. Bucaneg Corner Rojas Boulevard, Vicente Soto Corner Rojas Boulevard, Buendia Avenue Extension Corner M. Halandoni Street at J.W. Diokno Boulevard Bridge. Sa linggo ng November 16 to 20 naman, mga APEC vehicles lang ang maaaring gumamit ng dalawang innermost lane ng parehong northbound at southbound lanes ng EDSA.
Sa parehong linggo, isasara ang buong Rojas Boulevard na hilalaan lamang para sa APEC vehicles.
Magkakaroon ng daytime truck ban sa South Truck Road mula November 16 to 20. Papayagan lamang ang mga truck mula alas 10 ng gabi hanggang alas 6 ng umaga. Magpapatupad naman ng 24 oras na truck ban sa buong Rojas Boulevard sa kahabaan ng linggong yun.
Tandaan din na mula November 15 to 20, magpapatupad ng stop-and-go scheme sa Magallanes, Skyway SLEX interchanges, at ilang parte sa Makati, EDSA, pati sa mga kalsadang nakapaligid sa NAIA. Sa tuwing daraan ang economic leaders sa mga lugar na ito, pansamantalang pahihintuin ang trapiko. Pagagalawing muli ang mga sasakyan kapag nakadaan na ang economic leaders.
Sa mga nagbabalak na lumipad, magiging napakahigpit ng seguridad sa NAIA sa mga araw ng November 17, 19 at 20. Magpapatupad ng no-fly zone sa mga araw na ito. Kung kaya, iwasan mag-book ng flight at magpunta sa mga terminal ng NAIA sa mga nasabing PEDSA.
Tandaan natin ang mga paalalang ito para makaiwas sa abala. At enjoyin natin ang darating na linggo ng APEC Economic Leaders Meeting. Ipagdasal natin ang kaligtasan ng lahat at ang tagumpay ng APEC dito sa ating bansa. Ipakita natin na APEC, it's more fun in the Philippines.
On average, from the time we started, growth has been pegged at about 6.2%. And we're hoping that we will maintain that or even increase that number. There have been massive investments, especially in the social services, multiples for the budget for health, for education in particular. Our mantra is inclusive growth. The only way to be able to achieve inclusive growth if we invest in the human capital, which we think is the greatest single resource. There's still tumult in the global economic sphere. The question of refugees is also at the forefront of everybody's mind. Stability, terrorism, pandemics. But that's where fora like APEC comes into the picture. A platform where we can really concentrate on synergies and complementarities between the various economies, leading to positive changes in each of our individual societies. Whereas, absent that fora, you will all be relegated to parochial concerns. You now have a venue that you can actually see commonality of problems and a lot of times synergies between solutions proposed, so that everybody takes care of their parochial concerns while expanding their own capabilities to do so by growing their own respective economies.
More fun. Philippine Islands. It's more fun in the Philippines. More fun in the Philippines. Philippine Islands. In the Philippines.
Planning a meeting? It's good to know that when work meets fun, success happens. For example, did you know that a warm climate improves well-being? And studies show that taking a break outdoors increases attention span by 20%. Research says that meeting in blue rooms enhances productivity, while bright colors inspire creativity. It has also been proven that smiling releases endorphins and lowers stress. So it's good to know that you are with the happiest people in the world. So for your next meeting, convention, or business event, meet in the Philippines. Where fun works. Research proves that smiling releases endorphins and lowers stress. So for your next meeting, convention, or business event, meet in the Philippines, where fun works. Did you know that a warm climate improves well-being? So for your next meeting, convention, or business event, meet in the Philippines, where fun works.
Sa November 18 at 19, idadao sa Maynila ang APEC Economic Leaders Meeting o AELM. Daduluhan ito ng mga World Economic Leader mula sa 21 member economies ng Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation o APEC. Dito ilalatag sa kanila ang mga napag-usapan sa mga isinagawang APEC meeting sa iba't ibang lugar sa Pilipinas sa loob ng halos isang taon. Kasabay nito, maganda ring oportunidad ang APEC para sa mga kabataan upang makilahok sila sa isa sa mga makasaysayan at inaabangang pagpupulong sa buong mundo.
Ano po yung APEC?
APEC is actually, for me, isa siyang samahan ng mga bansa na kung saan naglayong mapaunlad yung ekonomiya ng bawat miyembro nito.
Ay, wala pong idea eh.
Ano siya, gathering ng mga Asian countries para mas mapalawak natin yung relationship ng bawat isa.
I don't know. Wala akong idea po.
Sa tingin ko, yung Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation ay isa siyang samahan ng mga ekonomiya na nag-uusap-usap at nagkakasundo upang mapaunlad ang ating ekonomiya at para mapaangat ang estado ng pamumuhay dito sa Pilipinas at sa kanila ding mga ekonomiya.
January 31, 1989 nang unang nabanggit ang ideya ng APEC sa talumpati ni dating Australian Prime Minister Bob Hawke sa Seoul, South Korea. Makalipas ang 10 buwan, nagpulong ang 12 founding member economies, kabilang ang Pilipinas, sa Canberra, Australia para itatag ang APEC. Ngayong host ang Pilipinas ng APEC 2015, isa sa 4 na prioridad ang pamumuhunan sa pagpapaunlad ng yamang tao. Isa sa mga nakikitang paraan upang makamit ito ang pagpapabuti sa sektor ng edukasyon.
Sa tingin ko, yung maunlad na ekonomiya ay malalaman mo mula sa kanila education system kung ito ay angat at mas nakakasabay siya sa ibang bansa na mas maunlad kaysa dito. Sa tingin ko naman po, ngayon, nakakasabay po tayo sa mga education system nila kasi hindi naman po madali yung mga inaaral po naming mga estudyante. Mag-uusap sila sa APEC ng madaming mga bagay. Una, sa kagaya ng sa education system natin, mas makakapag-usap sila kung paano ba yung mga dapat nilang gawin upang mas mapaunlad yung mga naiisip ng mga estudyante, paano yung mga sa school.
Sa mga nagdaang APEC meeting, ibinida ng mga ekonomiya ang kani-kanyang sistema ng edukasyon na naging susi nila tungo sa kaunlaran. Ito ang dahilan kung bakit patuloy na nagsusumikap ang pamahalaan na iangat ang kalidad ng edukasyon sa bansa. Pinakahuling hakbang para rito ang pagpapatupad ng K-12 Basic Education Program o ang pagdaragdag ng 2 taon sa high school.
If we stay where we are right now, we will not be able to compete. So no matter what people say that K-12 should not yet be implemented because we have no classrooms yet, or we don't have enough classrooms, I think we should look at, let us implement K-12 as soon as possible and let us build the classrooms as soon as possible.
Tinalakay rin sa mga pagpupulong ang pagkakaroon ng mabilis na internet connection sa bansa.
If you have a very good internet connection, you can educate more people.
Alamin natin ang mga sumusunod na preparasyon ng ating pamahalaan para sa maayos na pagdaraos ng APEC Leaders Week. Magkakaroon ng daytime track ban sa South Track Route mula November 16 to 20. Papayagan lamang ang mga truck mula alas 10 ng gabi hanggang alas 6 ng umaga. Magpapatupad naman ng 24 oras na track ban sa buong Rojas Boulevard sa kahabaan ng linggong iyon.
Sa simpleng pananaw sa APEC, ganun kahalaga yan. At sa ating mga kababayan, isang malaking bagay yan para siguraduhin magkaroon tayo ng mga trabaho, siguraduhin makapasok tayo sa mga merkado nila.
Hindi maikakailang maraming mga produktong world-class ang may pagmamalaki ng Pilipinas. Sa pamamagitan nito, naipakikilala natin ang husay at galing ng Pinoy. Ngayong at host ng Pilipinas ng APEC 2015, layong palakasin nito at gawing globally competitive ang micro, small and medium enterprises o MSMEs na itinuturing na backbone ng ating ekonomiya.
Marami rin ibang pinag-usapan sa APEC tulad ng disaster relief, health issues, environment. Mga importante rin to. Pero kung ekonomiya ang pag-uusapan at sa trade, ang tingin namin talaga ang mahalaga rito yung kapakanan at mga interest ng micro, small, medium enterprises. Mismo yan yung mga micro enterprise. Yan yung mga minsan tinatawag natin doon, micro and small enterprises. Yan yung mga may tindahan sa ating komunidad. Yan yung mga gumagawa ng mga damit, mga bag na empleyado, mga 10. Sa atin, itong MISMI, mga micro, small, medium enterprises, kailangan bigyan natin ng pansin yung mga pangangailangan nila. At kasama doon ay yung mga polisiya, mga proseso, mga regulasyon ng gobyerno ay dapat pag-aralan mabuti at i-simplify, gawing mas madali.
Ako po si Leonor Kuliitang Sabingat po, 43 years old. Kami po yung grupo ng mga SMEs na nagmamanufacture ng mga veggie-based products po, tulad ng mga veggie chips, veggie cookies, yung mga preserved fruits po, mga nuts, peanut butters, mga ganun. Sa competition po, matututo tayong mag-improve ng ating product, mag-innovate ng iba pa, tututo tayong mag-package ng mas maganda sa tingin. Alam naman na natin na gawa ng Pilipinas talaga is patok din sa taste ng ibang bansa po. Sa tulong ng mga line agencies po, katulad ng sa DTI, sa DOLE, meron po. Marami po kaming series of trainings, workshop, mga ganun po.
The SME agenda is very critical actually, not only to APEC, but to the forward movement of global trade in general. Because SMEs are one of the strongest voices now opposing global trade. And that is because they hardly feel the benefits of global trade.
To achieve inclusive growth, it is imperative that our SMEs must be competitive and be able to participate in global value chains. For Filipino SMEs to succeed internationally, they need access to open, transparent, and efficient markets.
Bright lights, city sights, shopping malls, little stalls, flip-flops, rock and roll, street smart, fine art, new and old, bronze, gold, warm, charm, hot and cold. Quick bites, foodie finds, nice smiles, wild style, cheap thrills, sky high, knick-knacks, welcome back. Every corner, fun, fun, fun. Manila, welcome back.
Mahalaga siguro tignan natin yung talagang tema ng Pilipinas. Ang team natin this year, talagang inclusive growth.
For MSEs to take part in the regional and global value chains, we need to identify measures that will provide an open and transparent business environment that will serve as seedbed for innovation and entrepreneurship. We want the sector to be able to participate in the global chain by providing them easier access to finance, markets, and innovation.
Ang Pilipinas ang host ngayong taon ng Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation o APEC. Dahil dito darating sa bansa ang mga leader ng 21 member economies na bumubuo sa APEC at pag-uusapan nila ang mga kasunduan at pulisiyang makakatulong sa ating kalakalan. Pero ang tanong ng marami, ano nga ba ang APEC? Ang APEC o Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation ay isang organisasyong nabuo noong 1989 para isulong ang free trade o malayang kalakalan ng mga ekonomiya at tanggalin ang mga balakid sa pangangalakal. Sa katunayan, mahigit 80% ng Philippine trade ay mula sa APEC at mahigit 30% naman ng Philippine net foreign direct investments noong 2014 na nagdala ng mga trabaho at oportunidad para sa mga Pilipino ang galing rin sa mga kasamahan natin sa APEC. Isinasagawa ang APEC taon-taon kung saan nagpupulong ang mga kinatawan ng mga ekonomiya para pag-usapan ng mga issue tulad ng anti-corruption and transparency, environmental goods and services, and counter-terrorism. Food security kasama rin dyan, trade policies, at marami pang iba. Sa mga nakaraang buwan, ginanap ang mga meeting na ito sa iba't ibang lugar sa bansa tulad ng Tagaytay, Boracay, Iloilo at Cebu upang masaksihan ng mga delegado ang ganda ng Pilipinas at ang ipinagmamalaki nating Filipino hospitality. Ngunit hindi dito natatapos ang lahat. Sa darating na November 18 to 19 ay gaganapin ang APEC Economic Leaders Meeting dito mismo sa Metro Manila. The Philippines is expecting to welcome over 10,000 delegates from all the 21 member economies in what is considered the biggest event for any APEC hosting. The Philippine government has been preparing for this for years now. Inaasahan ang kooperasyon at pakikipagtulungan ng bawat isa upang maging matagumpay ang ating hosting. Dahil dito, mabuting malaman natin ang mga sumusunod na preparasyon ng ating pamahalaan para maayos ang pagdaraos ng ating APEC Leaders Week.
Sa buong NCR, walang pasok ang mga paaralan sa lahat ng antas pati na ang pampublikong sektor sa November 17 to 20. Wala namang pasok ang pribadong sektor sa November 18 to 19 para sa seguridad ng okasyon.
Isasara ang mga sumusunod na kalsada sa paligid ng Mall of Asia sa November 18. Diokno Corner Seaside, Coral Way Corner Seaside, EDSA Corner Macapagal, Macapagal Corner Coral Way, Diokno Corner Asiana, Macapagal Corner Bradco. Sa linggo ng November 16 to 20, isasara din ang mga sumusunod na kalsada sa CCP Complex area. Bucaneg, Corner Rojas Boulevard. Vicente Soto, Corner Rojas Boulevard. Buendia Avenue Extension, Corner M. Halandoni Street. At J.W. Diokno Boulevard Bridge. Sa linggo ng November 16 to 20 naman, mga APEC vehicles lang ang maaaring gumamit ng dalawang innermost lane ng parehong northbound at southbound lanes ng EDSA.
Sa parehong linggo, isasara ang buong Rojas Boulevard na ilalaan lamang para sa APEC vehicles.
Magkakaroon ng daytime truck ban sa South Truck Road mula November 16 to 20. Papayagan lamang ang mga truck mula alas 10 ng gabi hanggang alas 6 ng umaga. Magpapatupad naman ng 24 oras na truck ban sa buong Rojas Boulevard sa kahabaan ng linggong yun.
Tandaan din na mula November 15 to 20, magpapatupad ng stop-and-go scheme sa Magallanes, Skyway SLEX interchanges, at ilang parte sa Makati, EDSA, pati sa mga kalsadang nakapaligid sa NAIA. Sa tuwing daraan ang economic leaders sa mga lugar na ito, pansamantalang pahihintuin ang trapiko. Pagagalawing muli ang mga sasakyan kapag nakadaan na ang economic leaders.
Sa mga nagbabalak na lumipad, magiging napakahigpit ng seguridad sa NAIA sa mga araw ng November 17, 19 at 20. Magpapatupad ng no-fly zone sa mga araw na ito. Kung kaya, iwasan mag-book ng flight at magpunta sa mga terminal ng NAIA sa mga nasabing petsa.
Tandaan natin ang mga paalalang ito para makaiwas sa abala. At enjoyin natin ang darating na linggo ng APEC Economic Leaders Meeting. Ipagdasal natin ang kaligtasan ng lahat at ang tagumpay ng APEC dito sa ating bansa. Ipakita natin na APEC, it's more fun in the Philippines.
Good morning, everyone. We're here to announce the winner of the APEC video contest. I would like to call on Dr. Ballard, who is the APEC Secretariat's Executive Director, followed by Ms. Barbara Navarro, who's the Director of Public Policy for the Asia Pacific for Google. Dr. Ballard, please, grateful for your remarks.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to this announcement of the APEC video contest winner. APEC is a big organisation and we have complex messages. We're basically trying to help open up to trade, investment and other developments right around the 21 economies of the APEC region, ultimately so that we can get more growth and people can enjoy better livelihoods, and that's ultimately what we're all about. To communicate that sort of story, as you will appreciate, can be quite complex. And some years ago, we started an APEC photo competition, which has been very successful and which many of you will have seen. We're also communicating more on social media this year, and we've been very pleased with how that message can go out at that level. APEC usually focuses on trying to improve trade growth and growth right around the economy of these 21 economies. And this year, Philippines is hosting APEC, and Philippines has proposed a theme of inclusive economy. And inclusive economy for us means focusing in more than we have in the past on how growth has impacted through communities, on how different communities who haven't had a lot of access to the regional economy can do that increasingly, and it's meant focus on small business, on micro enterprises, on technology startups, on women in the economy, and much more of a community focus than we've done in the past. So this afternoon, ministers, trade and foreign and related ministers will meet here in Manila, and we'll be discussing a whole range of initiatives that Philippines has been leading through for this year. In a couple of days' time, economic leaders from all the 21 economies will gather here and set the agenda for how we take this forward for next year, hosted by Peru. This year, with the theme of inclusive economy, we were looking for new ways to help try and communicate this right around the whole region, which after all is almost half the world. And to do that, we have instituted a video competition for the first time. So with the support of Google, we went out to all around the economies and invited entries for a brief 3-minute video with the difficult job of communicating the inclusive economy themes of APEC this year. And we've been very pleased with the public participation and the videos that we've had back. And now the panel of judges across APEC has had a chance to get together and judge them. And this morning we'll be pleased to announce the winners of the APEC video contest. So I'm now able to announce the winners, and the third prize for APEC video contest this year goes to a video production entitled "Technology Runs the Artery of Our Society," put together by Michael Golitz from here in the Philippines. He's the third prize winner. The second prize winner is from Robert Cristobal in Singapore, and he's produced a video entitled "Bridging Creative Economies for a Better World." Well, we're all very pleased now to be able to announce the first prize winner for today for our video competition, inaugural video competition for APEC, supported by Google. And the first prize winner is a beautiful video called Anna's World. It was produced by Crystalline Sheena Cades from Albay, Bicol province here in the Philippines, who's sitting up the front with me there. We're all very pleased to announce that, and we'll be pleased shortly to hear and to see that video. Thank you. I'll hand back to you, Michael.
Thank you, Dr. Ballard. Now may we call on Ms. Navarro, who's the Director of Public Policy for the Asia Pacific for Google, to say some words.
Well, thank you. It has been a pleasure to have the opportunity to support APEC video contest about interpretations of the impact of trade and economic development on people's life in the Asia Pacific, with particular focus on the benefits of technology and innovation for micro, small, and medium enterprises. Today, the internet has linked people and business all around the world, unlocking opportunities that were never imagined just one generation ago. There is no question that technology has changed people's lives and that the internet and mobile benefit Asia-Pacific businesses, especially small business and consumers immensely. One of the greatest opportunities in front of us right now is for business of all sizes to take their place on a bigger stage. In the past, only the large multinationals had global reach, global distribution, and access to global talent pools. Today, digital connectivity and cloud collaboration are creating opportunities for businesses of all sectors and sizes to act on new ideas and think big, both domestically and internationally. In the past, to peddle goods, you had to rent an expensive stall at a mall or market, or try your luck on the side of the road and be restricted to the foot traffic that came past. Now, thanks to technology, you can take photos of items, upload the image into social network, find the buyer, and then move on to the next item, all from your home. You don't need a fancy digital camera, and you don't need to know how to build your own website to host the images. A research done on SMEs in developing markets found that over 95% of e-commerce enable SMEs to engage in export. It also found that on average, these small businesses were able to reach more than 30 international markets. Micro, small, and medium business are significant contributors of economic growth, trade, employment, poverty alleviation, and innovation, and their internationalization is key to realizing inclusive growth and development. In figures, this group represents well over 90% of all business in Asia. They employ more than 1 billion people and contribute around $10.9 trillion directly into the economies in which are based. That means 49.1% of total GDP for the region. No matter the size where are located, any business today need to be digital. But let's not forget that less than half the global population are connected. As omnipresent as the internet and innovation may feel in our lives, the reality is the majority of the world remains disconnected. 60% of all people don't have internet access. We are talking about 4.5 million people. Billion people. Google's mission is to put the world's information at people's fingerprints because we believe in the power that information has to change people's lives and business for the better. But To truly make information universally accessible, we need to get people and business online everywhere. Meeting this goal means more than simply making internet connectivity universal, fast, affordable. Universal internet access is not something that one company or one government or one technology can hope to deliver. Improving internet access must be a global effort with private and public sector solutions using both current and emerging technologies, but with a clear goal in mind. We can all work together toward achieving it. The internet was imagined as something that can bring people and business together. And on the internet, we can say that the differences are diluted. Once you have access, you can enjoy the benefits of technology, innovation, and internet. However, we must not forget that ensure that this space works equally for everybody, it is important to create the necessary conditions. Otherwise, we run the risk to create a gap even bigger. Google supports entirely APEC efforts of making growth equitable and inclusive, especially on the development of the region's small and medium enterprises. And this is even more important with the next billion people getting online. And this is all what this contest is about, to try to show how technology and innovation have the power to connect people from anywhere in the world by creating business solutions that can be used by anyone. My sincere congratulations to Sheena Cades from Albay, the Philippines, winner of this contest for her video, Anna's Village, which depicts how technology helped to spur innovation in a small, remote community and promote its development. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Navarro, for those kind words. May I call on Sheena now to tell us about her inspiration for what went into producing the winning video, Anna's Village.
Change is never impossible. It may take place slowly, but it doesn't mean that it won't happen. I think most of us would agree that every developed economy or community was once a struggling place until innovation and technology came into our lives. Anna's Village tells us a story of what her community was and how it has evolved through the years through innovation and technology. Anna is a representation of every Filipino children with dreams and hopes that future will be good for them and that they will be able to reach their goals. Anna's parents are representations of every fathers and mothers striving hard to secure their children's future. Simple life is okay, but with innovation and technology, life can be better. This video is about Anna hoping that her world could be even more brighter and better, just like all of us believing that world can be a brighter and better place to live in. The very reason why we're here in the first place, to build better economies. I came up with Anna's Village because it is important not only to enumerate what people or economies can get from innovation, technology, and development, but to actually tell a story of it. This is only one of many stories that I can tell through this video, but I am hoping that through this, I was able to bring a message of what APEC can do to our economy, just like what happened to Anna's Village. Today, it's Anna's Village. Tomorrow, it can be the world. When I was asked last night if Anna is a fictional character, I said, yes, but more than just a character, she is a living symbol of our journey to a better world.
Thank you, Sheena. Without further ado, let's have an opportunity to watch the video, Anna's Village.
This is Anna. She's living in a small town, living a simple life. The lack of technology and innovation in their village has become a real challenge for Anna and the people in her village. Anna, her siblings, and their schoolmates have to walk kilometers and kilometers just to reach their school. Her father is a simple fisherman and have to use a net, manually paddles a boat just to catch a fish and earn a living. Her mother is a tailor, sewing dresses and curtains, using a tiny little needle to finish her works. At night, Anna and her siblings use a homemade lamp just to be able to read and write their homeworks at night. They have to finish studying before the lamp runs out of gas. Her village is too small for the civilization to reach. Technology is not reaching their village yet, but she knew how much they needed it. One day, everything changes. The world has become brighter. It became the world that Anna wished. Anna and her siblings are now able to study in comfort. Letters and numbers and paragraphs are now brighter and more easy to understand. With her father's new motorboat, her father, together with his fellow fishermen, were able to catch more fish, providing more sea products to their small village. Her mother was able to create more and more dresses and curtains. This even made her do a micro business in tailoring. With this going on, Anna and her siblings' future is now secured. Technology has provided more and more opportunities for everyone. It has created more bridges linking their village to other villages to work together and be a better place. It has created connections to the people regardless of distance. Years have passed since technology and innovation slowly came into Anna's life. This is Anna. This is Anna. She's living in a small town, living a simple life. But now, it's even more brighter and better.
Thank you, everyone. The winning videos will be posted on the APEC website, www.apec.org. They'll also be shown on our social media channels and throughout the APEC venues this week. Up next, Dr. Ballard and Dennis Hugh, Director of the APEC Policy Support Unit, will be speaking on the same stage at 10 o'clock. Thank you, everyone.
Countries. We believe that at the time that it was being offered to us, by 2015, we could already show the fruits of our mantra of good governance is good economics. And the turnaround in the economy is, I think, very, very apparent. The vibrancy and the change in attitude of our people also. Hosting it at this particular time, showing the fruits of the work that we started on in 2010, might serve as an example that can be copied by other countries, thereby improving also their economies, which makes up for a better partner. So we believe that it's the right time to show the positive changes that have happened in a relatively short period of time that saw us from being the sick man of Asia to some have quoted the Asia's rising star.
Based in the Netherlands. I work as an economist or as a professor in the Erasmus School of Economics that's in Rotterdam, the Erasmus University of Rotterdam. I've been in the Netherlands for almost 20 years. Many countries have become middle income, like the Philippines, but it seems that it's very difficult to go from middle to high income. That's why we call it a trap. And the reason is that as you become richer, your wages are no longer competitive. So when you're poor, you use your competitive advantage in cheap labor to be able to find your niche in the global market. The Philippines is very unique in the sense that we were one of the first low income that became middle income. So we were among the first three actually. After first it was Japan, China, and then in the Philippines, and then we sort of then stayed in that position. Thailand, Malaysia, China, they are now upper middle, but the Philippines, although we were ahead in becoming a middle income country, we sort of stayed in the area of a low middle country. Of course, history played a part, you know, so we had so many decades of being under dictatorship, and that's really a lost opportunity for the Philippines.
Entire Philippines under martial law.
You cannot talk about social upgrading and inclusiveness without tackling the problem of competitiveness. Or, for instance, the fact that that we are in the low value added means that there should be more shared responsibility between local firms and foreign firms to bring more upgrading in the workforce. Public partnership can be used also for development goals, also for product upgrading, for innovation, for increasing the returns to education. We can use partnerships. We can use more and more. We need more social dialogues. The Philippines is now one of the fastest growing economy in the world, no? And I think that's because, you know, as soon as you have just that minimum amount of political stability, you know, the society reacts. So business reacts to that, people react to that. And I think that has a lot to do with the message also of Daang Matuwid of the President, that it has sort of created some form of credibility in the capacity of government to actually make this reform sustainable. I'm very optimistic with the future of the Philippines, but I think what is crucial here, you know, we have always had in our values as Filipinos the value of bayanihan. You know, I think people power is just a translation of bayanihan, and I think that is where we have to draw our cultural wisdom, our cultural wealth as Filipino, to really work with each other and to have a shared future of prosperity. So not only for the rich, but really for everyone.
did
Nakatutok ang buong mundo sa idadaos na APEC Economic Leaders Meeting o AELM sa bansa ngayong Nobyembre na inaasahang dadaluhan ng mga pinuno mula sa malalaki, mayayaman at may impluwensyang ekonomiya sa rehiyong Asia-Pasipiko tulad ni US President Barack Obama, Chinese President Xi Jinping at Japanese Prime Minister Shinzo Abe. Hindi na bago para sa Pilipinas na mag-host ng naturang international event dahil noong taong 1996 nang paunlakan natin sa unang pagkakataon ang pagdaraos ng APEC sa bansa. Mula rito at sa marami pang nagdaang malalaking okasyon gaya ng PayPal visit nitong Enero, masasabing sapat ang karanasan at kahandaan ng ating pambansang pulisya upang mapanatili ang kapayapaan at kaayusan at masigurong ligtas ang APEC delegates habang nandito sa Pilipinas. Kaugnay nito, binuo ng pambansang pulisya ang Task Force Manila na pangungunahan ng National Capital Region Police Office o NCRPO.
We have 3 subgroups. We have the group for billeting, tayong venue at saka yung route ng ating para sa APEC. So tinitingnan namin kung saan titira yung mga VIP natin, kung saan sila dadaan at kung saan gagawin yung ating mga occasion. Yes, we have long prepared for this event for already almost a year. And I believe that we already 100% ready for the event in the next 2 weeks. So mahaba naman yung preparasyon na ginawa natin. Kasama dito yung template na nakuha natin during the papal visit of Pope Francis. We were able to assess kung ano yung mga mas paigtingin pa dapat natin at kung ano yung mga kakulangan natin during that time.
Pinaigting naman ang police visibility sa mga lansangan 2 linggo bago ang AELM. Mayroon ding advanced command post at mga nakakalat na CCTV camera sa mga estratehikong lugar para mabantayan ang galaw ng mga tao sa paligid.
But make no mistake, of course, yung ating mga operatiba sa field ay tuloy-tuloy yung kanilang pagtatrabaho at lateral coordinations are being made with other law enforcement agencies as well and all our stakeholders. Definitely, where we're aiming for a zero incident na APEC at mabigyan natin ng daan yung ating international leaders na makapag-meeting at magawa nila yung kanilang tungkulin dito sa Pilipinas na walang masamang nangyayari.
Ano naman kayang maaaring maiambag ng publiko upang matiyak na magiging matiwasay ang AELM?
I think kailangan talaga ng parang unity sa atin para magkaroon ng
di sundin ko kung ano yung sinasabi nilang pagbabawal, di sundin na lang natin para walang
Magandang asal para pagtingin sa mga ibang bansa, maganda ang Pilipinas.
The better the people of the two countries, the life become better. Okay, then like you said, our leader, the chairman will come here, then make the relation much more better. Okay, that's what we expect.
Be an upstanding citizen, not cause trouble, build relationships with people here.
Regional Director, Police Director Pagdilaw has ordered our field commanders to engage the public where they are, yung ating mga nasasakupon sa buong NCR, na malaman nila kung ano yung event na talagang mangyayari comes sa November, third week of November, para maintindihan ng publiko kung ano ba yung pwede nilang maitulong sa atin at inumpisahan namin yan by asking them to help us with information that they have on the field at matulungan yung ating mga kapulisan na maisagawa namin yung aming police operations to clear our communities of any threat, person or group or any illegal activities.
Kung may impormasyon, isumbong lamang sa Pambansang Pulisya sa pamamagitan ng pagte-text sa 2920 o kaya na may tumawag sa Patrol 117.
Sa mga nagbabalak na lumipad, magiging napakahigpit ng seguridad sa NAIA sa mga araw ng November 17, 19 at 20. Magpapatupad ng no-fly zone sa mga araw na ito. Kung kaya, iwasan mag-book ng flight at magpunta sa mga terminal ng NAIA sa mga nasabing petsa.
Sa APEC kasi magtataka sila bakit merong health. To think we're talking about economies and trade here. But then sabi nga natin, with healthy people around, magiging healthy din ang economies, pati economics, pati ang trade na natin, mas magiging maganda ang pag-unlad ng bansa.
Malaki ang pagpapahalaga nating mga Pilipino tungkol sa pagpapatibay ng ating kalusugan. Malaking bagay para sa mga tao ang isang malusog, hindi lang ng pangangatawan kundi pati na rin ng paligid na kanilang ginagalawan. Parte na ng isang maunlad na bansa ang maayos na health sector.
Well, hindi natin kayang sabihin na nasa maayos na estado na pagdating sa health status ng mga Filipinas o ng bansang Pilipinas. Marami pang dapat tutukan at ayusin. Malawak ito eh. Currently naman, ang ginagawa natin ina-upgrade natin, pinagaganda natin mga facility, mga government hospitals at mga health centers. Ang sa gayon maengganyo naman yung mga kababayan natin na gamitin itong mga facilities na ito.
Ngayong nga't host ng Pilipinas ng APEC, mapalad tayo dahil isa na namang malaking oportunidad ang dumating sa atin para mas lalo pang paigtingin ang kakayahan ng bansa sa pagsuporta sa kalusugan ng mga Pilipino.
So, ang APEC actually serve as a venue for us para magkaroon ng pagkakataon ng pagpapalit o pag-share ng mga experiences ng bawat bansa sa mga threat na naranasan nila as far as health is concerned at paano nila ito hinarap nang sa gayon huwag naman dumating yung puntong tayo magka-problema, meron na tayong mga pwedeng pagbasehan kung paano natin i-address yung mga ganitong problema. Isa sa highlight doon na kung saan tayo na-involve ay yung pag-uusap tungkol sa banta, halimbawa ng mga emerging infectious diseases tulad ng MERS-CoV, Ebola, na nagkaroon ng pag-share din.
Dahil bawat Pilipino naman ang makikinabang sa mga positibong epekto ng APEC, marapat lang na makiisa ang lahat para sa tagumpay ng pag-host natin ito.
Sabi nga natin sa pag-i-implement ng mga measures na gusto natin gawin, malaking role ang ginagawa ng mga kababayan natin dahil hindi natin kaya ito ng government lamang. I wanted to make sure as well that the people are involved, people are actually educated as well and well-informed on what they're supposed to do. Nang sa gayon, maharap tayo sa ganitong threat, malaking bagay na yung alam na kaagad ko ano yung mga dapat gawin. Included here is really orienting the people as well on what they're supposed to do pag nagkaroon ng ganitong banta sa atin. We're not really starting from zero here. In fact, ang Pilipinas ay isa sa mga bansa na meron naman nakalatag na plano na kung paano harapin ang mga ganitong banta sa ating kalusugan.
Samantala, narito ang ilang mga paalala para sa mga mangyayari sa APEC Economic Leaders Week.
Alamin natin ang mga sumusunod na preparasyon ng ating pamahalaan para sa maayos na pagdaraos ng APEC Leaders Week. Sa buong NCR, walang pasok ang mga paaralan sa lahat ng antas, pati na ang mga pampublikong sektor sa November 17 to 20. Wala namang pasok ang pribadong sektor sa November 18 to 19.
For the 2015 APEC Economic Leaders Week. I'm Michael Chapnick, and I'm with the APEC Secretariat. We have a full week ahead of us. To help get things started, we'll first hear from the APEC Secretariat's Executive Director, Dr. Alan Ballard, who will discuss issues and actions in view of as ministers from the 21 APEC member economies convene starting this afternoon, and leaders who will begin to meet on Wednesday. As the Executive Director, Dr. Ballard advances APEC's agenda and executes APEC's work program as mandated by leaders and ministers. He is based in Singapore. Followed by Dr. Ballard, we will give the floor to the APEC Policy Support Unit Director, Dr. Dennis Hu, who will discuss the findings of the latest economic trends. Dr. Hu and his team provide research and policy recommendations in support of APEC's work agenda. Once Dr. Ballard and Dennis Hu conclude their remarks, we can take questions related to the activities here during APEC Economic Leaders Week. Why don't we get started? Dr. Ballard?
Good. Thank you very much, Michael, and thanks for the opportunity to brief you. APEC is a big, complex organization with a lot of initiatives, so I'm aiming to give you a very brief overview of some of the big things that you might like to explore. APEC is all about economics, opening up the region, trade, investment, integration, and trying to increase economic growth and improve living standards. This year, Philippines has been hosting a whole series of meetings, and of course this is the climax at this time of the year, with ministers meeting this afternoon and then leaders, economic leaders coming in over the next few days. The theme that Philippines has put on this year has been a little bit different. It's about inclusive economy. So we've all seen very strong economic growth around the region, but it's been a focus this year to look at where that growth is going and how to improve the prospects for those parts of the economy that are not as well integrated into the economic push from the APEC region. And that has meant a focus on areas like small business, like services, like women in the economy, a bit on the environment, and some other disaster recovery issues also that Philippines has got an interest in. In the focus that we've had on, for example, small business, we've been trying to look at how electronic technologies that are opening up electronic commerce possibilities are working for small, medium enterprises, but also micro enterprises, so the very smallest as well. And there's a number of initiatives underway looking at those. In addition, we are trying to ensure that the work going on in free trade agreements, in trade facilitation, so red tape at the borders, how you get goods and services across borders through customs and so on, is working for small business as well as working for larger business. And in addition, we've of course over the last couple of years seen the development of global value chains or supply chains, and they're changing the picture for small businesses who used to find it very hard to trade unless you were large or a state-owned enterprise or something like that, and are now able to clip into supply chains and get the benefits of this sort of integration also. It's been a chance also for us all to focus in on services. APEC has led the way really for the world in terms of integration of manufacturing and merchandise trade, and that's all the pictures of goods going in big ships across the ocean. But actually, almost all our economies in this region are going through a transformation where much more important is the services sector. And so far, I don't think we lead the world in terms of services integration. But Philippines is a good place to start the work from because it already has a large international trade in services. And we've been going through looking at what the barriers to services trade is, and they're not traditional tariff barriers, they're much more likely to be regulatory issues in terms of getting not so much goods across borders, but people, capital, information, data, all those sorts of things. I'd say in addition to all of that, we continue our focus on regional economic integration, how we get the benefits of the forces of growth right through the APEC economies. And there too, well, let me focus on one big thing which was actually agreed last year. It's work on a strategic study for free trade area for Asia and the Pacific. A major study is now underway right through the whole region, and progress will be reviewed by ministers this afternoon and tomorrow. This report will be finalised next year, It is being chaired jointly by China and the United States, and it looks potentially at the future of trade arrangements around the region. In addition, we continue many of the areas of work on regional economic integration and also our interest in economic trends throughout the region. And at this stage, I'll hand back to our chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ballard. Now let's hear from Dr. Dennis Hu on his comments on economic trends here in APEC.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to provide some highlights on our latest APEC Economic Trends and Analysis report. This report comes out twice a year, and what we try to do is to provide the latest updates in terms of the economic situation and outlook for the region. Could you put on the PowerPoint slide, please? Okay, next slide, please. As you can see from the region, some of the most latest numbers that we have for the second quarter of 2015, the region grew by 3.1%. So we're seeing a much more moderate pace of growth, still positive for the region, particularly compared to the second quarter of last year in 2014, where the region grew by 3.4%. It's slightly lower than first quarter of this year, which grew at 3.2%. Next slide, please. In terms of drivers of growth, private consumption continues to be the main driver of growth for the region. We find that across all the APEC economies, private consumption grew in the second quarter of this year, ranging from about 0.2% up to 9.1% growth for the second quarter. Much of that is driven by much more lower interest rate regime in the region, which is gives a much more favorable in terms of credit and financial conditions. We also seen the recent drop in oil prices, which basically increases the disposable income for many households in the region. A recent PSU study has looked at some of the drivers of growth for the region, and we found that since the global financial crisis of 2008, we see the relationship in terms of responsiveness of GDP growth has become much more significant in relation to private consumption, much more so than what I would call a traditional relationship between trade and growth. That report itself is quite interesting, and please feel free to take a look at that report, which has been uploaded on the website a few weeks ago. Next slide, please.
Thank you, Dr. Hu. May we now invite the floor for questions?
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. Yeah, I've got one or two more slides. In terms of, if you can see here, in terms of trade, we see a major contraction in trade growth in the region, reflecting essentially the very slow global economic recovery in the region. In terms of exports growth, we see that it's actually contraction for the first 6 months of this year. Exports contracted by 5.9% for the first 6 months of this year. And in terms of import growth, it's even far more significant in terms of contraction by about 10.3%. Next slide, please. So this is my last slide. We see essentially moderate growth for the APEC region this year at about 3.1%, but we expect to see a recovery in 2016 to about 3.4% for the region as a whole. We see that reflecting recovery, particularly in advanced APEC economies, and that translates to improvements and pickups in terms of external demand and greater imports coming from particularly developing APEC economies. Having said that, of course, there remains to be some downside risk, which will have implications on the economic outlook for the APEC region. One, of course, is the persistent low prices in terms of oil and commodity prices. We also are concerned about the China's economy, whether China will be having a hard landing or a soft landing in terms of its economic growth. For the time being, we're still looking at an economic growth in China moderating to about 6.8 to 7% for this year. And lastly, of course, U.S. interest rates, when the U.S. will have its liftoff in terms of raising interest rates, whether it will be later this year or next year. We're not sure until the Fed decides. There will be a meeting, I think, in December to decide on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hugh and Dr. Ballard, for providing the context under which leaders and ministers are meeting this week. May I invite the floor for questions? Here, the woman in blue. If you could please keep your questions related to APEC, and please state your name and news organization.
Thank you. I'm Sophie from Mas TV, Macau. Okay, I have two questions for Dr. Ballard. Why did the committee this year set inclusive economy as the theme of APEC this year? And how do you evaluate the inclusiveness of Asia-Pacific economy so far? And also, obviously, some organizations and agreements like TPP exclude certain countries. Do you think this is against the spirit of inclusive economy? That's it. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. The focus on inclusiveness has generally been a focus within economies, not between economies. Actually, the record of APEC over the last several decades has been one where growth rates have brought economies together. So we don't think that's been really the need for the focus. The focus has been on what's been happening inside economies. We are looking at measurements for those sort of things. Of course, they're quite complex and they're not just economic. But we think also it's really, to be practical, too early to know what APEC's initiatives for this year what effects they will have had on the economies, because their multi-year programs is going to take some time to do. I see basically Philippines this year as having turned APEC in that direction, and we'll continue with some of those areas. Your second question, which I think was about trade agreements being exclusive, not inclusive. Well, of course, APEC is voluntary, inclusive, and moves forward by consensus. It's quite inclusive in that way. In principle, every economy's got a veto within APEC. I suspect you're really talking about TPP and the economies that are in that or not. That isn't an APEC initiative. They are 12 members all from APEC, but that's up to them how they negotiate that and how they open it up for potential new membership, and we'll watch that with interest over the next few years.
Okay. Hi, good morning. My name is Fitri Shaminam from the Brunei Times. Yeah, the question is directed at the panel, if any of you can answer it. So according to a report by the Manila Bulletin today, quoting Mr. Ganeshan Wignaraja, an advisor of economic research at ADB, SMEs are important in economies but not in trade. Data showed that Philippines' share of the world supply chain exports in 2013 was a negligible 1%. Brunei's share alongside Myanmar and Laos was 0. Could you confirm if this is the case, and if not, then what are your takes on the importance of SMEs in the region, including of Brunei's? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Well, that's very relevant to what we're doing, and the assessment obviously is that SMEs, and particularly micro enterprises, are much less integrated in trade than larger companies. But the numbers you are mentioning seem to me surprisingly low. I know, for example, Thailand, Vietnam, small, medium enterprises account for something a bit over a third of trade, and we're trying to open that up. Of course, it's a big question what you're measuring as small business in that. Can I ask Dr. Hugh?
Yeah, I think also in terms of initiatives, there is the Boracay Action Agenda to support micro and small medium enterprises, and that was unveiled this year in the Philippines here. And as part of that action agenda, they are trying to see how they can assist small and medium enterprises in terms of helping them to globalize and to be more plugged into global value chains. So there's a fair amount of work that will continue to be done from this year onwards to try to support them.
Question here?
Yes, Warren de Guzman of ANC. I just came from the briefing of PwC with regards to the CEO survey, the fifth one. They came out with some statistics. I'm not sure if you've seen it, but it shows that most of the CEOs in the region, about 800 of them participated in the survey. They're more concerned, actually, with regards to free trade. They see free trade as happening. They're not really concerned with regards to which initiative is pushed, TPP or FTAEP or RCEP. I'd like to get your reaction to that. And also, they saw that broadband will play a bigger role in expanding trade in the region, even more so than free trade agreements between sovereign states. Can I also get your reaction to that?
Yes, thank you for that. We have seen the survey, and it doesn't surprise me that chief executives say they want to see trade being made easier, and they're not necessarily going to get into all the details of this quite complicated noodle bowl of trade arrangements. And that's for all of us to help sort out and try and make it clearer for them. The role that APEC has played in this has been something of a test kitchen, testing new recipes for noodle bowls and coming up with interesting ideas that we can try out on a voluntary consensus arrangement and then help feed into some of the more formal, legally binding trade arrangements. For us, what's important is that it be easy to trade and invest and integrate and get living standards up as a result of all of that. There is a huge amount of stuff going on. We think that generally speaking, the technological developments at the minute are helping. So global supply chains, electronic technologies across borders that are making it easier. What we're trying to do is ensure that all those systems are harmonized or at least can talk to one another or work on common platforms. And increasingly, it is things like broadband and moving information and data across borders that's just as important as big container ships containing merchandise goods going across the Pacific as well. So I think we're right on board on all of that. Philippines this year has run a number of workshops with the business sector. We've had the same message from them, particularly out of the Philippines where there's a lot of software developers and operations in the services sector. They're saying it's not necessarily tariff barriers, it's what's in behind the borders, it's regulation for telecommunications, it's systems for getting information across borders, and they want to see that all happen seamlessly.
Maybe I can just add that it's quite known that trade on the online marketplace has been growing by leaps and bounds, and that within APEC itself there is a steering committee on the internet economy that has been set up and established this year to look into many of these issues and how basically economies can facilitate greater trade, particularly on the online marketplace.
Question here.
I'm Lee Bo Lee, Voice of America. When I understand, I appreciate what you guys are saying about this forum is not about other things, but economy and trade. But when much of the trade passes through the South China Sea, it's inevitable some member countries would like to discuss about it. So from an organization point of view, how do you accommodate the needs or the wishes of some certain countries like the United States want to talk about this issue, or accommodate the wishes of the host country who has consistently said this is not the right forum? So could you please give your, how do you plan to handle that? Thanks.
Well, you're right. APEC is about economic matters and only about economic matters. We're not like ASEAN or some of the other arrangements that would include security issues. So formally around the APEC table, those things don't get discussed. They're not part of formal APEC agendas. We're talking about trade and economics, and personally I'm not hearing about concerns on the trade side like that. There will, in addition, in Manila be a series of bilateral meetings. Those are private meetings between parties taking advantage of the fact that they're all here, and we won't know what goes on in those. That's entirely up to leaders and ministers how they handle those meetings. They're not formal APEC joint meetings. In addition, I'd just say that leaders at the moment are meeting in Turkey right now at G20. Clearly, they will be talking about security matters there. After they come to Manila, many of them will head on to Kuala Lumpur for the Asian Economic Summit. That does have a tradition where they can talk about security matters as well. Generally speaking, we find that from right around the region, leaders and ministers know that what has worked for APEC to get growth up and to get trade up is to treat this as an economic forum, and so we're confident that will continue this year.
Good morning, Ron Dulay from the Philippines. Sir, you've mentioned a while ago about the Philippines is a good place to start business. Can you elaborate on this, and how do you think the other member economies view the Philippines as a good place to start business?
No, I didn't say that. I gave some examples on the services sector. What Philippines has brought this year to APEC has been a couple of interesting backgrounds. A lot of small business, so a big focus on small and micro business. A big focus on services. Philippines is very advanced on the services sector, and particularly the trade in the services sector. So call centres, other backroom services, and increasingly front office services as well. So they have shown leadership on that side. In addition, I mentioned women in the economy, and Philippines is the only economy around APEC where women own most of the businesses. So clearly that's been a big opportunity for Philippines to talk about that and lead a number of meetings that have been focused on women in the economy, women in small businesses, women and technology, making finance more accessible to women entrepreneurs and so forth. So there have been particular Philippines focus, but in terms of good places to do business, you can look at the ease of doing business indexes that the World Bank puts out that we also use, and you can make your judgments out of that. One other big focus that is very Filipino this year has been on natural disasters and what it's meant for communities, because of course Philippines has experienced many different natural disasters. And there we've had a focus on how to identify those, how to predict them better, the issues around climate change that are leading to some of those disasters, how to ensure that global value chains are more resilient in the face of natural disasters. And we've had also some very practical initiatives about how, in the case where that happens, we can get disaster recovery teams, equipment and dogs in across borders quickly without getting them caught up in the usual customs arrangements and so on.
Good morning, Christian Esguerra from ANC for Dr. Ballard. The priority of APEC obviously is the establishment of the FTAP, and you mentioned earlier that it will be reviewed by the ministers later. But here you have another set of economies moving toward a similar direction, so it seems, with the TPP. So how do you see the TPP in light of your move toward FTAP? How do you see the two of them relating to each other?
So APEC, as I said before, has not been involved formally in TPP, but of course we've observed progress, and we'll all be pleased to see the text out in the public arena now so that we can judge that. And I think it's fair to say that APEC doesn't want to see different trade agreements going off in different directions, wouldn't want to see TPP as a rich economy club going off like that. And we've got the regional comprehensive economic partnership that Philippines and other economies are involved in, also quite well advanced. We don't want to see them going in a different direction. We have the Pacific Alliance, which was ratified this year and involves 4 Latin American economies, 3 of them APEC members. And there will be a side meeting on the Pacific Alliance and APEC leaders this time. And in addition, for the ASEAN Economic Community, it's 2015. It's the year when a lot of deadlines all come together on that as well. Actually, there's 150 trade agreements going on around the APEC region. It is very complicated. We see FTAP study as the way where we're able to judge where all those are going, how much they fit together, could they conflict with one another, and what might come to help integrate all that moving together into the future. So that's the main aim of the study. We're bringing them all together within that, and we'll be able to make a judgment eventually next year about how they fit together.
Man with the black. Thank you.
Hi, Dr. Ballard. I'm Teresa Serrano from the Associated Press. Would you say the leaders, would the leaders be talking about the upcoming meeting on climate change in Paris? And do you expect them to make a call for a more ambitious goal when they meet there?
Well, thank you. The leaders' statement, of course, isn't final yet until leaders approve it, so we'll have to see if they have anything to say about that. Generally speaking, they certainly will be talking about a number of initiatives that APEC has got underway. They're around more efficient use of energy. They're around environmental goods, where there's a list that's been agreed where we reduce tariffs down below 5%, and this is the target year for that to all happen. And we have some a number of quite practical work underway on low carbon model cities, one of which is in the Philippines. So they will be pointing to all of those, and we'll have to wait and see whether or not they specifically talk about the upcoming Paris climate change meetings.
Good morning. This is for Mr. Hugh. My name is Pangeran Punca from CNN Indonesia. On your slideshow, you mentioned about the APEC's GDP's growth. And how big do you think, if the Fed rate is really increasing next year, for the APEC's GDP growth? And how big is the impact for the trade, especially for the developing country, because potentially the US dollar is increasing too? Thank you.
Yeah, I think movements of interest rates in the U.S., first of all, will mainly have some concerns and implications on financial markets. But as long as the decision to raise interest rates and the amount of how much they will raise interest rates are done in an orderly and predictable fashion, I don't see them being a significant impact on financial markets. As you know, one of the concerns is that raising interest rates may see some concerns about capital outflow from emerging markets back to the U.S. But as I mentioned, as long as it's done in a very liftoff is done in an orderly fashion, I think that should be fine. But trade, I think itself, I think there has been some concerns that trade performance in the APEC region has been underperforming, and partly because, as I mentioned earlier, there's been concerns of the engines of growth in the region, China, U.S., and so I think it's important to take that into account in terms of the downside risk, whether China's transformation into a much more consumption-led economy is done also in an orderly and systematic fashion, and how much of that will impact on trade growth will be something to look at over the next couple of years.
May I see if there's any more questions? Going once, going twice. Thank you, everyone, for joining us today. Please check back at the APEC website, www.apec.org, for updates and developments this week. Thank you.
In coconut farming has major pharmaceutical plants in place. That center of marine biodiversity is a central hub for tech startups. That country known for handicrafts is also a leading spacecraft component provider. Look beyond the stereotype and see the opportunities. Join the APEC CEO Summit in the Philippines this 2015.
Sa darating no November 18 to 19 ay gaganapin ang APEC Economic Leaders Meeting dito mismo sa Metro Manila. The Philippines is expecting to welcome over 10,000 delegates from all the 21 member economies in what is considered the biggest event for any APEC hosting. The Philippine government has been preparing for this for years now. Inaasahan ang kooperasyon at pakikipagtulungan ng bawat isa upang maging matagumpay ang ating hosting. Dahil dito, mabuting malaman natin ang mga sumusunod na preparasyon ng ating pamahalaan para maayos ang pagdaraos ng ating APEC Leaders Week.
Sa buong NCR, walang pasok ang mga paaralan sa lahat ng antas pati na ang pampublikong sektor sa November 17 to 20. Wala namang pasok ang pribadong sektor sa November 18 to 19 para sa seguridad ng okasyon.
Isasara ang mga sumusunod na kalsada sa paligid ng Mall of Asia sa November 18. Diokno Corner Seaside, Coral Way Corner Seaside, EDSA Corner Macapagal, Macapagal Corner Coral Way, Diokno Corner Asiana, Macapagal Corner Bradco. Sa linggo ng November 16 to 20, isasara din ang mga sumusunod na kalsada sa CCP Complex area. Bucaneg Corner Rojas Boulevard, Vicente Soto Corner Rojas Boulevard, Buendia Avenue Extension Corner M. Halandoni Street at J.W. Diokno Boulevard Bridge. Sa linggo ng November 16 to 20 naman, mga APEC vehicles lang ang maaaring gumamit ng dalawang innermost lane ng parehong northbound at southbound lanes ng EDSA.
Sa parehong linggo, isasara ang buong Rojas Boulevard na ilalaan lamang para sa APEC vehicles.
Magkakaroon ng daytime truck ban sa South Truck Road mula November 16 to 20. Papayagan lamang ang mga truck mula alas 10 ng gabi hanggang alas 6 ng umaga. Magpapatupad naman ng 24 oras na truck ban sa buong Rojas Boulevard sa kahabaan ng linggong yun.
Tandaan din na mula November 15 to 20, magpapatupad ng stop-and-go scheme sa Magallanes, Skyway SLEX interchanges, at ilang parte sa Makati, EDSA, pati sa mga kalsadang nakapaligid sa NAIA. Sa tuwing daraan ang economic leaders sa mga lugar na ito, pansamantalang pahihintuin ang trapiko. Pagagalawing muli ang mga sasakyan kapag nakadaan na ang economic leaders.
Sa mga nagbabalak na lumipad, magiging napakahigpit ng seguridad sa NAIA sa mga araw ng November 17, 19 at 20. Magpapatupad ng no-fly zone sa mga araw na ito. Kung kaya, iwasan mag-book ng flight at magpunta sa mga terminal ng NAIA sa mga nasabing petsa.
Tandaan natin ang mga paalalang ito para makaiwas sa abala. At enjoyin natin ang darating na linggo ng APEC Economic Leaders Meeting. Ipagdasal natin ang kaligtasan ng lahat at ang tagumpay ng APEC dito sa ating bansa. Ipakita natin na APEC, it's more fun in the Philippines.
The threat of global climate change is more pronounced now, is more evident now. That the issue of pandemics is more at the forefront of everybody's mind with MERS, with Ebola, with SARS. So in that sense, you have to provide the basics for a lot more and given a new set of challenges with it. And perhaps the greatest difference is the degree of cooperation amongst the different economies, different countries in addressing what are increasingly less parochial problems and more global in nature.
Bright lights, city sights, shopping malls, little stalls, flip-flops, rock and roll, street smart, fine art, new and old, bronze, gold, warm, charm, hot and cold. Quick bites, fruity finds, nice smiles, wild style, cheap thrills, sky high, knick-knacks, welcome back. Every corner, fun, fun, fun. Manila, welcome back.
That group of islands with large amounts of sun is a world-leading microchip producer. That country with a #1 island in the world is the world's best at business process outsourcing. That place where people love to perform is a high-performance aircraft maintenance hub. Look beyond the stereotype and see the opportunities. Join the APEC CEO Summit in the Philippines this 2015.
one has to remember the Doha round of negotiations and the lack of the Doha an agreement on the Doha round negotiations. One would want a global agreement. A global agreement becomes most inclusive, and therefore the potential for growth for everybody is maximized. So absent that, then we have to participate in all of these regional trade agreements to for obvious benefits. No? They increase the market size, access to commodities, services, technology, etc. With the conviction that all of these have to be inclusive rather than exclusive. So the more inclusive it becomes, driving to make it more inclusive should be a priority for every country.
The Philippines has large amounts of sun, and it is one of the world's largest microchip producers. This country, with the #1 island in the world, is the world's best at business process outsourcing. This center of marine biodiversity is a central hub for tech startups. This leader in coconut farming has major pharmaceutical plants in place. This place where people love to perform is a high-performance aircraft maintenance hub. The Philippines is full of energetic fiestas and even more energetic social entrepreneurs. Look beyond the stereotype and see the opportunities. Join the APEC meetings and summits in the Philippines this 2015.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Sa joke lang humahataw ang idol na taxi driver. Uy, sa ulo lang may patong ang idol na tindera. Buhok lang ang magulo sa idol na tricycle driver. Maasahan, matapat, maayos. Tuloy nyo lang yan, mga more fun idols!
PECC, Pacific Economic Cooperation Council. We are the official observer of APEC. We're here to present you and share with you the summary of our annual report called State of the Region. And at our panel are Mr. Eduardo Pedrosa, who will be presenting the report. He's the Secretary General of PECC. And on his left is Ambassador Tang Kuo-chiang, who is the co-chair, one of the co-chairs of PEC. He is also the chair of China Committee for PEC. And on the right is Ambassador Don Campbell. He is a co-chair of PECC, also chair of the Canadian Committee for PEC. We will first start with the presentation by Mr. Pedrosa, following which we will have the Q&A session. Can we kindly ask you to identify yourself as you ask the question? Keep the questions brief and relevant. As you came in, I'm sure some of you may have been given the documents related to the briefing, some of the copies of the PowerPoint slides, and then the press release. If you need any more info, please go to pecc.org. The report will be available online as well, and please don't hesitate to contact us.
Thank you, Jessica. As co-chairman of the Pacific Economic Cooperation Council, it's a pleasure to be with you this morning, along with my co-chair, Ambassador Tang, who has been recently elected the co-chairman of PECC, the Pacific Economic Cooperation Council. For those of you who are not familiar with the Pacific Economic Cooperation Council, it is an independent, non-profit, policy-oriented organization dedicated to the promotion of a stable and prosperous Asia-Pacific. For those of you familiar with the lingo, it's a Track 2 organization, but very closely associated with the APEC economies, and we have official observer status with APEC. The report that we're going to be presenting to you is done annually. This is the 10th annual report on the state of the Union of the Asia-Pacific region. And without further ado, I will hand you over to our Secretary General Eduardo Pedrosa to present the report.
Well, good morning. Thank you all for being here. I think could we have the presentation up on the screen? Thank you very much. As has almost become a tradition, I always get questions on what is this cover of your report? What does this mean? Well, the tree, of course, I think represents the growth of the region. It, of course, has been growing. And what we wanted to really emphasize here with having the tree concept was the idea of inclusive growth. The foundations underpinning the tree are, of course, the foundations of growth. But the message that we wanted to convey to you today is that there are some blocks missing. The foundation isn't perhaps as stable as it needs to be. And there are many things that the region needs to do to promote further inclusive growth in the region. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. One more, please. Thank you. Well, Ambassador Campbell has already presented to you who and what we are. The report I'm introducing today is the State of the Region report. This is an overview of the major developments in the Asia-Pacific region. Chapter 1 covers structural reforms as drivers of growth and inclusion. Chapter 2, it's the results of the survey that we do every year on views of stakeholders on key issues. This year, our focus was on promoting inclusive growth and structural reform. And the third chapter is an annual index that we do on measuring economic integration in the region. Next slide, please. What I'll be focusing on today are the results of the survey that we do every year. This year we had the responses from 710 opinion leaders from the Asia-Pacific community. We did this from the 21st of September to the 16th of October this year. What I'm showing to you in this slide is the mix. It's a multi-stakeholder survey. Most of the respondents come from what we describe as the non-government sector, which is composed of academics, those from civil society, and many of you from the media. I hope some of you from the media actually responded to this survey. Those from government and those from business. I think in some lingo, what we're trying to do is to get views from APEC Street. Those people are really working on Asia-Pacific issues. Next slide, please. This is the breakdown of respondents by sub-region. As you can see, a large proportion come from Southeast Asia, where of course we are here today. That's about 34%. And then Northeast Asia and the rest of the region. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. What I'm showing to you here is, if you like, the big picture. What is happening in the regional economy? The average growth for the region has really slowed down from an average rate of around 5% growth to around 3.5%. This year, we're really seeing the lowest growth rate for the Asia-Pacific region since the bounce of 2010 from the global financial crisis. And what we think is there is therefore an urgent need to rethink growth strategies. Today, economies really aspire to and demand growth that is both sustainable and inclusive. So the question that we wanted to answer was where will future growth come from? What I would ask you to bear in mind is that much of the growth in the post-crisis period has been sustained by really what would be described as massive stimulus, either fiscal or monetary. These stimuli cannot continue indefinitely. We're already talking about the raising of, say, US interest rates. So in this phase of the post-recovery, really some consideration needs to be given to where the future growth will come from. Next slide, please. There are some initiatives that are already underway that could provide a substantial boost to growth. One of them is the recently concluded TPP negotiations. By some estimates, you're talking around $250 million to global GDP by 2025. The RCEP, the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, around $650 billion to additional GDP. And the proposed free trade area of the Asia Pacific, which would provide an estimated almost $2.2 trillion to global GDP. There are other propositions that are underway. APEC has a connectivity blueprint. The ASEAN Economic Community is due to be concluded and implemented by the end of this year, and the Asian Infrastructure Bank promises to provide a new source of funding for infrastructure development. Next slide, please. So we asked our panelists for their views on what did they think were their views on the outlook for the global economy. Drawing your attention to the far right of this slide, what you see is around 40% of respondents to our survey expected growth to be slower next year. And I think this really reflects a somewhat a sentiment that's growing on the negative. As I said, global growth this year, or regional growth, will be the lowest since the global financial crisis. We also ask respondents for their views on specific economies. Largely, they were quite optimistic about the United States, Southeast Asia, and the Indian economies. There was some pessimism about China and Russia. Views were split on Japan. If you look at sentiments by sub-region, North Americans and Southeast Asians were actually the most pessimistic about growth for the next 12 months. So what are the risks to growth that they face? So could I have the next slide, please? The top risk to growth is a slowdown in the Chinese economy. As most of you know, China's economy had been growing at around 10%, decelerating down to 8%. So this is something we almost take somewhat for granted, that this is something that's planned. There's a planned deceleration and trying to manage that quite carefully. Some of the risks in this list are those that are in the media almost every day. They don't surprise us. These are issues like unfavorable currency alignments, a possible sharp fall in asset prices. What I wanted to focus on today was the second highest risk to growth in this list, which is the failure to implement structural reforms. Close to 60% of respondents to our survey picked this as a possible risk to growth for their economy over the next couple of years. Next slide, please. This slide breaks that survey finding down by sub-region. What you see here are two sort of major things that I wanted to highlight. Number one is that this is a risk that is shared across the entire Asia-Pacific region. Everyone from North America, Southeast Asia, Oceania, and South America rated this as a potentially high risk to growth for their economies. The second thing I would highlight to you is compared to the survey that we did last year, the number of people selecting this as a risk to growth has substantially increased. I wanted to put this finding into some context. When the global financial crisis struck, there was a widespread acknowledgement that reforms had to be made to get growth growing. But to avoid a disaster of the magnitude of the Great Depression, some of these extraordinary measures that I mentioned in terms of fiscal and monetary stimulus were done. This has helped to support growth since the crisis, but it cannot go on indefinitely, and neither can these reforms. We use the term structural reform in the policy world quite a lot, but I thought it would be helpful a little bit to put some context and give you something concrete to explain what we mean. So could I have the next slide, please? What I'm showing to you is the number of mobile subscribers in the Philippines, where we are today, and the number of mobile subscribers per 100 in OECD countries. On your left, you have a nice picture of what a cell phone looked like back in 1990. Of course, no one really had cell phones back then, whether you were in the Philippines, any emerging economy, or an advanced economy. But what you see in the blue line is mobile penetration went very, very quickly in the OECD countries and started off somewhat slowly in the Philippines, but in the last 15 or so years, that penetration has accelerated considerably. Part of the reason for that acceleration are some of the reforms that took place in the Philippine telecoms sector regulation during the mid to late 90s. So this is just to give you a sense of what these reforms can do and why they are potentially important. We define structural reforms as changes in government institutions, regulations and policies designed to create a business environment that supports efficient markets, with the goal of structural reform to bolster the strength and efficiency of markets to enhance living standards. So I don't think anyone would really dispute that those reforms in the telecom sector were really a substantial boon to everyone. I remember when I still lived in Manila back in the mid to late 90s, it was incredibly hard to get a mobile, to get even a telephone line. Now it's much easier. You can just go to the nearest mall and pick and buy a SIM card. Those reforms are really essential and have changed everyone's lives, I think, for the better. Next slide, please. Structural reforms, as I said, they are ubiquitous. They cut across the entire economy. We wanted to get a sense of what the Asia-Pacific policy community thought was important. So we asked our respondents to let us know what they thought were important to the future growth of their economies. There are some ones here in this slide. What you see is 83% of respondents to our survey thought that innovation and entrepreneurship were very important to future growth. Reforms in the education and labor market, infrastructure, regulation, and financial sector policies. There were, I would sort of highlight to you, it's in the report, and I would draw your attention to it, some differences among respondents on what elements of reform were important to them. There was convergence on issues such as innovation, education, and labor, and there were divergences on the rule of law, competition, property use, business management, education, and social support. These findings tend to reflect the state of play in each respective economy's policy environment, and really tally very well with some of the sort of analysis that others have done on the policy environment in those countries. Next slide, please. I wanted to highlight education and labor. Analysis shows that some of the gains to productivity, the biggest gains, come from reforms in education and labor markets. But we wanted to get a sense of what people thought were priorities, where were their issues. The way we framed this question was to ask for the level of satisfaction that people had with each of the following in their economies. And what you see here is that respondents were least satisfied. They were least happy with the match between educational training and the actual needs in the economy, cooperation between education providers and employers, wage and working hour flexibility, the ability to secure skilled staff, and skills and labor mobility. And there was a fairly high level of convergence on these issues. I would highlight that those from emerging economies tended to have much lower levels of satisfaction compared to those from advanced economies. And at the very least, the conclusion that I draw from these survey findings is that there is a perception of a mismatch between education systems and the labor market. So addressing those will be critical for the next phase of growth. Next slide, please. Infrastructure is something that everyone, at least especially in the Philippines and around the emerging Asia Pacific, cares about very deeply. We wanted to get a sense of priorities in this sector. And what we found with the survey findings were that land transportation systems, there was the least level of satisfaction with land transportation systems, followed by sea transportation, and then broadband internet access. I've been reading the newspapers here, and I see some dissatisfaction here. I saw that for APEC, there's been extra bandwidth given, and the question being asked, I think, in some of the media here is, why can't we have that every day? Why can't every day be APEC Day? Specifically to Southeast Asia, 46% of respondents to our survey expressed dissatisfaction with broadband internet access. Next slide, please. So we asked this set of questions a slightly different way. The theme for this year's APEC meetings has been inclusive growth. So we asked the policy community what they thought the priorities should be, and these very much sort of tally with the findings on priorities for structural reform. It's the provision of education. Generally, it was very, very important. 75% or so thought that was important, very important. The second most important was reducing corruption, and the third most important was providing support to micro and small and medium enterprises. Those of you who have been covering APEC throughout the year, especially during the Boracay cluster of meetings, will know that the Philippines has placed this as one of the highest priorities this year, and they've come up with an action agenda on finding ways to help small and medium enterprises benefit from trade. Next slide, please. The sort of final big question that we have is that we always ask every year is, what does the policy community think should be the priorities for APEC leaders when they meet in Manila? And these really echo the themes that the Philippines has set for APEC, and as well as the ongoing priorities and core work program for APEC. So the first was progress towards the BOGO goals and the free trade area of the Asia Pacific. The second was the APEC growth strategy that was adopted in response to the global financial crisis. The third, SME participation, as I've already mentioned to you with respect to other questions. Corruption, climate change, and disaster resilience. Very important, I think, for the Philippines and other economies in this region, which are part of the Pacific Ring of Fire, and so on. You might be a little bit confused by this chart, so let me explain. What I'm showing to you is the percentage of respondents who selected these as top 5 priorities for the region. the ordering of priorities is somewhat different because these are weighted by the relative importance that our respondents gave to to the specific issue. Next slide, please. As a summary, what I would argue, and that these are the key highlights from the report, is that this is a very challenging environment for growth this year. There are risks in there, but the risks of inaction loom large, and many of those actions that need to take place are to those that promote inclusive growth. What should the priorities be? Is the pursuit of the vision of integration. It's important for driving growth, I think, as I've argued. You need to focus on broadening participation, removing barriers to participation as well, and then empowering participation in the economy. And then lastly, it's promoting resilience, resilience to climate change that we all suffer from, and as well as the disaster risk reduction. So I'll end my presentation now, and I'm happy to take any questions on that are germane to the work that we do and the presentation that I've just made. Thank you very much. So, any questions? So have I bamboozled you with far too much data and numbers to effectively engage your interest in this set of issues? Sorry, sir. Yes, sir. Could you identify yourself and your media agency, please?
Libo Liu, Voice of America. I have a question about TPP. As you know, that United States is pushing for more countries to join. But yesterday we heard from the Philippines trade officials that the country of the Philippines already enjoy free tariff, no tariff for 70% of the export to the United States. I'm wondering if TPP is really useful, or any other kind of trade, free trade agreement, is that useful to address what you just said about the slowdown in the economy here? If it's not free trade, what is it, or what are they that you think can really upgrade or enhance the economic growth in this region? Thanks.
Well, I'll begin. I don't know if Don or Ambassador Tang, if you would like to chime in on this. I mean, you mentioned that about 70% of exports from the Philippines enter into the U.S. market tariff-free. But of course, there's another 30% of goods, and I think you'd have to probably look at the trade-weighted average to get a real sense of the barriers to Philippine products that enter into the U.S. market. The other point I think that's changed in the way trade operates is that much of global trade now takes place through global value chains. Nothing is really produced in any one single economy today. They go through various stages of production in different locations around the world. Any country's or economy's ability to capture tasks or be part of those chains very much depends on sort of the general business environment, as well as the sort of final barrier to entry, the tariff rate, if you like. Because of the proliferation of FTAs in the region, those that have preferential access to the market really benefit very much from being part of that FTA because of the I don't want to get too technical, but because of the accumulation within the FTA, and so that it's not, you can't just look at the tariff within the bilateral relationship, but you have to look at this whole series of tariffs in the whole supply chain, and that's something that we look at quite a lot. I'd emphasize the importance of investment and services in trade today. The Philippines, of course, is known for being preponderantly a services-driven economy. Services are a growing part of the Philippine export repertoire, if you like, but there's much more that can be done to promote the export of services. So the entry of the Philippines into the TPP and indeed other trade agreements would greatly help, I think, services exports from the Philippines and other Asia-Pacific economies. So is it beneficial? I'd argue yes. A lot of the benefits that we model actually come from domestic reforms that need to take place within, say, customs and other things. It's a very complicated set of numbers. Happy to engage you one-on-one if you like. Don, you've been with us.
I guess I would just add that we tend to traditionally look at free trade agreements in terms of barrier reduction, but that is becoming a significantly less important issue in trading relationships as barriers have progressively come down in the WTO system and in the various trade agreements. And what is really important, and this feeds into the whole issue of structural reform, are what we call behind the borders sets of issues. And increasingly trade agreements, including the Trans-Pacific Partnership, are addressing these issues, and these are the ones that are going to, with the increase in efficiency, with the appropriate level of regulation, with the streamlining of the bureaucratic processes, those are the things that are really going to affect growth and trade. And as Eduardo has said, it is trade and services, it is global value chains, it is the ease of doing trade and investment that are going to be important and bring prosperity to the economies who are members of these. So I think those are the real benefits of an agreement like the Trans-Pacific Partnership.
Please, sir.
Good morning. My name is Aaron. I'm from the Brunei Times. I would like to ask a question regarding the surveys, the respondents on the most important factor promoting inclusive growth. And I would like to get the panel's opinion on the survey's respondents saying that public education is the most important factor. Generally, from real-life examples, I'm starting to notice that, for example, there's more and more people attending higher education, for example. But
could you speak closer to your mic? It's very hard to hear you.
Hello?
Yep.
Okay,
better.
sorry. So I was asking about the most important factor with regards to inclusive growth, and most of the survey respondents indicated that it was education. Now, judging more and more people are actually attending higher education, for example, but actually this is corresponding to a real-life scenario where there are more and more unemployed graduates. So I would like to get the panel's opinion if more education actually guarantees inclusive growth, and if it guarantees, what is the actual mechanism that it guarantees inclusive growth?
I mean, the economic analysis does show the need for higher education, especially as economic production and economic activities become more and more sophisticated. There are high levels of automation coming into the production process. It really does actually highlight the need for more vocational education. It's a very, very complex set of questions. So many of the jobs that we have today did not exist, say, 10 to 15 years ago. I mean, the classic example, of course, is right here in the Philippines with the BPO sector. It didn't exist 20 years ago. Is the education system coming out with the necessary skills for people to effectively engage in that? As the Philippines seeks to move up the value chain, you're moving from call centers to more sophisticated technical assistance things. Is the education system providing the skills for those people? And the other problem that you have is technology is moving so quickly. The classic examples we see is, say, the rate of adoption of technologies. Television took so many years to reach an audience of 50 million. I think Facebook did it in 2 years. Everything moves very, very quickly. It's not necessarily providing specific sets of skills, but the ability to continue to learn and adapt in this extremely fast-paced environment. Any others?
Excuse me, sir. I'm Sophie from Mas TV, and I have 2 questions. So the first one is, how do you think of the prospect of Chinese economy in the upcoming years, and how will it influence the regional growth in Asia-Pacific region? Do you think the GDP growth will continue to fall in the few years? Thank you.
there was a huge amount of interest in China's economy in our survey. China is a very important trading partner for most Asia-Pacific economies. I have an expert sitting next to me, so I won't impinge on his views here.
Okay. Thank you for your question. And I just want to make a few points about China's economic situation. First, I should say that China's economy and its slowdown was caused by the global financial crisis 7 years ago. And I still remember that a few weeks after the financial crisis, the mayor of Shanghai told me that hundreds of ships, ocean-going ships, had to stop in the harbor because many foreign orders for Chinese commodity goods were either canceled or drastically cut. Then, a few months after the financial crisis, the officials in Guangdong province told a group of diplomats that tens of hundreds of workers lost their job because of a closure of the factories which produces goods for export. So you can see the impact of the global financial crisis. And now the world is still in the weak recovery of the world economy. And China's economy is deeply integrated with the world. So China could not stand unaffected in the world today. We are still affected by the world financial crisis. So this is the first point. Second point, I should say that the financial crisis is a bad thing, but it's also a good thing because it taught China a lesson that for a country like China, which has more than 1.3 billion people, the export-driven economy was not sustainable for China. So from that time, we were determined to change the mode of development, to change the economic structure, to reform our economy, and to improve the industry. And we want to shift the export-oriented economy into the export and consumption-oriented economy in the country. And we also shift extensive model of growth to the intensive growth. And we also want to shift over reliance on investment to the greater balance between investment and consumption. I should say that we are now still in the process. But just now you mentioned the GDP growth. For the first half of this year, it's 7%. I should say it's not easy for China to achieve this target. And we should also look at this 7% in this way, that the 7% growth actually generates more increase in volume than the double-digit growth in the past. It's very simple. If we say 10% of 100, that's 10. If we say 7% of 200, it's 14. So definitely 14 is bigger than 10. And of course, I should say that the fundamentals of China's economy are basically good, and the economy is still within a reasonable range. So that's why I should say that we are very optimistic about China's future. There are many reasons. I just want to mention two. First, the China's economy is resilient and full of potential. And now we're going through a process of industrialization, urbanization, agricultural modernization, and also the IT application. It will provide great potential for China's future growth. And it's estimated that by 2025, China's domestic consumption expenditure will reach $10 trillion. Secondly, I want to say that the ongoing structural reform is constantly delivering benefits. So after China succeeds in its economic transformation and industrial upgrading, it will enter into a steadier, more quality-driven, and a more sustainable development stage. And by that time, I think China will play a better role as the engine of the regional as well as world economic development. Thank you.
Good. Are there any more questions? Yep, please.
I'm Victor Saulon from Business World, the Philippines.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning. You mentioned in your summary that one of the priorities is resiliency on climate change and energy. What are your views with the fact that the region doesn't have different levels of growth, different levels of energy needs?
I'm sorry,
Yeah.
very
What are your views on the fact that the region have different levels of energy needs? Countries in the region have different levels of energy needs, and they have different pledges on how they plan to cut gas emissions. So what are your views on this?
I mean, the Asia-Pacific region is an extremely sort of diverse set of economies, very, very different levels of development, some very advanced economies, some still emerging, some with some natural endowments in, say, energy sources. Canada, of course, has a lot of energy resources. Indonesia has endowments in, say, coal and other things. Canada, natural gas. Australia, natural gas. It's very hard to come up with a sort of generic or a single set of things that this region should do in terms of energy needs. What they have done is to set some specific goals on the reduction of energy intensity in terms of GDP production. So this leaves each economy at its own to decide how they're going to go about doing that. As far as I think you're really interested in the emission story. It's a very difficult issue to grapple with. We did some very similar survey work to this in 2011. The single priority that the policy community thought that policymakers could do was the promotion of energy efficiency to start off with. There are lots and lots of other things that people look at, increased use of solar, increased use of marine energy. There are questions about the future of nuclear technology and so on. It's a very complicated question, and I can't do a simple one. It probably deserves a very thick book, but thank you for the question.
We will have to take only one question now, as I think you have some other schedules coming up. If you have any other questions, please don't hesitate to contact us, and the report will be available online at www.pecc.org. One last question, please. Thank you.
Good. Well, I think we got off easy this morning. Thank you very much for your time. You can contact Jessica or any of us directly if you have specific questions on the report. Thank you very much.
envisioning inclusive economies in the APEC region. Intensify trade and commerce, boost in employment, innovation, and competition. This is the future of our economy with MSME globalization in the APEC region. The APEC region represents more than half of world GDP. It has experienced rapid growth in recent years, outperforming the rest of the world. Growth has soared in the APEC region, with real GDP doubling from just $16 trillion in 1989 to $32 trillion in 2013. Residents of the Asia Pacific saw their per capita income rise by 45%, lifting millions out of poverty. APEC economies' average GDP per capita increased from $7,423 in 1992 to $19,712 in 2013. This is higher compared to non-APEC countries' average GDP per capita of $10,863 and that of the world's average of $14,360 in 2013. MSMEs are the engines of growth and innovation in the APEC region. 95% of the total number of firms in the region are MSMEs.
Providing micro, small, and medium enterprises, or MSMEs, access to the global markets has become one of APEC's top priorities.
In May 2015, APEC trade ministers committed to put the MSME agenda at the front and center of APEC's work. The Boracay Action Agenda to globalize micro, small, and medium enterprises is a multi-year initiative to address the challenges faced by MSMEs in international trade. Driving MSMEs to go global.
Globalization has opened up new opportunities for MSMEs to participate in the global marketplace. However, due to the cumbersome rules and procedures currently in place, it has been difficult for them to participate.
MSMEs need access to market information and on-the-ground business information in order to participate in international trade. Streamlined customs procedures will also encourage MSMEs to enter the global market. APEC will promote policies that will create a conducive environment for e-commerce for MSMEs. The exponential growth of information and communications technology connectivity has spurred e-commerce. The Boracay Action Agenda calls for actions that will encourage buying and selling activities, business matching opportunities, and online to offline commerce. For this to happen, the government must ensure quality internet and infrastructure. This will provide major contribution to MSMEs that will create folds of opportunities and will bring the economies to an upswing.
The internet is a big game changer, especially for micro and small enterprises. It has enabled now even the smallest enterprises to participate in global trade. However, there's still many roadblocks in terms of being able to fully utilize the internet, so we need to remove these roadblocks.
The Boracay Action Agenda also recognizes the role of alternative financing sources to support enterprises. Government must develop policy tools which will reduce the perceived risk by investors and reduce the financing costs which are typically higher for MSMEs than for large firms. The Boracay Action Agenda aims to strengthen the entrepreneurial spirit of MSMEs by supporting their technology and innovation activities. Government will work with the private sector and international organizations to further highlight the role and contribution of MSMEs to inclusive growth. Through the Boracay Action Agenda, we aim to increase the number of MSME exporters and the value of their exports.
MSMEs account for an overwhelming majority of businesses globally. They also contribute the most to inclusive growth. Therefore, it is incumbent upon us to ensure that they feel the benefits of free trade.
Together, we will harness the power of MSMEs to reach wider markets, stimulate competition, support domestic job opportunities, and fuel economic growth towards stronger economies. Empowering MSMEs to globalization, ensuring progress and development, creating a healthy business environment for a brighter tomorrow.
Good morning, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, members of the press, thank you for being here with us today. On behalf of the APEC Business Advisory Council, also known as ABAC, I'd like to welcome you here to a press conference following the closing plenary of ABAC 4 in the Philippines. With us today are the chair of ABAC Philippines, and Ms. Doris Magsaysayho. She's joined by other ABAC members from member economies. We've got Sir Rod Eddington from Australia. We've got Tony Noel from New Zealand and Suzuki-san from Japan. We've just concluded ABAC today with a closing plenary, so I'd like to turn you over now to Ms. Doris Magsaysayho to give a press statement. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mabina, and thank you so much, members of the press, for being here. I'm pleased to report that we, the APEC Business Advisory Council leaders, and with me are the working group chairs, have wrapped our final meeting for 2015 as we prepare to meet the APEC leaders for our annual dialogue. As always, the goal of our dialogue is to provide the business perspective on what we believe needs to be done to sustain economic growth and generate jobs in our region. Our recommendations this year address the current challenges faced by both policymakers and business. We see them as twofold. The first is to generate new drivers of growth. Predominantly export-led growth is now giving way to more balanced growth with domestic demand playing a bigger role. The middle income trap is setting in some economies. The second is that while millions have been lifted out of poverty as a result of prosperity created by the integration of the APEC region, income inequality has been rising. At the same time, we face challenges to the sustainability of growth with dwindling natural resources, the rising demand for food and energy, and ever-present threat of natural disasters. We have proposed, as a response to these challenges, recommendations aimed at developing opportunities in new sectors of the economy, principally in services, and in expanding the participation of micro, small, and medium industries, MSMEs, to internationalize them into global markets. We also need to increase productivity and sustainable use of resources through innovation, enhancing connectivity, strengthening financial markets, and making our economies resilient to shocks. Particularly important is to encourage innovation to the development of the digital internet agenda and its ecosystems. All our recommendations are in our report to leaders with this year's theme of resilient, inclusive growth, a fair deal for all, which we are distributing out to all of you. I will highlight some of these key recommendations. The first, services make a significant contribution to economic growth and to promote inclusiveness. The key to unlocking the potential of services as an engine for growth lies in promoting its provision across borders, thus spurring efficiency and increased availability. Most of the impediments to service trade are not at the border, but beyond the border in the form of regulations. Until recently, APEC has not paid much attention to these impediments. They do now, and we are collaborating in these efforts by bringing the voices of business into it. The second is MSMEs. MSMEs make up more than 97% of business and employ over 60% of the region's workforce. Yet, they account for less than 30% of exports. We have found through research and dialogues that the reason for such low participation in exports includes complex customs requirements, access to foreign markets, and financing. Many of these impediments can be addressed by a robust cross-border e-commerce infrastructure and e-payment system, and so we have urged governments to take action to create a supportive ecosystem as a major step towards empowering MSMEs to go international. This year, we have also intensified and broadened the interaction between the public and private sector in an effort to encourage the adoption of the right policies to address impediments to growth in vital sectors including financial markets, mining, and energy. We work with APEC senior officials to organize dialogues on sustainable cities, on persons with disabilities, on participation of women in the economy, and preparing the youth for an economically integrated region. We will carry on the momentum we have generated on through the succeeding ABAC chairs, beginning with Peru, who have adopted the theme quality growth and human development. One of the major efforts next year to be spearheaded by Peru is in enhancing the rule of law across economies as they affect business operations. Our work through the years have been underpinned by our firm conviction that an open, predictable, and transparent environment for the free flow of goods, services, and investments is a necessary condition to generate new growth opportunities and in responding to this changing dynamics of the global economy. A free trade area of the Asia Pacific provides the comprehensive framework for achieving this enabling environment, and so we welcome developments towards its realization. The completion of the TPP negotiations is a significant step as we build pathways to the FTAP and encourage the RCEP negotiations to come to successful conclusion soon. Thank you, and we'd be happy to answer questions.
Please feel free to ask questions now. We have a short question and answer period. Thank you. If you would just like to stand up and identify yourselves, your name and the publication you work for. Thank you.
Okay, maybe I'd ask Rod Eddington to talk more about the work we're doing on FTAP and maybe services as well.
Thanks, Doris. As many of you who followed these issues will know, the TPP, a Trans-Pacific Partnership, which involves 12 of the 21 APEC countries, so it doesn't involve every country. The negotiations have been concluded, but the deal is still to be ratified by the member countries. So one of the things we did under Doris's chairmanship is to write a letter which basically will go to the leaders of all the countries involved, encouraging those that are involved to ratify the TPP through their own government systems. That we see as a key forerunner to the bigger opportunity which involves all the APEC countries, which is the free trade agreement in the Asia Pacific area. And that's an opportunity for further trade liberalisation within APEC. It includes countries that aren't involved in TPP, and it should underpin continued growth in inclusive growth to allow particularly the more developing nation economies to participate more fully in the economic opportunities in APEC. So we see trade liberalisation in general and the FTAP agreement in particular when it comes to negotiation as a major opportunity to drive inclusive growth in the APEC economies. Thank you.
Thank you, Rod. There's a question here.
Yes,
please
sir.
go ahead.
Hi, my name is Fidri Shaminan from the Brunei Times. I've got 3 very quick questions here. The first one is, with the recent conclusion of the TPP talks, should the relevant leaders now look into finalizing RCEP talks to expedite the formation of the proposed FTAP? And how significant is Brunei's role in realizing this initiative, considering that it is one of the countries with very few trade restrictions? And second one is barrier. What is the biggest barrier that prevents women's involvement in business within ASEAN? Thank you.
You want to answer first?
Thanks. I'll take the first one. You're right. The negotiations on the TPP have been concluded, but the agreement still needs to be ratified by all the member governments. And one of the reasons the ABAC group have drafted and will write to all the leaders in the TPP, in fact to all leaders in APEC, encouraging them to move as quickly as they can for ratification of TPP, is that the reality of these sorts of agreements is until the TPP is ratified and comes into force, governments won't turn their attention to FTAP. And you're right, There are important economies in APEC, including your own, which are not necessarily part of TPP and will be part of FTAP. So we recognise the pragmatic reality, which is while TPP is still to be ratified, so the negotiations have been concluded, but the deal is still to be ratified by the member states. Until that is done, we don't think we'll make real headway on FTAP. And FTAP is the big prize, not only for APEC, but particularly for the member countries in APEC that promote free trade but aren't part of TPP. Thank you for the question.
Okay, if I may answer the second part about ASEAN. I think ASEAN has, all of our economies in ASEAN have a particularly amazing opportunity today because we all have very young, vibrant populations. And what we tried to do this year was to identify where they could start participating and take advantage to benefit from this amazing thing called integration and open markets. Where we saw that the greatest opportunity lies in services. And there are very many regulatory reforms that do need to be addressed across the border. A lot of services are value chains. It's being able to apply services, whether part of somebody's global value chain or just part of services. And so there are many issues we have to address, some of which are on the certification, the mutual recognition of certifications, mobility, basically having the assurance that people who move across offering services have the same qualifications across. But the greatest opportunity we see is bringing SMEs, or anybody for that matter, into global trade through e-commerce. So we see that as a very exciting part, and innovation. And so the two areas that have to be addressed are how economies can build their innovation ecosystems, education, incubators, engineering, research labs. And the second, of course, is how do we address the barriers to e-commerce, to trading across borders. You saw the amazing trades in China, one-day single trade, and the opportunity for that is fantastic. So it could be either trading goods or services. And we made a report with the USC Marshall School. We have a 21 economy survey on where the impediments are, and if you can leave me your card, I'm happy to link you to it. Thank you.
Perhaps, Chair, if I could make a comment also, specifically in response to your question about the role that Brunei can play in moving RCEP towards FTAP. Of course, Brunei must be congratulated because it's been in this game for a very long time. Brunei was part of the P4, obviously, and the P4 has then evolved, of course, into the TPP. So Brunei has a very important role to play in showing its colleagues in the ASEAN world how that can benefit an economy, the way that it's benefited Brunei. Of course, Brunei is also part of the ANZFERTA agreement, Australia, New Zealand, and ASEAN. And that, once again, is a very high-quality agreement. So I think Brunei, to your question, has the opportunity to show to its ASEAN colleagues and its Asian colleagues that if you engage in high-quality and far-reaching agreements, it's not something to fear, it's something to encourage.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Maybe I could ask Suzuki-san to say a few words about the program on financial inclusion.
Thank you, Doris. Thank you very much for this opportunity. This year, under the strong leadership of Philippines, we have a very good progress in financing. As all of you clearly understand that finance is always side by side with the real economy. And also the big agenda for the APEC region is to how to give the opportunity for the MSMEs, micro, small and medium enterprises for the future growth. And the TPP is one of the aspects. Finance is other. And I'm very happy to report that we as a ABAC closely worked with finance minister's process, and in September, on the occasion of finance minister's Cebu meeting, finance ministers adopted Cebu action plan, which is the kind of first time mid to long-term roadmap for finance minister's process, which include a lot of recommendations from business side. And also they established, side by side with the private, an initiative which is called APFF, Asia Pacific Financial Forum. It was established about 2 years ago. And also this time, Financial Infrastructure Development Network. So with this strong platform for the cooperation between public and private, I think we can move things forward. And it really creates a big opportunity to let the capital flow to MSMEs as well as other enterprises in a very smooth manner. So with that, I'd like to conclude my remarks.
Thank you. And, okay, go ahead.
Warren de Guzman, ANC, for the panel. Why has APEC chosen to push for TPP when the Philippines itself has said that the APEC Secretariat has said that they don't want to push for any particular trade agreement? Also, why not any of the other, there are 150 FTAs there, RCEP, and why TPP?
I'm going to ask Tony Noel. Since I think...
Okay, look, I think, sorry, Chair. The first thing to say to your question is that APEC is not specifically pushing for TPP. TPP is one of a number of building blocks that we believe are important to achieve a free trade area of the Asia Pacific. So the building blocks at the moment that we logically have in front of us, TPP is one building block, RCEP is another building block, the Pacific Alliance with the South American and Central American countries is another building block. I would also say that the ANSFERTA agreement that I referenced to the last question, which is the ASEAN, Australia, New Zealand FTA, is another building block towards a free trade area of the Asia Pacific. Now these four agreements are moving at a different pace. Some of them are already signed, ANSFERTA is already signed, Pacific Alliance is already being implemented, and RCEP is moving perhaps a little slower than TPP is moving, although TPP, of course, is not yet ratified. It's not actually signed. The negotiation is for the time being finished, but the signature is not there. But ultimately, what the business community is looking for is a free trade area of the Asia Pacific. Now that aligns very significantly to what were originally the Bogor goals of free and open trade, and with a target of 2020 to achieve that objective. So TPP, yes, it's an important building block. So APEC is saying that we congratulate the TPP economies for achieving an endpoint to that negotiation, and we see that as another important building block towards FTAP.
Just a clarification, but you will be writing a letter to the TPP members to encourage the ratification?
We will be writing a letter to the TPP members that congratulates them on achieving an endpoint to their negotiation. And in that letter, we'll be referencing the importance of TPP as a building block towards FTAP, which is our ultimate objective.
Thank you. Yes, please.
Hi, good morning. I'm Ben De Vera, reporter of the Philippine Daily Inquirer. I'm just curious, what does ABAC think about the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, or AAIB? Do you think we need another multilateral lender like that when we have already the World Bank and the ADB? And of course, some of the member economies of APEC, like the United States and Japan, are not yet prospective members of the AIB. So for the private sector, do we need the AIB?
Thank you so much for your question. First of all, we have not discussed, particularly in AIB issue. Rather, we discussed a big picture. And as the ADB issued a report more than 3 years ago, that there are huge demand of money and huge size of the infrastructure investment to be expected to take place in Asia Pacific region, and amount it is said at $8 trillion. And $8 trillion is a kind of big size of money that the single nation or economy or composition of the number of nations even can't pay. So how to fill the gap is a kind of first priority issue for this region. And that's a part of the reason public-private partnership is a key for every and all infrastructure project. In that context, how to introduce private money into individual projects is a kind of key. So we have been working on some infrastructure checklist issue, et cetera, and how to bring the long-term investors' money, like pension funds money or insurance companies' money into that. But also important thing is multilateral organizations' role. It's not particularly in AIIB, but also ADB, World Bank, all those initiatives. And in our introducing private money, those are like pension funds, insurance companies. We have to be careful in structuring the project itself, because all those investors under heavy duty of, let's say, fiduciary types of, the fiduciary duty is a kind of key for their governance. So we need some transparency in each project, as well as the well-structured, so that they can invest long-term money into that. So we very much welcome those multilateral organizations to put money on that. And there are some discussions we understand about the governance. But still, with good governance and good structure, we very much welcome the multilateral organizations' money.
Thank you. Yes, you had a follow-up question?
Yes, please proceed with what you want.
No, go ahead.
I'm just curious, you said that it hasn't really been on the radar of ABAC, but perhaps in the future, maybe are you considering including the initiatives of the AIB, especially for under the Cebu Action Plan? One of the pillars is infrastructure development, and of course it was highlighted that there's a need to finance infrastructure projects across the region.
He was asking why we don't discuss this issue of AIEB.
Perhaps in the future, perhaps maybe, will it be part of the APEC agenda, ABAC?
It's in the APEC agenda.
Look, it is an important issue for the Asian region. Each individual government has its own position on the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank. Like many countries, Australia has joined and is committed to supporting and being involved with the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank. But that's not true for every APEC country. Not all APEC countries have decided to be involved, and it's a matter for each individual country. So it's not an issue that APEC can speak to collectively with any authority. It's really up to each individual country to articulate its position. Some countries joined straight away, and of course, countries that aren't part of APEC have joined the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank. The UK is a good example, but some APEC countries have chosen not to join it at this point in time. So it's not an issue that APEC can talk about collectively with the same sort of authority as the issues that Tony and Suzuki-san have discussed.
Is that fine?
Yes, thank you.
Good. I'd like to ask Tony Noel to speak on one of the areas that we consider really important in sustainability, and that is on the way ABAC is working and engaging with the ministers on food security. Tony?
Well, thank you, Chair. Food security, a very, very big issue for ABAC, a very big issue for this region, and it's been a key focus this year, particularly here in the Philippines year, when we're looking at how can we bring the small farmers, the smallholders, the fisher folk into the supply chain and increase their livelihood at the same time as increasing the food security for the country and for the region. Historically, food security has been something that's been largely managed by governments. But of course, food is produced and supplied largely by private enterprise, whether it's small individuals or whether it is large corporations. In the last few years, we've been driving a discussion within ABAC with officials, with governments, under the form of a public sector, private sector dialogue on the issue of food security. Now, of course, you can understand probably that from the business perspective, we believe that one of the best ways, in fact, ultimately the best way to give food security to the region is to have free trade in food. But that has a number of not insignificant issues around that. We see today some countries in the region pursuing policies of self-sufficiency. Whilst we can understand that at a human level, at a psychological level, in fact, from an environmental perspective and an economic perspective, that can be actually quite damaging to economies. And we certainly promote the concept of environmental comparative advantage, which says that you should use the best environments to grow a particular product in which they will grow best, and you use other environments to grow other products in which they will grow best, and then you have free trade to share the product across that comparative advantage. What we're trying to achieve, importantly, is a safe, nutritious, and sufficient supply of food to the peoples of the region. As I said, the smallholders are a very important part of that equation. And it's critically important that we increasingly use technology. We had a meeting in Iloilo 1 month ago, very much focusing on these issues, and we talked a lot about introducing new technologies into the food chain, and new technologies that can allow less waste, much better monitoring of production, etc. Using the Internet of Things, I'm sure you've heard about, and the cloud to facilitate that is becoming important in agriculture and food production. Also very important is the issue of services. Many services are required to have an efficient food trade and ultimately to have food security. So we are strongly encouraging that governments also open up the opportunity for services to be shared across the region, to be exported between economies, once again to underwrite this issue of food security. Probably the most concerning issue for us is the issue of non-tariff barriers and non-tariff measures. We see through the measurements of the World Trade Organization, the WTO, that non-tariff barriers are rising quite dramatically at this point in time. Many of those are in the food trade. And this is difficult because at the same time that we are having a discussion about TPP and RCEP in a free trade area of the Asia Pacific on one side of the coin, on the other side of the coin, we're seeing increasing protectionism trends, and non-tariff barriers and non-tariff measures are probably the most graphic example of those protectionism trends. So we will be focusing in 2016 very heavily on the identification of the most egregious, the most damaging non-tariff barriers, so we can strongly encourage governments to take action against those. The importance of e-commerce in food. Last week I visited China, and I was spending quite a lot of my time in China focusing on e-commerce for food. And this is rapidly increasing, particularly, of course, today for those products that do not need refrigeration, do not need a cool chain. But also, we are starting to see the evolution of e-commerce through the cool chain. This gives great opportunities to your smallholders to actually enter the regional supply chain and ultimately the global supply chain and value chain. So that's a very, very big issue. The importance of the cold chain and the cool chain to reduce loss. We all know a very simple concept, refrigeration, but it's actually quite scary when you go out there and look at how poorly refrigeration is in economies right through the supply chain, whether it's on ships, whether it's in trucks, whether it's in supermarkets. Still we see around the region some supermarkets who turn off the refrigeration at night when they close the supermarket, thinking that the product will maintain its temperature. Of course it does not. It's unsafe, and it creates a lot of loss. The last thing that I would reference also is the issue of the rule of law. We have a lot of problems in the region from a rule of law perspective with the ownership of land and the control of land. And of course, an orderly, proper control of land and ownership of land is necessary if we're going to see the private sector invest the amounts of money that we need to see to develop more productivity from that land. So rule of law also becomes an issue of more focus for us. I will leave it at that, Chair. Thank you, and take any questions.
I think we have time for one more question. No? I think we can end. No questions?
More questions?
Okay, if there are no burning questions, I want to thank you all very much for being here with us. And as I mentioned, we have our report to leaders available for you. It's also on abaconline.com. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to also remind you that tomorrow we have the SME Summit, the APEC SME Summit, taking place at the Green Sun Hotel in Pasang Tamo, Makati. And we have a press conference there at 11:30. And you're all invited to come. Hope we see you there. Thank you.
Okay.
It was well said.
Ang host ngayong taon ng Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation o APEC. Dahil dito darating sa bansa ang mga leader ng 21 member economies na bumubuo sa APEC at pag-uusapan nila ang mga kasunduan at pulisiyang makakatulong sa ating kalakalan. Pero ang tanong ng marami, ano nga ba ang APEC? Ang APEC o Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation ay isang organisasyong nabuo noong 1989 para isulong ang free trade o malayang kalakalan ng mga ekonomiya at tanggalin ang mga balakid sa pangangalakal. Sa katunayan, mahigit 80% ng Philippine trade ay mula sa APEC at mahigit 30% naman ng Philippine net foreign direct investments noong 2014 na nagdala ng mga trabaho at oportunidad para sa mga Pilipino ang galing rin sa mga kasamahan natin sa APEC. Isinasagawa ang APEC taon-taon kung saan nagpupulong ang mga kinatawan ng mga ekonomiya para pag-usapan ng mga issue tulad ng anti-corruption and transparency, environmental goods and services, and counter-terrorism. Food security kasama rin dyan, trade policies, at marami pang iba. Sa mga nakaraang buwan, ginanap ang mga meeting na ito sa iba't ibang lugar sa bansa tulad ng Tagaytay, Boracay, Iloilo at Cebu upang masaksihan ng mga delegado ang ganda ng Pilipinas at ang ipinagmamalaki nating Filipino hospitality. Ngunit hindi dito natatapos ang lahat. Sa darating no November 18 to 19 ay gaganapin ang APEC Economic Leaders Meeting dito mismo sa Metro Manila. The Philippines is expecting to welcome over 10,000 delegates from all the 21 member economies in what is considered the biggest event for any APEC hosting. The Philippine government has been preparing for this for years now. Inaasahan ang kooperasyon at pakikipagtulungan ng bawat isa upang maging matagumpay ang ating hosting. Dahil dito, mabuting malaman natin ang mga sumusunod na preparasyon ng ating pamahalaan para maayos ang pagdaraos ng ating APEC Leaders Week.
Sa buong NCR, walang pasok ang mga paaralan sa lahat ng antas pati na ang pampublikong sektor sa November 17 to 20. Wala namang pasok ang pribadong sektor sa November 18 to 19. Para sa seguridad ng okasyon,
isasara ang mga sumusunod na kalsada sa paligid ng Mall of Asia sa November 18. Diokno Corner Seaside, Coral Way Corner Seaside, EDSA Corner Macapagal, Macapagal Corner Coral Way, Diokno Corner Asiana, Macapagal Corner Bradco. Sa linggo ng November 16 to 20, isasara din ang mga sumusunod na kalsada sa CCP Complex area. Bucaneg, Corner Rojas Boulevard. Vicente Soto, Corner Rojas Boulevard. Buendia Avenue Extension, Corner M. Halandoni Street. At J.W. Diokno Boulevard Bridge. Sa linggo ng November 16 to 20 naman, mga APEC vehicles lang ang maaaring gumamit ng dalawang innermost lane ng parehong northbound at southbound lanes ng EDSA.
sa parehong linggo, isasara ang buong Rojas Boulevard na hilalaan lamang para sa APEC vehicles.
Magkakaroon ng daytime truck ban sa South Truck Road mula November 16 to 20. Papayagan lamang ang mga truck mula alas 10 ng gabi hanggang alas 6 ng umaga. Magpapatupad naman ng 24 oras na truck ban sa buong Rojas Boulevard sa kahabaan ng linggong yun.
Tandaan din na mula November 15 to 20, magpapatupad ng stop-and-go scheme sa Magallanes, Skyway SLEX interchanges, at ilang parte sa Makati, EDSA, pati sa mga kalsadang nakapaligid sa NAIA. Sa tuwing daraan ang economic leaders sa mga lugar na ito, pansamantalang pahihintuin ang trapiko. Pagagalawing muli ang mga sasakyan kapag nakadaan na ang economic leaders.
Sa mga nagbabalak na lumipad, magiging napakahigpit ng seguridad sa NAIA sa mga araw ng November 17, 19 at 20. Magpapatupad ng no-fly zone sa mga araw na ito. Kung kaya, iwasan mag-book ng flight at magpunta sa mga terminal ng NAIA sa mga nasabing petsa.
Tandaan natin ang mga paalalang ito para makaiwas sa abala. Enjoyin natin ang darating na linggo ng APEC Economic Leaders Meeting. Ipagdasal natin ang kaligtasan ng lahat at ang tagumpay ng APEC dito sa ating bansa. Ipakita natin na APEC, it's more fun in the Philippines.
Our world is getting smaller. People, businesses, and economies grow closer together. At APEC, we imagine the possibilities when there is dialogue and cooperation. When diverse communities work together through trade, good things can happen. More choices for consumers. More business opportunities, more jobs, and better standards of living for all. At APEC, we make this a reality by advancing free trade for Asia-Pacific prosperity. Established in 1989 with 12 economies, APEC's membership now totals 21. Recognizing the pace of implementation for differing levels of economic development, APEC leaders in Bogor, Indonesia committed in 1994 to achieve the goal of free and open trade and investment in the Asia-Pacific no later than 2020. This is the fundamental commitment that shapes most of what we do. So how have we set about achieving these goals? Through three broad work areas: trade and investment liberalization, business facilitation, and economic and technical cooperation, also known as APEC's 3 pillars. The first pillar, trade and investment liberalization, focuses on opening up markets and integrating economies in the region. The second, business facilitation, aims to improve the ease of doing business and reduce trading costs across economies. The third, economic and technical cooperation, enables businesses to take advantage of global trade in a sustainable way. APEC helps the transition towards regional economic integration by ensuring that people are well placed to gain from global trade in the long term. From helping small businesses get loans and access foreign markets, to educating youth in the use of information technology, and empowering women to play a bigger role in APEC economies. A tough challenge, sure, but consider this. There have been significant reductions in average tariffs in APEC over the past 20 years. Trade facilitation, which makes it easier, cheaper, and faster to trade across borders, has also saved businesses billions of dollars with initiatives like simplifying customs procedures and making it quicker for business people to travel with the APEC Business Travel Card. Structural reform makes doing business easier and helps ensure higher quality growth across the APEC region by promoting competition and developing stronger social safety nets. APEC's work on reducing tariffs positively impacts trade and investment and overall development. Over a span of 10 years, the GDP of many APEC economies grew dramatically. Employment increased significantly, and poverty was greatly reduced. Going beyond traditional trade and investment areas, APEC also undertakes work that reflects new regional challenges. Implementing projects that help the region reduce disruptions in the supply chain in the event of a disaster. Developing guidelines and building the capacity of economies and businesses to help them deal with pandemics. And focusing on strengthening energy security to help build a sustainable future. But as the world grows ever smaller and economies grow closer, APEC's role becomes ever greater and more relevant. So that as incomes rise, poverty falls, and the gap between developing and industrialized economies narrows, there really can be progress for all. APEC, advancing free trade for Asia-Pacific prosperity.
In 2015, the Philippines hosts APEC once again. Work is about to get a lot more fun. 9 cities, countless wonders. Next year, find out just how well fun works.
To introduce the Honorable National Economic Development Authority, our national planning.
Your Excellencies, members are regularly stifled in mind that we would have preferred to hold this meeting in the shadows of one of the countries most APEC economic. This morning,
one to emerging infectious
due to climate change. We
A great pleasure and honor.
Because I'd like to welcome all our foreign dentists. So we've started to do all possible investments by teaching them modern ways of
such high quality lineup and scope social trade on agriculture and trade from wide economic influence stand on biotech people and help this around really. But the workers to get the politician on the contrary.
We'd like to start. That vision would become steered towards content with honorability. I'll turn over to Mike.
Son.
Sa darating na November 18 to 19 ay gaganapin ang APEC Economic Leaders Meeting dito mismo sa Metro Manila. The Philippines is expecting to welcome over 10,000 delegates from all the 21 member economies in what is considered the biggest event for any APEC hosting. The Philippine government has been preparing for this for years now. Inaasahan ang kooperasyon at pakikipagtulungan ng bawat isa upang maging matagumpay ang ating hosting. Dahil dito, mabuting malaman natin ang mga sumusunod na preparasyon ng ating pamahalaan para maayos ang pagdaraos ng ating APEC Leaders Week.
Sa buong NCR, walang pasok ang mga paaralan sa lahat ng antas pati na ang pampublikong sektor sa November 17 to 20. Wala namang pasok ang pribadong sektor sa November 18 to 19. Para sa seguridad ng okasyon,
Isasara ang mga sumusunod na kalsada sa paligid ng Mall of Asia sa November 18. Diokno Corner Seaside, Coral Way Corner Seaside, EDSA Corner Macapagal, Macapagal Corner Coral Way, Diokno Corner Asiana, Macapagal Corner Bradco. Sa linggo ng November 16 to 20, isasara din ang mga sumusunod na kalsada sa CCP Complex area. Bucaneg Corner Rojas Boulevard, Vicente Soto Corner Rojas Boulevard, Buendia Avenue Extension Corner M. Halandoni Street at J.W. Diokno Boulevard Bridge. Sa linggo ng November 16 to 20 naman, mga APEC vehicles lang ang maaaring gumamit ng dalawang innermost lane ng parehong northbound at southbound lanes ng EDSA.
sa parehong linggo, isasara ang buong Rojas Boulevard na ilalaan lamang para sa APEC vehicles.
Magkakaroon ng daytime truck ban sa South Truck Road mula November 16 to 20. Papayagan lamang ang mga truck mula alas 10 ng gabi hanggang alas 6 ng umaga. Magpapatupad naman ng 24 oras na truck ban sa buong Rojas Boulevard sa kahabaan ng linggong yun.
Tandaan din na mula November 15 to 20, magpapatupad ng stop-and-go scheme sa Magallanes, Skyway SLEX interchanges, at ilang parte sa Makati, EDSA, pati sa mga kalsadang nakapaligid sa NAIA. Sa tuwing daraan ang economic leaders sa mga lugar na ito, pansamantalang pahihintuin ang trapiko. Pagagalawing muli ang mga sasakyan kapag nakadaan na ang economic leaders.
Sa mga nagbabalak na lumipad, magiging napakahigpit ng seguridad sa NAIA sa mga araw ng November 17, 19 at 20. Magpapatupad ng no-fly zone sa mga araw na ito. Kung kaya, iwasan mag-book ng flight at magpunta sa mga terminal ng NAIA sa mga nasabing PEDSA.
Tandaan natin ang mga paalalang ito para makaiwas sa abala. At enjoyin natin ang darating na linggo ng APEC Economic Leaders Meeting. Ipagdasal natin ang kaligtasan ng lahat at ang tagumpay ng APEC dito sa ating bansa. Ipakita natin na APEC, it's more fun in the Philippines.
average, from the time we started, growth has been pegged at about 6.2%. And we're hoping that we will maintain that or even increase that number. There have been massive investments, especially in the social services, multiples for the budget, for health, for education in particular. Our mantra is inclusive growth. The only way to be able to achieve inclusive growth if we invest in the human capital, which we think is the greatest single resource. There's still tumult in the global economic sphere. The question of refugees is also at the forefront of everybody's mind, stability, terrorism, pandemics. But that's where fora like APEC comes into the picture. A platform where we can really concentrate on synergies and complementarities between the various economies, leading to positive changes in each of our individual societies. Whereas absent that fora, you will all be relegated to parochial concerns. You now have a venue that you can actually see commonality of problems and a lot of times synergies between solutions proposed so that everybody takes care of their parochial concerns while expanding their own capabilities to do so by growing their own respective economies.
More fun. Philippine Islands. It's more fun in the Philippines. More fun in the Philippines. Philippine Islands.
Planning a meeting? It's good to know that when work meets fun, success happens. For example, did you know that a warm climate improves well-being? And studies show that taking a break outdoors increases attention span by 20%. Research says that meeting in blue rooms enhances productivity, while bright colors inspire creativity. It has also been proven that smiling releases endorphins and lowers stress. So it's good to know that you are with the happiest people in the world. So for your next meeting, convention, or business event, meet in the Philippines. Where fun works. Research proves that smiling releases endorphins and lowers stress. So for your next meeting, convention, or business event, meet in the Philippines, where fun works. Did you know that a warm climate improves well-being? So for your next meeting, convention, or business event, meet in the Philippines, where fun works.
Sa November 18 at 19, idadao sa Maynila ang APEC Economic Leaders Meeting o AELM. Dadaluhan ito ng mga World Economic Leader mula sa 21 member economies ng Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation o APEC. Dito ilalatag sa kanila ang mga napag-usapan sa mga isinagawang APEC meeting sa iba't ibang lugar sa Pilipinas sa loob ng halos isang taon. Kasabay nito, maganda ring oportunidad ang APEC para sa mga kabataan upang makilahok sila sa isa sa mga makasaysayan at inaabangang pagpupulong sa buong mundo.
Ano po yung APEC?
APEC is actually, for me, isa siyang samahan ng mga bansa na kung saan naglayong mapaunlad yung ekonomiya ng bawat miyembro nito.
Ay, wala pong idea eh.
Ano siya, gathering ng mga Asian countries para mas mapalawak natin yung relationship ng bawat isa.
I don't know. Wala akong idea po.
Sa tingin ko, yung Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation ay isa siyang samahan ng mga ekonomiya na nag-uusap-usap at nagkakasundo upang mapaunlad ang ating ekonomiya at para mapaangat ang estado ng pamumuhay dito sa Pilipinas at sa kanila ding mga ekonomiya.
January 31, 1989 nang unang nabanggit ang ideya ng APEC sa talumpati ni dating Australian Prime Minister Bob Hawke sa Seoul, South Korea. Makalipas ang 10 buwan, nagpulong ang 12 founding member economies, kabilang ang Pilipinas, sa Canberra, Australia para itatag ang APEC. Ngayong host ang Pilipinas ng APEC 2015, isa sa 4 na prioridad ang pamumuhunan sa pagpapaunlad ng yamang tao. Isa sa mga nakikitang paraan upang makamit ito ang pagpapabuti sa sektor ng edukasyon.
Sa tingin ko, yung maunlad na ekonomiya ay malalaman mo mula sa kanila education system kung ito ay angat at mas nakakasabay siya sa ibang bansa na mas maunlad kaysa dito. Sa tingin ko naman po, ngayon, nakakasabay po tayo sa mga education system nila kasi hindi naman po madali yung mga inaaral po naming mga estudyante. Mag-uusap sila sa APEC ng madaming mga bagay. Una, sa kagaya ng sa education system natin, mas makakapag-usap sila kung paano ba yung mga dapat nilang gawin upang mas mapaunlad yung mga naiisip ng mga estudyante, paano yung mga sa school.
Sa mga nagdaang APEC meeting, ibinida ng mga ekonomiya ang kani-kanyang sistema ng edukasyon na naging susi nila tungo sa kaunlaran. Ito ang dahilan kung bakit patuloy na nagsusumikap ang pamahalaan na iangat ang kalidad ng edukasyon sa bansa. Pinakahuling hakbang para rito ang pagpapatupad ng K-12 Basic Education Program o ang pagdaragdag ng 2 taon sa high school.
If we stay where we are right now, we will not be able to compete. So no matter what people say that K-12 should not yet be implemented because we have no classrooms yet, or we don't have enough classrooms, I think we should look at, let us implement K-12 as soon as possible and let us build the classrooms as soon as possible.
Tinalakay rin sa mga pagpupulong ang pagkakaroon ng mabilis na internet connection sa bansa.
If you have a very good internet connection, you can educate more people.
Alamin natin ang mga sumusunod na preparasyon ng ating pamahalaan para sa maayos na pagdaraos ng APEC Leaders Week. Magkakaroon ng daytime track ban sa South Track Route mula November 16 to 20. Papayagan lamang ang mga truck mula alas 10 ng gabi hanggang alas 6 ng umaga. Magpapatupad naman ng 24 oras na track ban sa buong Rojas Boulevard sa kahabaan ng linggong iyon.
Sa simpleng pananaw sa APEC, ganun kahalaga yan. At sa ating mga kababayan, isang malaking bagay yan para siguraduhin magkaroon tayo ng trabaho, siguraduhin makapasok tayo sa mga merkado nila.
Hindi maikakailang maraming mga produktong world-class ang may pagmamalaki ng Pilipinas. Sa pamamagitan nito, na ipakikilala natin ang husay at galing ng Pinoy. Ngayong at host ng Pilipinas ng APEC 2015, layong palakasin nito at gawing globally competitive ang micro, small and medium enterprises o MSMEs na itinuturing na backbone ng ating ekonomiya.
Marami rin ibang pinag-usapan sa APEC tulad ng disaster relief, health issues, environment. Mga importante rin to. Pero kung ekonomiya ang pag-uusapan at sa trade, ang tingin namin talaga ang mahalaga rito yung kapakanan at mga interest ng micro, small, medium enterprises. Mismo yan yung mga micro enterprise. Yan yung mga minsan tinatawag natin doon, micro and small enterprises. Yan yung mga may tindahan sa ating komunidad. Yan yung mga gumagawa ng mga damit, mga bag na empleyado, mga 10. Sa atin, itong MISMI, mga micro, small, medium enterprises, kailangan bigyan natin ng pansin yung mga pangangailangan nila. At kasama doon ay yung mga polisiya, mga proseso, mga regulasyon ng gobyerno ay dapat pag-aralan mabuti at i-simplify, gawing mas madali.
Ako po si Leonor Kulitang Sabingat po, 43 years old. Kami po yung grupo ng mga SMEs na nagmamanufacture ng mga veggie-based products po, tulad ng mga veggie chips, veggie cookies, ng mga preserved fruits po, mga nuts, peanut butters, mga ganyan. Sa competition po, matututo tayong mag-improve ng ating product, mag-innovate ng iba pa, tututo tayong mag-package ng mas maganda sa tingin. Alam naman na natin na gawa ng Pilipinas talaga is patok din sa taste ng ibang bansa po. Katulong ng mga line agencies po, katulad ng sa DTI, sa DOLE, meron po. Marami po kaming series of trainings, workshop, mga ganun po.
The SME agenda is very critical actually, not only to APEC, but to the forward movement of global trade in general. Because SMEs are one of the strongest voices now opposing global trade. And that is because they hardly feel the benefits of global trade.
To achieve inclusive growth, it is imperative that our SMEs must be competitive and be able to participate in global value chains. For Filipino SMEs to succeed internationally, they need access to open, transparent, and efficient markets.
Bright lights, city sights, shopping malls, little stalls, flip-flops, rock and roll, street smart, fine art, new and old, bronze, gold, warm, charm, hot and cold. Quick bites, fruity finds, nice smiles, wild style, cheap thrills, sky high, knick-knacks, welcome back. Every corner, fun, fun, fun. Manila, welcome back.
Mahalaga siguro tignan natin yung talagang tema ng Pilipinas. Ang team natin this year, talagang inclusive growth.
For MSEs to take part in the regional and global value chains, we need to identify measures that will provide an open and transparent business environment that will serve as seedbed for innovation and entrepreneurship. We want the sector to be able to participate in the global chain by providing them easier access to finance, markets, and innovation.
Ang Pilipinas ang host ngayong taon ng Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation o APEC. Dahil dito darating sa bansa ang mga leader ng 21 member economies na bumubuo sa APEC at pag-uusapan nila ang mga kasunduan at pulisiyang makakatulong sa ating kalakalan. Pero ang tanong ng marami, ano nga ba ang APEC? Ang APEC o Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation ay isang organisasyong nabuo noong 1989 para isulong ang free trade o malayang kalakalan ng mga ekonomiya at tanggalin ang mga balakid sa pangangalakal. Sa katunayan, mahigit 80% ng Philippine trade ay mula sa APEC at mahigit 30% naman ng Philippine net foreign direct investments noong 2014 na nagdala ng mga trabaho at oportunidad para sa mga Pilipino ang galing rin sa mga kasamahan natin sa APEC. Isinasagawa ang APEC taon-taon kung saan nagpupulong ang mga kinatawan ng mga ekonomiya para pag-usapan ng mga issue tulad ng anti-corruption and transparency, environmental goods and services, and counter-terrorism. Food security kasama rin dyan, trade policies, at marami pang iba. Sa mga nakaraang buwan, ginanap ang mga meeting na ito sa iba't ibang lugar sa bansa tulad ng Tagaytay, Boracay, Iloilo at Cebu upang masaksihan ng mga delegado ang ganda ng Pilipinas at ang ipinagmamalaki nating Filipino hospitality. Ngunit hindi dito natatapos ang lahat. Sa darating na November 18 to 19 ay gaganapin ang APEC Economic Leaders Meeting dito mismo sa Metro Manila. The Philippines is expecting to welcome over 10,000 delegates from all the 21 member economies in what is considered the biggest event for any APEC hosting. The Philippine government has been preparing for this for years now. Inaasahan ang kooperasyon at pakikipagtulungan ng bawat isa upang maging matagumpay ang ating hosting. Dahil dito, mabuting malaman natin ang mga sumusunod na preparasyon ng ating pamahalaan para maayos ang pagdaraos ng ating APEC Leaders Week.
Sa buong NCR, walang pasok ang mga paaralan sa lahat ng antas pati na ang pampublikong sektor sa November 17 to 20. Wala namang pasok ang pribadong sektor sa November 18 to 19. Para sa seguridad ng okasyon,
Isasara ang mga sumusunod na kalsada sa paligid ng Mall of Asia sa November 18. Diokno Corner Seaside, Coral Way Corner Seaside, EDSA Corner Macapagal, Macapagal Corner Coral Way, Diokno Corner Asiana, Macapagal Corner Bradco. Sa linggo ng November 16 to 20, isasara din ang mga sumusunod na kalsada sa CCP Complex area. Bucaneg, Corner Rojas Boulevard. Vicente Soto, Corner Rojas Boulevard. Buendia Avenue Extension, Corner M. Halandoni Street. At J.W. Diokno Boulevard Bridge. Sa linggo ng November 16 to 20 naman, mga APEC vehicles lang ang maaaring gumamit ng dalawang innermost lane ng parehong northbound at southbound lanes ng EDSA.
sa parehong linggo, isasara ang buong Rojas Boulevard na ilalaan lamang para sa APEC vehicles.
Magkakaroon ng daytime truck ban sa South Truck Road mula November 16 to 20. Papayagan lamang ang mga truck mula alas 10 ng gabi hanggang alas 6 ng umaga. Magpapatupad naman ng 24 oras na truck ban sa buong Rojas Boulevard sa kahabaan ng linggong yun.
Tandaan din na mula November 15 to 20, magpapatupad ng stop-and-go scheme sa Magallanes, Skyway SLEX interchanges, at ilang parte sa Makati, EDSA, pati sa mga kalsadang nakapaligid sa NAIA. Sa tuwing daraan ang economic leaders sa mga lugar na ito, pansamantalang pahihintuin ang trapiko. Pagagalawing muli ang mga sasakyan kapag nakadaan na ang economic leaders.
Sa mga nagbabalak na lumipad, magiging napakahigpit ng seguridad sa NAIA sa mga araw ng November 17, 19 at 20. Magpapatupad ng no-fly zone sa mga araw na ito. Kung kaya, iwasan mag-book ng flight at magpunta sa mga terminal ng NAIA sa mga nasabing PEDSA.
Tandaan natin ang mga paalalang ito para makaiwas sa abala. At enjoyin natin ang darating na linggo ng APEC Economic Leaders Meeting. Ipagdasal natin ang kaligtasan ng lahat at ang tagumpay ng APEC dito sa ating bansa. Ipakita natin na APEC, it's more fun in the Philippines.
when we were offered the opportunity to do so, and it rotates amongst the APEC countries, we believe that at the time that it was being offered to us, by 2015, we could already show the fruits of our mantra of good governance is good economics. And the turnaround in the economy is, I think, very, very apparent. The vibrancy and the change in attitude of our people also. Hosting it at this particular time, showing the fruits of the work that we started on in 2010, might serve as an example that can be copied by other countries, thereby improving also their economies, which makes for a better partner. So we believe that it's the right time to show the positive changes that have happened in a relatively short period of time that saw us from being the sick man of Asia to some have quoted Asia's rising star.
Based in the Netherlands. I work as an economist or as a professor in the Erasmus School of Economics that's in Rotterdam, the Erasmus University of Rotterdam. I've been in the Netherlands for almost 20 years. Many countries have become middle income, like the Philippines, but it seems that it's very difficult to go from middle to high income. That's why we call it a trap. And the reason is that as you become richer, your wages are no longer competitive. So when you're poor, you use your competitive advantage in cheap labor to be able to find your niche in the global market. The Philippines is very unique in the sense that we were one of the first low income that became middle income. So we were among the first three actually. After first it was Japan, China, and then in the Philippines, and then we sort of then stayed in that position. Thailand, Malaysia, China, they are now upper middle, but the Philippines, although we were ahead in becoming a middle-income country, we sort of stayed in the area of a low-middle country. Of course, history played a part, so we had so many decades of being under dictatorship, and that's really a lost opportunity for the Philippines.
Entire Philippines under martial law.
You cannot talk about social upgrading and inclusiveness without tackling the problem of competitiveness. Or, for instance, the fact that that we are in the low value added means that there should be more shared responsibility between local firms and foreign firms to bring more upgrading in the workforce. Public partnership can be used also for development goals, also for product upgrading, for innovation, for increasing the returns to education. We can use partnerships. We can use more and more. We need more social dialogues. The Philippines is now one of the fastest growing economy in the world. No? And I think that's because, as soon as you have just that minimum amount of political stability, the society reacts. So business reacts to that, people react to that. And I think that has a lot to do with the message also of Daang Matuwid of the President, that it has sort of created some form of credibility in the capacity of government to actually make this reform sustainable. I'm very optimistic with the future of the Philippines, but I think what is crucial here, we have always had in our values as Filipinos the value of bayanihan. I think people power is just a translation of bayanihan, and I think that is where we have to draw our cultural wisdom, our cultural wealth as Filipino, to really work with each other and to have a shared future of prosperity. So not only for the rich, but really for everyone.
Nakatutok ang buong mundo sa idadaos na APEC Economic Leaders Meeting o AELM sa bansa ngayong Nobyembre na inaasahang dadaluhan ng mga pinuno mula sa malalaki, mayayaman at may impluwensyang ekonomiya sa rehiyong Asia-Pasipiko tulad ni US President Barack Obama, Chinese President Xi Jinping at Japanese Prime Minister Shinzo Abe. Hindi na bago para sa Pilipinas na mag-host ng naturang international event dahil noong taong 1996 nang paunlakan natin sa unang pagkakataon ang pagdaraos ng APEC sa bansa. Mula rito at sa marami pang nagdaang malalaking okasyon gaya ng PayPal visit nitong Enero, masasabing sapat ang karanasan at kahandaan ng ating pambansang pulisya upang mapanatili ang kapayapaan at kaayusan at masigurong ligtas ang APEC delegates habang nandito sa Pilipinas. Kaugnay nito, binuo ng pambansang pulisya ang Task Force Manila na pangungunahan ng National Capital Region Police Office o NCRPO.
We have 3 subgroups. We have the group for billeting, yung venue at saka yung route ng ating para sa APEC. So tinitingnan namin kung saan titira yung mga VIP natin, kung saan sila dadaan at kung saan gagawin yung ating mga occasion. Yes, we have long prepared for this event for already almost a year. And I believe that we already 100% ready for the event in the next 2 weeks. So mahaba naman yung preparasyon na ginawa natin. Kasama dito yung template na nakuha natin during the PayPal visit of Pope Francis. we were able to assess kung ano yung mga mas paigtingin pa dapat natin at kung ano yung mga kakulangan natin during that time.
Pinaigting naman ang police visibility sa mga lansangan 2 linggo bago ang AELM. Mayroon ding advanced command post at mga nakakalat na CCTV camera sa mga estratehikong lugar para mabantayan ang galaw ng mga tao sa paligid.
But make no mistake, of course, yung ating mga operatiba sa field ay tuloy-tuloy yung kanilang pagtatrabaho at lateral coordinations are being made with other law enforcement agencies as well and all our stakeholders. Definitely, where we're aiming for a zero incident na APEC at mabigyan natin ng daan yung ating international leaders na makapag-meeting at magawa nila yung kanilang tungkulin dito sa Pilipinas na walang masamang nangyayari.
Ano naman kayang maaaring maiambag ng publiko upang matiyak na magiging matiwasay ang AELM?
I think kailangan talaga ng parang unity sa atin para magkaroon ng
di sundin ko kung ano yung sinasabi nilang pagbabawal, di sundin na lang natin para walang
magandang asal para pagtingin sa mga ibang bansa, magandang Pilipinas.
The better the people of the two countries, the life become better. Okay, then like you said, our leader, the chairman will come here, then make the relation much more better. Okay, that's what we expect.
Be an upstanding citizen, not cause trouble, build relationships with people here.
Regional Director, Police Director Pagdilaw has ordered our field commanders to engage the public where they are, yung ating mga nasasakupon sa buong NCR na malaman nila kung ano yung event na talagang mangyayari comes sa third week of November para maintindihan ng publiko kung ano ba yung pwede nilang maitulong sa atin at inumpisahan namin yan by asking them to help us with information that they have on the field at matulungan yung ating mga kapulisan na maisagawa namin yung aming police operations to clear our communities of any threat, person or group or any illegal activities.
Kung may impormasyon, isumbong lamang sa Pambansang Pulisya sa pamamagitan ng pagte-text sa 2920 o kaya na may tumawag sa Patrol 117.
Sa mga nagbabalak na lumipad, magiging napakahigpit ng seguridad sa NAIA sa mga araw ng November 17, 19 at 20. Magpapatupad ng no-fly zone sa mga araw na ito. Kung kaya, iwasan mag-book ng flight at magpunta sa mga terminal ng NAIA sa mga nasabing petsa.
Sa APEC kasi magtataka sila bakit merong health. To think we're talking about economies and trade here. But then sabi nga natin, with healthy people around, magiging healthy din ang economies, pati economics, pati ang trade na natin, mas magiging maganda ang pag-unlad ng bansa.
Malaki ang pagpapahalaga nating mga Pilipino tungkol sa pagpapatibay ng ating kalusugan. Malaking bagay para sa mga tao ang isang malusog, hindi lang ng pangangatawan kundi pati na rin ng paligid.
residents of Metro Manila to go to the provinces, to spend time with their families out of Metro Manila. Basically, the intention is to lessen the burden here in yun sa traffic. But not basically because there is a threat of terrorism or whatever it is. Wala po yun. Ang nabanggit po doon, ang context po nun is we're appealing to our residents of Metro Manila para po maibsan yung traffic po dito sa Metro Manila. Sa ngayon wala pa naman po. Of course, concerned din tayo nun because we want also to be responsive sa mga concern ng ating mga kababayan. Of course, we're concerned with their welfare, and that's the reason why we monitor whatever messages they sent us. We have a communication group that takes charge of that.
Is there a threat?
Tina?
Is there a threat?
None. As of this time, we don't have any. We did not receive any reports with regards to any threats related to this APEC event.
Sir, anong impact ng Paris attacks dun sa security measures na nilatag nyo? Meron po bang changes? Mas magdaragdag ba kayo? Maghihigpit?
We're sticking to the original operational plan. As we have said before, that all contingencies has already been considered. The basic question to be answered during the meeting, on the past meetings that we had, is what if these things happen? That means that all appropriate response to any situation has been deliberated, evaluated, examined, and all actions of the different agencies will already be considered. However, as the main event comes near, please expect that our troops, especially the members of the security task forces, will be very visible. There will be some patrols that will be conducted by the Philippine National Police as lead agency and will be supported by the Armed Forces of the Philippines. So, scalable po yung ating security measures. Magsimula ngayon, hanggang doon po palapit na, then expect tight security measures that we will implement.
Sir,
That was already answered before by the Chief of the Philippine National Police, Police Director General Ricardo Marquez, and also no less than Ambassador Painor, that there will be no such interruption. However, if condition needs it, but if it's really necessary for emergency purposes, then it might be. But in general terms, in general rule, there will be no such interruption.
Sir, may...
Yes, ma'am. We are verifying those reports. We have intelligence units on the ground. We have the National Intelligence Fusion Center in this security task force who are validating and collating these reports. But as of now, we can say definitely that there is no such threat. Pag inantok po kami. I mean, sa dami po ng mga kasamahan natin sa media na gustong malaman yung mga impormasyon, is nakakatulog pa naman. Hindi na. As of this time, wala po. There's no such request. There's no adjustment in terms of security in relation to what happened in Paris, France.
advice that any of their, the delegates and the people they're bringing their own security details, have you made accommodations for their increase of their security detail?
Excuse me, can you?
Hi, can you hear me? Just a follow-up to that. Did you make any accommodation for any of the heads of state if they have an increase in security or have doubled up or have taken additional security measures because of what happened in Paris?
Same with the answer that was in the question a while ago. There was no request from any visiting economic leaders or for any adjustments in relation to what happened in France, as of now, as of this time. Yes.
Protesters to launch several rallies around Metro Manila during the summit meeting.
As we have always emphasized, the Philippine National Police or the Security Task Force recognizes the free expression of every citizen or everyone without prejudice to the rights of others.
We heard that there were some people arrested in Makati this morning. Can you tell us more about it?
I haven't had that report yet, but as the days goes by, perhaps we can update you. But the basic rule of the police is that since the policy is no permit, no rally, then initially, you have already violated the law. If the local government did not give you any permit, then that is already a violation of Batas Pambansa 880. You cannot hold a rally if there is no permit. We have freedom parks, go there and air your grievances. But in areas wherein no permit was issued, then definitely you're violating the law. It depends on the local government if that was granted. If it is not, then they cannot.
Iwasan is a freedom park, sir.
Yes, but it depends now on the local government unit.
So even freedom parks need permits.
That is up to the local government because it is the local government that provides for the permission whether they can or they may not.
But under 880, freedom parks need permits. You were quoting Batas Pambansa 880.
Yes,
before.
but
so under that law, freedom parks need permits.
yes, but again, it depends on the local government unit. Whatever it is the decision of the local government. The Philippine National Police or the members of the Security Task Force will just implement what is issued by the different local government who gives permits to those who wants to go on rally.
Hello, sir. CNN Philippines. How many permits have been released then so far? Do you have data for organized rallies?
Permits? We don't have because there was already a pronouncement from the local government units that they will not issue permits. No, those affected areas, Manila, Mandaluyong, I'm not sure yet of Makati, but we'll check with the other areas, especially Pasay and Makati, where venues of the APEC conference will be held if permits were issued. But generally speaking, Manila, no permits were given.
Confirm reports na may mga arko na may greeting for the leaders of APEC that na bumagsak kanina, tapos may nabagsakan din pong police car?
Yes, kanina, merong isang arko na bumagsak at tinamaan nga yung ating police car. Fortunately, wala naman pong nasaktan. And nagkaroon kagad ng response at naayos naman po ito. Rojas, I'm not really sure, ano? Pero nakita ko sa monitor namin, di ko lang nakita yung specific na lugar. But meron nga, nakita kong bumagsak. I'm not really sure kung anong structure yun kasi hindi sa amin po yun. Ano? That's engineering matter, so siguro tanong natin sa kanila kung ano yung design nila. Konti lang po, but fortunately hindi naman po, wala naman tinamaan doon na pulis po. So, yeah, nasa unahan po, tumama po doon. Hindi ko talaga I mean personally, kung nakita yung tama doon sa car, because nakita ko doon sa TV. Nakita ko doon sa monitor namin because as you can see, yung monitoring, multi-agency coordinating center natin is parang ganito rin sa inyo. Makikita yung real time doon sa ground. So, nung tinignan ko ngayon, initially is tinamaan nga yung harap ng kotse. Yung dent hindi ko masabi specifically. But again, personally, nakita ko po doon, may nakapatong doon na mahabang blue something na tinamaan yung car natin. Siguro dahil sa hangin. No. I mean, wala naman tayong nakikita pa doon, indication that I cannot really comment on the design, whatever it is, design or because of the nature. But ang nakikita natin doon ay we will replace fortunately yun nga, walang nasaktan na police natin.
Sir,
Sa ngayon, wala pa, but there are reports that they will hold rallies. Ang amin lang po palagi ditong hinihiling is that pwede naman po mag-rally, pero wag lang pula tayo maging violente. Last SONA of the President, July 27, meron po kaming isang miyembro na pinalo po, tinamaan po dito sa ulo. Kung hindi po naagapan po yun, after that, baka namatay na po yung aming kasama na yun. Nagkaroon po ng blood clot, there was a clot sa brain niya, naoperahan po yun. Fortunately, our health services is capable of doing that. And again, sabi nga namin, kung hindi po naagapan yun, baka wala na rin yung ating kasamahan. Yan nga pong hiling namin sa ating mga kababayan na kung meron po silang, of course, lahat po natin nire-respeto yun is, huwag lang po tayo maging violente. Yes, ma'am.
Did you monitor the traffic situation today? I mean, did you monitor traffic situation today? How was it?
As to traffic, ma'am, the traffic management is handled by the MMDA. But at any rate, kung maybe itong pagdating pa, bukas po o darating pa na mga panahon, darating na araw is we'll really focus on traffic. And that's the reason why for the past weeks and for the past days, we have already advised our people, the residents to, of course, expect inconvenience.
Yes.
Talagang magkaka-traffic po because of number one is, of course, the volume of the vehicles in Metro Manila. And that is the reason why we have been advising the Metro Manila residents to stay in the province because yun po talaga ang ini-expect po natin dito sa Metro Manila.
The traffic chaos this morning, like I don't know if you're aware of it, though, especially the one in Coastal Road, where traffic really stopped practically for, I was there for 3 hours. So I don't know if, and people had to walk. Nag-alay-lakad APEC kami mga tao kanina. So I don't know if it was, because people were blaming the fact that it was not declared a non-working holiday for private offices. So I was wondering if there would be a recommendation to have it declared tomorrow. A non-working holiday.
Siguro po ay pwede nating i-recommend yan po sa nakakataas po because ang concern po ng aming task force is more on security. But again, kami po ay humihingi ng paumanhin po sa mga kababayan natin na naabala po sa ganitong sitwasyon. Though we have been announcing for the past days that Rojas Boulevard will be closed starting today. 16 to 20, and there have been so many information campaign with regard to this. Actually, nung Sabado, meron tayong simulation exercises, and of course, to let the people get the feel of really what is to happen during the actual exercise or the actual convoy runs of our visitors. That is the positive side. Thank
Good
you very
afternoon.
much.
Good afternoon, Chief
Yes, sir.
Superintendent Mayor.
Yes, Melo.
What is the SOP of the Philippine National Police and other law enforcement agencies as far as protesters are concerned? I just received a report that a group of persons from Southern Tagalog were blocked somewhere near Buendia and Osmeña today.
Melo, if there is no permit that was issued by the local government, then definitely they cannot hold rally. By virtue of the rule of no permit, no rally. So if they are planning to stage rally in some areas wherein they were not given permit, then definitely they should not go there and initiate their action.
How would you classify the approach? Parang may mga sasakyan sila at iikot sa iba't ibang lugar. Motorcade. How would you classify motorcade? Is it a demonstration? Thank you.
Though sa batas kasi is general yung ang definition ng public assembly. But again, ang point lang naman natin, kung moving naman sila at hindi naman nakakaistorbo, then but ang problema doon is of course they will cause traffic. And causing traffic is detrimental to others also. Kaya nga ang sabi namin dito is if you want to express your sympathy or grievances or any problems against the government, then it should not also affect others. That's the basic rule in the essence of the law. Yes, violation of law, when you violate the law, then you will be arrested, and of course, legal process will come in. Hello. Thank you. Manny.
What's the worst case scenario aside from traffic and the rallies?
As of this time, rallies. Yes. No. As of this time. But again, maybe we can appeal to them again. Again, sana po is maging maayos lang po ang kung meron man silang hinaing, then do it in a non-violent way.
Sir?
Tina.
APEC places, APEC venues, what do you advise them, sir?
We have been telling the public since then that there will be tighter security measures. Of course, there would be instances that you cannot really avoid going that place, maybe for emergency situation or any important function, but just expect tighter security measures that will be implemented. Yes. Kagaya nung nabanggit ko rin kanina, based on the operational plan, we have already tested, evaluated, examined all contingencies on a particular situation, the appropriate response of the Philippine National Police, and of course the task force. Task force is composed of 20 government agencies, the Armed Forces of the Philippines, the PNP, Bureau of Immigration, of course the Department of Foreign Affairs, and other agencies, Maritime Group or Unit. Andyan po sila para po just in case meron pong sitwasyon, maka-respond po kami. Marami na pong meetings ang nangyari. I think it's already 37 meetings or sobrang lang, no? 38 meetings already held. And so many places, Boracay, Iloilo. Kaya yung mga kapulisan po natin at ibang puwersa po is, of course, yung naunang major event natin, the visit of the Pope. Na-train na po ang ating mga contingent. In addition, yes.
Groups dito sa Manila na gawin yung ginawa sa Paris?
So far as of this moment, wala pa tayong information na ganun. But sabi ko nga, any contingencies, any situation will be responded accordingly by our security forces.
Sir, you assigned policemen to Manila from the provinces. Hindi ba magkakaroon ng problema? You may have very few policemen in the regions and other vital installations outside of Metro Manila.
We have already considered that, Melo. Actually, we have what we call the Task Force on Public Order, and that's the reason why there is sub-task group on criminality to see to it that the anti-criminality campaign and the usual crime prevention, the mandate of the Philippine National Police, crime solution, crime prevention, is not compromised.
This may be classified, but how many policemen have been assigned to Metro Manila to complement the existing force?
Siguro is nabanggit na rin ito, no? What we can say only is yung strength ng National Capital Region, which is also already published, is meron tayong 18,000 sa NCRPO. The rest is, of course, yung 18,000 nito is iba doon na sa APEC. Ang iba naman is normal function, yung police duties natin, basically because, sabi nga is we don't want to compromise our anti-criminality campaign. There are other augmentation forces from the nearby regions, 3, 4, 4B, 6, 7. And of course, again, we consider also that on such occasion, we do not also compromise the situation on these provinces. Yes, Linda.
Aside from the main event, which is the leaders' meeting, some of the leaders have other schedules, right, arranged by their embassies and their delegations. Are you prepared to recommend possibly a cancellation or scaling down of the other non-APEC activities, and what could prompt this? What scenario could possibly prompt this?
Siguro, Linda, is mga National Organizing Committee na ang pwedeng sumagot po pagdating po dyan, ano? But again, we will stick to what schedules they have, kung ano po yung original schedules. Yung pong aming mga security forces is sticking to what is the original plan. Again, yung mga schedule po nila. For the past days naman is marami pa pong mga delegates na nag-iikot, mga bisita natin, and of course, ang security contingent po natin, tinatawag natin dyan na security package, is being accorded to them. Maraming nag-iikot sa iba-ibang probinsya, Pampanga, Bulacan, try to see and try to learn our culture. And okay naman yun dahil nakikita nila ang ating bansa. But again, kung ano po yung unang at original plan, we'll stick to that. The economic leaders pangaw pala is the security, ang in charge po sa security na economic leaders ang PSG.
Sir, aside from
Yes.
the plans that we have po, no, after what happened to Paris, yung mga foreign economic leaders po ba, nag-augment din sila ng security nila?
Sa ngayon, as of this time, wala pong mga any adjustment na binigay sila. That was also
Di po sila nagpadala?
Wala pa pong adjustments ngayon. Yan po ay sinabi po ng ating chief ng Philippine National Police this morning. But again, sabi nga, any contingencies will be taken into consideration by the security forces.
Kasi before dati, there was a time nag-assign kayo ng bomb sniffing dog sa MRT. May history tayo ng bombing sa buses, especially non-air conditioned bombing buses. So,
Lahat ng mga route, lahat ng mga areas of convergence, lahat ng mga billeting areas, venue, meron tayong tinatawag na security package. It is composed of EOD K9, Tactical Operations Center, merong pedestrian control, vehicle pass.
sir, in non-APEC routes, because
Yes,
those are the soft targets.
Yes, on the other hand, nabanggit ko na kanina, meron po tayong nakatutok po dyan. There is a task group, a joint task group that is designated.
Can you cite specific measures taken?
Sa ngayon po is yung Task Force on Anti-Criminality po is supervised po that ng no less than Chief Superintendent Capa. At yung mga measures na ginagawa natin with regard to anti-criminality campaign, kagaya nung, well, yung normal naming function, kagaya ng lambat-sibat, which is a normal police function.
So walang extra security measures?
Ang concentration natin for now is, yun nga, sa APEC activities. But of course, meron din tayong mga measures for the presence of policemen, especially doon sa kagaya niyan, mga alam natin ang mga kababayan din natin ay may balak na umuwi. Yung mga bus terminals and other airports and seaports. Land lang pala ngayon kasi yung ibang airports is hindi na sila makakalipad. Ang ibang mga aeroplano is meron tayong mga designated po doon na mga police din na dapat magbantay. And of course, yung normal patrols natin na ginagawa ng mga kapulisan dito sa Metro Manila. Ano?
Ano po yung mga adjustments na ginawa nyo after the Paris attacks? Meron bang adjustments?
Kagaya ng sinabi ko kanina, yung pag-adjust nito is scalable or graduated. For now, ang initial namin na adjustment ay yung physical barriers. So maybe you can notice perhaps yung mga ibang barriers na nilalagay natin. And then from time to time, tataas yan. Sabi ko nga kanina, you can perhaps notice yung patrols from time to time as dumadating tayo doon sa palapit na yung, of course, yung main event. Kaya sabi ko nga, well, it's high time for the public to really expect that measures, policemen, together with the Armed Forces of the Philippines personnel will be there in the streets. So far, wala pa naman, Manny, kasi sabi ko nga, we stick to the plan. Yung sa plano naman talagang ganun, graduate or scalable yung tinatawag nating pag-increase ng intensity ng security.
Sir, when the leaders will be meeting sa PICC, how far will they be from the ordinary life na walang security? Gaano kalayo?
Siguro operational matters na yun. I'm really sorry but I cannot really tell you kung gaano sila kalayo.
Thank you.
Sir, but we're confident enough to say na we could protect all these economic leaders while they're here for any terror attack?
Yes. The security forces, the government is confident that our visitors will be safe and secure in our country. And again, may I say that it is not, we appeal to the whole country. This is our show. This is our opportunity. This is our chance. Siguro we stand as a one nation in this kind of event. Huwag lang po natin iasa sa security forces. Of course, andyan yung resources, andyan yung personnel, but again, the public, the country, the people in itself, the Filipino people, should stand as one. Let us not be intimidated by this kind of messages or any disinformation that is coming in the media or tri-media or quad media. Tumayo po tayo bilang Pilipino. Pakita natin sa buong mundo na tayo po ay nagkakaisa at kaya po natin ito. 20 years after, then bihira po ito. Kaya siguro, para makilala naman tayo sa mundo, na kaya natin i-secure ang ating mga bisita. Okay? Thank you very much for your presence. Magandang hapon po.
workspaces, technology, and infrastructure make up a business. But it takes the right people in the right place for a business to succeed.
We are Transcom Worldwide. We've been in the Philippines for 10 years.
We're Mode Controls Corporation. We just celebrated our 30th anniversary.
Our company is Continental, established 40 years ago.
My company is Unilever. We've been here for over 88 years.
The working skills and traits of our Filipino workers are that they are very highly educated, very knowledgeable, very dedicated.
We love the Filipino employees. Philippines has the highest literacy rate in the world. 95% of our employees are college graduates, so it's easy to give them the skills. The learning curve of the Filipino employees is quite fast, and that makes it easy to work with them.
They also tend to be Western in the outlook while being Asian, and that allows them to connect with other influences quite easily.
Our Filipino workers, speaking as fluent English as they do, makes it very easy to work, to communicate with our partners around the world.
The difference with Filipinos is that they listen, and they hear what isn't being said. That and the English proficiency makes them the best in the business. Best in Asia.
With a population this large and strong, anything is possible for your business.
The right people make all the difference. Your business, our people. Invest in the Philippines.
That leader in coconut farming has major pharmaceutical plants in place. That center of marine biodiversity is a central hub for tech startups. That country known for handicrafts is also a leading spacecraft component provider. Look beyond the stereotype and see the opportunities. Join the APEC CEO Summit in the Philippines this 2015.
Sa darating no November 18 to 19 ay gaganapin ang APEC Economic Leaders Meeting dito mismo sa Metro Manila. The Philippines is expecting to welcome over 10,000 delegates from all the 21 member economies in what is considered the biggest event for any APEC hosting. The Philippine government has been preparing for this for years now. Inaasahan ang kooperasyon at pakikipagtulungan ng bawat isa upang maging matagumpay ang ating hosting. Dahil dito, mabuting malaman natin ang mga sumusunod na preparasyon ng ating pamahalaan para maayos ang pagdaraos ng ating APEC Leaders Week.
Sa buong NCR, walang pasok ang mga paaralan sa lahat ng antas pati na ang pampublikong sektor sa November 17 to 20. Wala namang pasok ang pribadong sektor sa November 18 to 19 para sa seguridad ng okasyon.
Isasara ang mga sumusunod na kalsada sa paligid ng Mall of Asia sa November 18. Diokno Corner Seaside, Coral Way Corner Seaside, EDSA Corner Macapagal, Macapagal Corner Coral Way, Diokno Corner Asiana, Macapagal Corner Bradco. Sa linggo ng November 16 to 20, isasara din ang mga sumusunod na kalsada sa CCP Complex area. Bucaneg Corner Rojas Boulevard, Vicente Soto Corner Rojas Boulevard, Buendia Avenue Extension Corner M. Halandoni Street at J.W. Diokno Boulevard Bridge. Sa linggo ng November 16 to 20 naman, mga APEC vehicles lang ang maaaring gumamit ng dalawang innermost lane ng parehong northbound at southbound lanes ng EDSA.
Sa parehong linggo, isasara ang buong Rojas Boulevard na ilalaan lamang para sa APEC vehicles.
Magkakaroon ng daytime truck ban sa South Truck Road mula November 16 to 20. Papayagan lamang ang mga truck mula alas 10 ng gabi hanggang alas 6 ng umaga. Magpapatupad naman ng 24 oras na truck ban sa buong Rojas Boulevard sa kahabaan ng linggong yon.
Tandaan din na mula November 15 to 20, magpapatupad ng stop-and-go scheme sa Magallanes, Skyway SLEX interchanges, at ilang parte sa Makati, EDSA, pati sa mga kalsadang nakapaligid sa NAIA. sa tuwing daraan ang economic leaders sa mga lugar na ito. Pansamantalang pahihintuin ang trapiko. Pagagalawing muli ang mga sasakyan kapag nakadaan na ang economic leaders.
Sa mga nagbabalak na lumipad, magiging napakahigpit ng seguridad sa NAIA sa mga araw ng November 17, 19 at 20. Magpapatupad ng no-fly zone sa mga araw na ito. Kung kaya, iwasan mag-book ng flight at magpunta sa mga terminal ng NAIA sa mga nasabing petsa.
Tandaan natin ang mga paalalang ito para makaiwas sa abala. Enjoyin natin ang darating na linggo ng APEC Economic Leaders Meeting. Ipagdasal natin ang kaligtasan ng lahat at ang tagumpay ng APEC dito sa ating bansa. Ipakita natin na APEC, it's more fun in the Philippines.
The threat of global climate change is more pronounced now, is more evident now. That the issue of pandemics, no, is more at the forefront of everybody's mind with MERS, with Ebola, with SARS. So in that sense, you have to provide the basics for a lot more, and given a new set of challenges with it. And perhaps the greatest difference is the degree of cooperation amongst the different economies, different countries, in addressing what are increasingly less parochial problems and more global in nature.
Lights, city sights, shopping malls, little stalls, flip-flops, rock and roll, street smart, fine art, new and old, bronze, gold, warm, charm, hot and cold. Quick bites, fruity finds, nice smiles, wild style, cheap thrills, sky high, knick-knacks, welcome back. Every corner, fun, fun, fun. Manila, welcome back.
That group of islands with large amounts of sun is a world-leading microchip producer. That country with a #1 island in the world is the world's best at business process outsourcing. That place where people love to perform is a high-performance aircraft maintenance hub. Look beyond the stereotype and see the opportunities. Join the APEC CEO Summit in the Philippines this 2015.
one has to remember the Doha round of negotiations and the lack of an agreement on the Doha round negotiations. One would want a global agreement. A global agreement becomes most inclusive, and therefore the potential for growth for everybody is maximized. So absent that, then we have to participate in all of these regional, global, regional trade agreements to for obvious benefits. No? They increase the market size, access to commodities, services, technology, etc. With the conviction that all of these have to be inclusive rather than exclusive. So the more inclusive it becomes, driving to make it more inclusive should be a priority for every country.
The Philippines has large amounts of sun, and it is one of the world's largest microchip producers. This country, with the #1 island in the world, is the world's best at business process outsourcing. This center of marine biodiversity is a central hub for tech startups. This leader in coconut farming has major pharmaceutical plants in place. This place where people love to perform is a high-performance aircraft maintenance hub. The Philippines is full of energetic fiestas and even more energetic social entrepreneurs. Look beyond the stereotype and see the opportunities. Join the APEC meetings and summits in the Philippines this 2015.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Sa joke lang humahataw ang idol na taxi driver. Uy, sa ulo lang may patong ang idol na tindera. Buhok lang ang magulo sa idol na tricycle driver. Maasahan, matapat, maayos. Tuloy nyo lang yan, mga more fun idols!
It's more fun in the Philippines.
The Philippines has large amounts of sun, and it is one of the world's largest microchip producers.
What I see is that everything is going to be electronically and technology based. There is no single industry right now that is not going to be affected by the use of electronics. And this is where I see the Philippines could play a very strong role because of its human capital.
This country, with the #1 island in the world, is the world's best at business process outsourcing.
The information technology and business process management, or IT/BPM industry, is one of the success stories of the Philippine economy. At the end of 2014, the industry had more than 1 million employees, generating $19 billion in revenue.
The Center of Marine Biodiversity is a central hub for tech startups.
Today, there are 47 million online users in the Philippines. And if you prove the concept here, the prototype here, I would say it's also easier to jump to other markets in this part of the world.
This leader in coconut farming has major pharmaceutical plants in place.
The Philippines is set to post its fastest 6th-year growth period in almost 6 decades. And as the economy grows, purchasing power grows. And more people will be able to access more affordable quality medicine. Today, many pharmaceutical companies have come into our markets. There are practically no barriers to entry here in the Philippines.
This place where people love to perform is a high-performance aircraft maintenance hub.
Yeah, the operation which we have here in Manila is the biggest operation outside of Germany. We have 2,600 people here compared to 26,000 in the group. That shows also the confidence which the company has here in the location and being here in the Philippines.
The Philippines is full of energetic fiestas and even more energetic social entrepreneurs.
So it's very encouraging that a lot of bigger businesses here in Asia, abroad, thinking about how to integrate the smaller players, how to integrate grassroots communities into their supply chain. That's very empowering, that's game-changing, and that could potentially change lives and help solve poverty.
Look beyond the stereotype and see the opportunities. Join the APEC meetings and summits in the Philippines this 2015.
It's part of the virtuous cycle. If more and more of your constituents or your people are on the sidelines, cannot participate because they lack the necessary skills to do so, then they are more and more, how should I put it, disillusioned with the system, not connected with society at all, breeds instability, increases disparity in income levels, so on and so forth. Inclusive growth leads to stability within the system and continued growth. So the mantra is nobody should really be left behind. And that's where we are focusing and trying to do the holistic approach from education, health, food security, resistance to, better ability to resist climate change, building back communities better, and a whole set of other activities and programs that we have instituted.
The Tourism Working Group has been undergoing a lot of changes recently. We have been working on competitiveness, on integrating our different tourism policies. We think that tourism is one of the fastest industries in the Asia-Pacific, growing industries in the Asia-Pacific region, and that we should work together to align policies, to align development, to make tourism more inclusive, to take advantage of this growth. One of the most important trends is airport friendliness. We believe that airport friendliness is a key to promote better tourism within the region. We think that airports should be more friendly to travelers and to tourism, of course. We think that this is something that in the Asia Pacific we can talk about. We have various examples of great airports in the region, that we should take advantage of those of those good practices to develop a model friendly airport. I've also been talking about smart travelers.
May I please invite Your Excellencies to stand for a minute of silent prayer for the innocent lives lost in the horrific events in Paris last Friday. I thank you. On behalf of my co-chair, Secretary Domingo, may I please call this 27th APEC Ministerial Meeting to order. Excellencies and colleagues, it is my pleasure to welcome all of you to the 27th APEC Ministerial Meeting in Manila. I commend the hard work and dedication of all delegations in support of the various initiatives during the Philippines host year. APEC has indeed come a long way since its inception in 1989. It has evolved from a primarily economic forum to encompass an agenda beyond trade issues in response to the complex realities of our time. This year, we're placing inclusive growth at the heart of economic integration. We are expanding APEC's trade and investment goals to include a development dimension. In support of the inclusive growth agenda, we look at the role of services as an engine of growth for the 21st century. Services make up approximately 67% of GDP in the APEC region. Trade and investment in services sectors, such as manufacturing-related services, professional services, internet and ICT-based services, and tourism, have a huge multiplier effect and can alleviate poverty through jobs and incomes. In fact, in 2012, every 1 million of services exports generated 104.8 jobs, while the equivalent value of goods exports generated only 59 jobs, or slightly more than half. To nurture the unique relationship between trade and development, the Philippines is introducing the APEC strategy for strengthening quality growth this year. This initiative builds on the growth strategy and aims to further give traction to its 5 attributes: balanced, innovative, secure, inclusive, and sustainable. We see good governance measures as one of the key ways to achieve quality economic growth. At the same time, the APEC strategy for strengthening quality growth aligns itself with the UN's Sustainable Development Goals. The APEC strategy for strengthening quality growth reaffirms and aligns APEC's 2010 APEC Leaders Growth Strategy with the UN Sustainable Development Goals and builds on it by instituting 3 key accountability areas: 1, institution building; 2, social cohesion; and 3, environmental impact. As we present the culmination of this year's work to our leaders, I look forward to a robust exchange of ideas with you on how we can move this APEC agenda forward. At this point, I would like to invite Secretary Domingo to give his opening remarks.
Thank you, Secretary Del Rosario. Good afternoon to everyone and welcome to the Philippines. It's more fun in the Philippines, but it's up to you to discover how. I am particularly pleased to welcome ministers, vice ministers, and senior officials, all of whom have traveled long distances to be present with us this week. Our meeting marks the end of a consultative, intensive, and inclusive process before our leaders gather in a few days. Your delegations have put in a great deal of hard work throughout the year. Over the past several days, there were intensive consultations among senior officials, usefully clarifying a wide number of issues. We are pleased that we are within agreement to deliver a full set of deliverables for our leaders. With the many threats facing the world economy across many fronts, we can think of no stronger spur for international policy cooperation and coordination to provide a strong push to stimulate economic growth. We already agreed in May that micro, small, and medium enterprises, MSMEs or MISMEs, are an important force in economic activity, growth, job creation, community resilience, and innovation. We need to support the MISME agenda with concrete initiatives on structural reform, trade facilitation, services, quality, green growth, and resiliency. Through our meeting, we hope everyone will join in reaffirming our shared commitment as embodied in our leaders' declaration during the first hosting of APEC in Manila in 1996. Together, we will work to sustain economic growth, increase employment, and regional stability through growth-oriented policies, the broadest participation in the regional and global economy, and an environment of stability and security. Thank you very much.
We would like to inform you of the business arrangement for this meeting.
At this point, may we invite members of the media to please move out of the meeting venue. Thank you.
Intensify trade and commerce, boost in employment, innovation, and competition. This is the future of our economy with MSME globalization in the APEC region. The APEC region represents more than half of world GDP. It has experienced rapid growth in recent years, outperforming the rest of the world. Growth has soared in the APEC region, with real GDP doubling from just $16 trillion in 1989 to $32 trillion in 2013. Residents of the Asia Pacific saw their per capita income rise by 45%, lifting millions out of poverty. APEC economy's average GDP per capita increased from $7,423 in 1992 to $19,712 in 2013. This is higher compared to non-APEC countries' average GDP per capita of $10,863 and that of the world's average of $14,360 in 2013. MSMEs are the engines of growth and innovation in the APEC region. 95% of the total number of firms in the region are MSMEs.
Providing micro, small, and medium enterprises, or MISMEs, access to the global markets has become one of APEC's top priorities.
In May 2015, APEC trade ministers committed to put the MSME agenda at the front and center of APEC's work. The Boracay Action Agenda to globalize micro, small, and medium enterprises is a multi-year initiative to address the challenges faced by MSMEs in international trade. Driving MSMEs to go global.
Globalization has opened up new opportunities for MISMEs to participate in the global marketplace. However, due to the cumbersome rules and procedures currently in place, it has been difficult for them to participate.
MSMEs need access to market information and on-the-ground business information in order to participate in international trade. Streamlined customs procedures will also encourage MSMEs to enter the global market. APEC will promote policies that will create a conducive environment for e-commerce for MSMEs. The exponential growth of information and communications technology connectivity has spurred e-commerce. The Boracay Action Agenda calls for actions that will encourage buying and selling activities, business matching opportunities, and online to offline commerce. For this to happen, the government must ensure quality internet and infrastructure. This will provide major contribution to MSMEs that will create folds of opportunities and will bring the economies to an upswing.
The internet is a big game changer, especially for micro and small enterprises. It has enabled now even the smallest enterprises to participate in global trade. However, there's still many roadblocks in terms of being able to fully utilize the internet, so we need to remove these roadblocks.
The Boracay Action Agenda also recognizes the role of alternative financing sources to support enterprises. Government must develop policy tools which will reduce the perceived risk by investors and reduce the financing costs, which are typically higher for MSMEs than for large firms. The Boracay Action Agenda aims to strengthen the entrepreneurial spirit of MSMEs by supporting their technology and innovation activities. Government will work with the private sector and international organizations to further highlight the role and contribution of MSMEs to inclusive growth. Through the Boracay Action Agenda, we aim to increase the number of MSME exporters and the value of their exports.
MSMEs account for an overwhelming majority of businesses globally. They also contribute the most to inclusive growth. Therefore, it is incumbent upon us to ensure that they feel the benefits of free trade.
Together, we will harness the power of MSMEs to reach wider markets, stimulate competition, support domestic job opportunities, and fuel economic growth towards stronger economies. Empowering MSMEs to globalization, ensuring progress and development, creating a healthy business environment for a brighter tomorrow.
Every year, for the past 25 years, 21 economies in the Asia-Pacific region gather in one forum to advance free trade and economic cooperation. Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation. APEC member economies have been working together to boost sustainable growth and prosperity that delivers greater opportunities to more people. In 2015, the Philippines has once again been given the distinct honor of hosting the annual APEC meeting. This is our chance to showcase what we have achieved together and show the world how great the Filipino spirit is. Tonight, we unveil the symbol by which our collective effort shall be known. APEC Philippines 2015. Building inclusive economies. Building a better world.
Ang Pilipinas ang host ngayong taon ng Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation o APEC. Dahil dito darating sa bansa ang mga leader ng 21 member economies na bumubuo sa APEC at pag-uusapan nila ang mga kasunduan at pulisiyang makakatulong sa ating kalakalan. Pero ang tanong ng marami, ano nga ba ang APEC? Ang APEC o Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation ay isang organisasyong nabuo noong 1989 para isulong ang free trade o malayang kalakalan ng mga ekonomiya at tanggalin ang mga balakid sa pangangalakal. Sa katunayan, mahigit 80% ng Philippine trade ay mula sa APEC at mahigit 30% naman ng Philippine net foreign direct investments noong 2014 na nagdala ng mga trabaho at oportunidad para sa mga Pilipino ang galing rin sa mga kasamahan natin sa APEC. Isinasagawa ang APEC taon-taon kung saan nagpupulong ang mga kinatawan ng mga ekonomiya para pag-usapan ng mga issue tulad ng anti-corruption and transparency, environmental goods and services, and counter-terrorism. Food security kasama rin dyan, trade policies, at marami pang iba. Sa mga nakaraang buwan, ginanap ang mga meeting na ito sa iba't ibang lugar sa bansa tulad ng Tagaytay, Boracay, Iloilo at Cebu upang masaksihan ng mga delegado ang ganda ng Pilipinas at ang ipinagmamalaki nating Filipino hospitality. Ngunit hindi dito natatapos ang lahat. Sa darating no November 18 to 19 ay gaganapin ang APEC Economic Leaders Meeting dito mismo sa Metro Manila. The Philippines is expecting to welcome over 10,000 delegates from all the 21 member economies in what is considered the biggest event for any APEC hosting. The Philippine government has been preparing for this for years now. Inaasahan ang kooperasyon at pakikipagtulungan ng bawat isa upang maging matagumpay ang ating hosting. Dahil dito, mabuting malaman natin ang mga sumusunod na preparasyon ng ating pamahalaan para maayos ang pagdaraos ng ating APEC Leaders Week.
Sa buong NCR, walang pasok ang mga paaralan sa lahat ng antas pati na ang pampublikong sektor sa November 17 to 20. Wala namang pasok ang pribadong sektor sa November 18 to 19 para sa seguridad ng okasyon.
Isasara ang mga sumusunod na kalsada sa paligid ng Mall of Asia sa November 18. Diokno Corner Seaside, Coral Way Corner Seaside, EDSA Corner Macapagal, Macapagal Corner Coral Way, Diokno Corner Asiana, Macapagal Corner Bradco. Sa linggo ng November 16 to 20, isasara din ang mga sumusunod na kalsada sa CCP Complex area. Bucaneg Corner Rojas Boulevard, Vicente Soto Corner Rojas Boulevard, Buendia Avenue Extension Corner M. Halandoni Street at J.W. Diokno Boulevard Bridge. Sa linggo ng November 16 to 20 naman, mga APEC vehicles lang ang maaaring gumamit ng dalawang innermost lane ng parehong northbound at southbound lanes ng EDSA.
Sa parehong linggo, isasara ang buong Rojas Boulevard na hilalaan lamang para sa APEC vehicles.
Magkakaroon ng daytime truck ban sa South Truck Road mula November 16 to 20. Papayagan lamang ang mga truck mula alas 10 ng gabi hanggang alas 6 ng umaga. Magpapatupad naman ng 24 oras na truck ban sa buong Rojas Boulevard sa kahabaan ng linggong yun.
Tandaan din na mula November 15 to 20, magpapatupad ng stop-and-go scheme sa Magallanes, Skyway SLEX interchanges, at ilang parte sa Makati, EDSA, pati sa mga kalsadang nakapaligid sa NAIA. Sa tuwing daraan ang economic leaders sa mga lugar na ito, pansamantalang pahihintuin ang trapiko. Pagagalawing muli ang mga sasakyan kapag nakadaan na ang economic leaders.
Sa mga nagbabalak na lumipad, magiging napakahigpit ng seguridad sa NAIA sa mga araw ng November 17, 19 at 20. Magpapatupad ng no-fly zone sa mga araw na ito. Kung kaya, iwasan mag-book ng flight at magpunta sa mga terminal ng NAIA sa mga nasabing petsa.
Tandaan natin ang mga paalalang ito para makaiwas sa abala. Enjoyin natin ang darating na linggo ng APEC Economic Leaders Meeting. Ipagdasal natin ang kaligtasan ng lahat at ang tagumpay ng APEC dito sa ating bansa. Ipakita natin na APEC, it's more fun in the Philippines.
Our world is getting smaller. People, businesses, and economies grow closer together. At APEC, we imagine the possibilities when there is dialogue and cooperation. When diverse communities work together through trade, good things can happen. More choices for consumers. More business opportunities, more jobs, and better standards of living for all. At APEC, we make this a reality by advancing free trade for Asia-Pacific prosperity. Established in 1989 with 12 economies, APEC's membership now totals 21. Recognizing the pace of implementation for differing levels of economic development, APEC leaders in Bogor, Indonesia committed in 1994 to achieve the goal of free and open trade and investment in the Asia-Pacific no later than 2020. This is the fundamental commitment that shapes most of what we do. So how have we set about achieving these goals? Through three broad work areas: trade and investment liberalization, business facilitation, and economic and technical cooperation, also known as APEC's three pillars. The first pillar, trade and investment liberalization, focuses on opening up markets and integrating economies in the region. The second, business facilitation, aims to improve the ease of doing business and reduce trading costs across economies. The third, economic and technical cooperation, enables businesses to take advantage of global trade in a sustainable way. APEC helps the transition towards regional economic integration by ensuring that people are well placed to gain from global trade in the long term. From helping small businesses get loans and access foreign markets, to educating youth in the use of information technology, and empowering women to play a bigger role in APEC economies. A tough challenge, sure, but consider this. There have been significant reductions in average tariffs in APEC over the past 20 years. Trade facilitation, which makes it easier, cheaper, and faster to trade across borders, has also saved businesses billions of dollars with initiatives like simplifying customs procedures and making it quicker for business people to travel with the APEC Business Travel Card. Structural reform makes doing business easier and helps ensure higher quality growth across the APEC region by promoting competition and developing stronger social safety nets. APEC's work on reducing tariffs positively impacts trade and investment and overall development. Over a span of 10 years, the GDP of many APEC economies grew dramatically. Employment increased significantly, and poverty was greatly reduced. Going beyond traditional trade and investment areas, APEC also undertakes work that reflects new regional challenges. Implementing projects that help the region reduce disruptions in the supply chain in the event of a disaster. Developing guidelines and building the capacity of economies and businesses to help them deal with pandemics. And focusing on strengthening energy security to help build a sustainable future. But as the world grows ever smaller and economies grow closer, APEC's role becomes ever greater and more relevant. So that as incomes rise, poverty falls, and the gap between developing and industrialized economies narrows, there really can be progress for all. APEC, advancing free trade for Asia-Pacific prosperity.
In 2015, the Philippines hosts APEC once again. Work is about to get a lot more fun. 9 cities, countless wonders. Next year, find out just how well fun works.
Your Excellencies, members are elected stifle in mind that we would have preferred to hold this meeting in the shadows of one of the countries most APEC economic. This morning,
area. Bucaneg, corner Rojas Boulevard. Vicente Soto, corner Rojas Boulevard. Buendia Avenue Extension, corner M. Halandoni Street. At J.W. Diokno Boulevard Bridge. Sa linggo ng November 16 to 20 naman, mga APEC vehicles lang ang maaaring gumamit ng dalawang innermost lane ng parehong northbound at southbound lanes ng EDSA.
Sa parehong linggo, isasara ang buong Rojas Boulevard na hilalaan lamang para sa APEC vehicles.
Magkakaroon ng daytime truck ban sa South Truck Road mula November 16 to 20. Papayagan lamang ang mga truck mula alas 10 ng gabi hanggang alas 6 ng umaga. Magpapatupad naman ng 24 oras na truck ban sa buong Rojas Boulevard sa kahabaan ng linggong yun.
Tandaan din na mula November 15 to 20, magpapatupad ng stop-and-go scheme sa Magallanes, Skyway SLEX interchanges, at ilang parte sa Makati, EDSA, pati sa mga kalsadang nakapaligid sa NAIA. Sa tuwing daraan ang economic leaders sa mga lugar na ito, pansamantalang pahihintuin ang trapiko. Pagagalawing muli ang mga sasakyan kapag nakadaan na ang economic leaders.
Sa mga nagbabalak na lumipad, magiging napakahigpit ng seguridad sa NAIA sa mga araw ng November 17, 19 at 20. Magpapatupad ng no-fly zone sa mga araw na ito. Kung kaya, iwasan mag-book ng flight at magpunta sa mga terminal ng NAIA sa mga nasabing petsa.
Tandaan natin ang mga paalalang ito para makaiwas sa abala. At enjoyin natin ang darating na linggo ng APEC Economic Leaders Meeting. Ipagdasal natin ang kaligtasan ng lahat at ang tagumpay ng APEC dito sa ating bansa. Ipakita natin na APEC, it's more fun in the Philippines.
On average, from the time we started, growth has been pegged at about 6.2%. And we're hoping that we will maintain that or even increase that number. There have been massive investments, especially in the social services, multiples for the budget for health, for education in particular. Our mantra is inclusive growth. The only way to be able to achieve inclusive growth if we invest in the human capital, which we think is the greatest single resource. There's still tumult in the global economic sphere. The question of refugees is also at the forefront of everybody's mind. Stability, terrorism, pandemics. But that's where fora like APEC comes into the picture. A platform where we can really concentrate on synergies and complementarities between the various economies, leading to positive changes in each of our individual societies. Whereas absent that fora, you will all be relegated to parochial concerns. You now have a venue that you can actually see commonality of problems and a lot of times synergies between solutions proposed so that everybody takes care of their parochial concerns while expanding their own capabilities to do so by growing their own respective economies.
It's more fun. Philippine Island. It's more fun in the Philippines.
Planning a meeting? It's good to know that when work meets fun, success happens. For example, did you know that a warm climate improves well-being? And studies show that taking a break outdoors increases attention span by 20%. Research says that meeting in blue rooms enhances productivity, while bright colors inspire creativity. It has also been proven that smiling releases endorphins and lowers stress. So it's good to know that you are with the happiest people in the world. So for your next meeting, convention, or business event, meet in the Philippines. Where fun works.
Ladies and gentlemen, His Excellency Benigno S. Aquino III, President of the Republic of the Philippines. Good afternoon. Welcome to the Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation CEO Summit with the theme, Creating the Future, Better, Stronger, Together. To give his welcome remarks and to introduce our guest of honor and keynote speaker, may we call on the Chairman, APEC CEO Summit, Mr. Tony Tan Caktiong.
His Excellency, President Benigno Simeon Aquino III, my fellow ABAC members, friends, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the host committee, I warmly welcome you to the Philippines and to this year's APEC CEO Summit. My colleagues and I hope that you will experience the hospitality and warmth of our people during your time here. We wish you a memorable stay in the Philippines. This year's APEC CEO Summit takes place 26 years after the founding of APEC, at a time of significant challenges as well as great opportunities for the world economy. On the one hand, we are challenged by slowing growth, global volatility, sustainability concerns, and rising inequality. On the other hand, we are encouraged by the power of entrepreneurship, innovation, and new technologies, which present us with new opportunities that were previously unimaginable. The question we all seek to address is, where do we go from here? This year's APEC CEO Summit in Manila, under the theme, Creating the Future, Better, Stronger, Together, is based on a simple, central idea. The way forward requires a common vision and growth that is inclusive. Over the next 2 days, you will hear APEC leaders, outstanding business figures, social entrepreneurs, and leading thinkers to share their thoughts on how we can together create a better and stronger future. We hope you will find this APEC CEO Summit in Manila useful and relevant, and that you will make use of the many networking opportunities to make new friendships, as well as strengthen existing ones. This APEC CEO Summit begins with an APEC leader who, since assuming this country's highest office 6 years ago, has transformed the prospects of this country from that of economic laggard to becoming one of Asia's fastest growing economies. Ladies and gentlemen, it is with great honor and pride that I present to you His Excellency Benigno Simeon Aquino III, the President of the Republic of the Philippines and Chair of this year's APEC Leaders Summit. Mr. President, welcome.
Thank you. Please down. Executive Secretary Paquito Cho Jr., other cabinet members present, Chairman Tony Tan Cactong, Ms. Doris Magsaysayho, Mr. Jaime Augusto Sobel de Ayala, Mr. William Tan Unchong, Mr. Guillermo Luz, Ambassador Sequisha, Mr. Andrew Stevens, delegates of the APEC 2015 CEO Summit, honored guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Some of you in this room may be familiar with the roots of the healthy Philippine democracy of today. In 1986, millions of our people gathered in EDSA, our capital city's most prominent avenue, and other cities throughout the nation to overthrow a dictator who had, for far too long, subjected our country to his tyranny and oppression. People armed only with rosaries, good intentions, and belief in their countrymen stood up to tanks, artillery, and planes. This was the miracle of EDSA, which made possible that which was impossible, and returned democracy through people power. After 14 years of martial law, our people were successful in lifting my mother into the presidency to lead the rebuilding of our nation. That era, from the dictatorship which began when I was 12 up until the end of my mother's presidency when I was 32, undoubtedly shaped many of the viewpoints I hold to today. I will never forget one particular instance when my family was in exile in Boston, and I asked my father, if we are in the right, why are we the ones in exile? He responded with a question of his own. How can those who cannot even eat think of concepts such as freedom and dignity? The first freedom is the freedom from hunger. That is the first that has to be won. I share my father's words today because what we will speak of in this summit and in the meetings that will occur in the days to come is deeply personal to me. We will have important conversations about how we can free our people from the oppression of poverty and how to empower them to take part in sustainable economic growth. Today, perhaps I can tell you about the Philippine story, what we have done to achieve large-scale transformation. I recall a very early meeting I had with the cabinet, in which we discussed why the poverty rate hardly moved over the past decade, or what I sometimes refer to as a lost decade. The numbers were alarming. Income growth was low and inequality was at incredibly high levels. In terms of access to employment and social development opportunities, particularly in health, education, and social protection. All this despite relatively consistent economic growth. When one thinks about it, it is quite sad. If 10 years ago my predecessor had done what we're doing now, I can only imagine where the Philippines would be. Of course, I'm also aware that past is past, and nothing you can do in the present or the future will change it. Nevertheless, remembering the past revitalizes us and energizes us to make up for lost time. We resolved that this sort of trickle-down economics was not the way forward, and that the only real growth is that which is felt by the many. Thus, inclusive growth became the North Star of our national policy. Growth that truly helps each and every Filipino lift themselves up from poverty and play a meaningful role in continuing our country's growth story. We spoke of the methods we would employ. We knew we had to craft and relentlessly pursue a holistic and cohesive national strategy, one that can systematically respond to every debilitating aspect of poverty, with the belief that this good governance is good economics. One of the first things we looked at was whether we were making the most of the scarce resources we had at our disposal. That is why from day one, the question we have always sought to answer while discussing any program or project has been, how does this benefit the Filipino people? We took a budgeting system compromised by leakages and corruption and instituted in its place zero-based budgeting. Through this system, we reviewed all the items in the budget to find out what was achieving its purpose and what wasn't. For those that weren't, we either changed the program or removed it completely to make absolutely certain that every peso of the taxpayers' money is spent with the people foremost in our minds. We also followed the principle of bottom-up budgeting. We reached out to communities, believing that they, more than anyone else, knew their own needs. We took advantage of technology to implement mechanisms to aid in transparency and accountability through websites called Budget ng Bayan and Pera ng Bayan, which means the people's budget and the people's money, respectively. These gave our citizens greater power to monitor our budget and also to report individuals suspected of wrongdoing. We plugged leaks throughout the bureaucracy, and we did not shy away from confronting the most complex and crippling problem of our nation, namely corruption. Over the last 5 years, we cracked down on all those proved to have engaged in wrongdoing. Now, a former president is under hospital arrest after being charged with plunder. The former Chief Justice of our Supreme Court, who had no compunctions about being selective about implementing the law, was removed through impeachment, after it was revealed that he violated our laws by failing to declare over 98% of his assets as mandated by our Constitution. Well-known senators have been arrested for their alleged involvement in a scam of massive proportions. We have likewise filed 581 cases against tax evaders and smugglers who owe the Filipino people billions of pesos in taxes. And might I point out that these only cover a fraction of our anti-corruption efforts. These efforts, among countless others, naturally freed up or helped increase the resources we had at our disposal. The only question was where to allocate it. We did not think twice about our decision. We invested it in our greatest resource, our people. That is why from 2010 to 2015, our social welfare and development budget increased 7-fold. Our Department of Education's budget essentially doubled, and our Technical, Educational, and Skills Development Authority's budget increased by 84%. Might I emphasize that we did all this and more without raising any taxes, apart from the sin tax, the proceeds of which went to expanding medical services for our people. But we didn't simply throw money at the problem. We followed a thorough strategy to respond to all aspects of poverty and to give our people a legitimate chance to retake authorship of their own destinies. Perhaps I can give you a brief walkthrough of our approach. We invested in upgrading our educational infrastructure. Within our first 3.5 years in office, for instance, we ended an inherited backlog of 66,800 classrooms, along with inherited shortages in seats and textbooks. We reformed our basic education cycle to conform to global standards and to give our children ample time to digest their lessons and maximize their learning. We also knew, however, that even though elementary and high school education are supposed to be free in the Philippines, some of our countrymen didn't have the wherewithal for transportation or for pocket money that would allow them to capitalize on this free education. Some were in such dire poverty that their bodies could not stand the rigors of schooling. This is why we undertook the large-scale expansion of our conditional cash transfer program. It gives cash grants to poor households as long as their children go to school, are vaccinated, amongst other conditions. This responds to the twin problems of families not being able to get by and children not being able to attend school. Perhaps we can listen to one of the beneficiaries speak about the program.
Dati, mahirap lang. Walang pagkain. Kinakain namin yung banggala, yung kamote ba? Yun. Yun ang kinakain namin kapag umagahan yun. Kapag hapunan, yun din. Mahirap magtrabaho kapag magsasaka ka. Kasi nahihirapan ka, tapos kapag ibenta, malit lang ang nakukuha mo. Naaawa ko sa kanila dahil nahihirapan silang magtrabaho. At iniisip ko na sana makapagtapos ako ng pag-aaral para maiahon ko sa hirap. Grade 6 ako, naibigay dito yung 4-piece. Gumaan na yung loob ko kasi may pera na si tatay para sa pag-aaral ko. Naisip ko nung walang 4-piece, wala akong mga notebook o sapatos man. Wala ako nun. Pero ngayong may 4-piece na naglakas loob ako na magpursiging mag-aral para matulungan ko yung mga magulang ko. Nagpapasalamat ako sa mga DSWD at yung mga gobyerno dahil naisip nilang ibigay to sa mga mahihirap. Kung hindi dahil sa kanila, hindi mababago yung pamumuhay namin.
From June of 2010, the number of beneficiaries of this program has gone from less than 800,000 households to 4.4 million, or roughly equivalent to 22 million Filipinos. In 2014, we began including households with high school-aged children because our Institute of Development Studies conducted a study that showed that high school graduates earn 40% more than those who only spent some years in an elementary level. While this program was designed with the long-term effects in mind, we have already enjoyed early success. In fact, this year, 333,673 CCT beneficiaries graduated from high school, 13,469 of whom graduated either with honors or other awards. I met two of these graduates, both of whom were accepted into one of our country's most prestigious schools, the University of the Philippines. On top of that, they are taking civil engineering, which is a quota course. Here is one of them talking about her experience.
Ngayon, mas nagsikap ako. Kasi po dati, nakikita ko po yung hirap ng pamilya ko. Pero ngayon, dumating po yung 4-piece, nakita ko po na may mga tao na tumutulong sa'yo. Alam ko po na hindi sila humihingi ng kapalit. Pero po, sa akin, sa pagsisikap po sa pag-aaral, yun na po yung ginagamit ko bilang kapalit. Yung pera po na binibigay ng gobyerno, hindi po namin sinayang yun. Kaya po natutustusan po yung mga gastusin ko sa paaralan. Nung nakapasa po ako ng UP, masaya po ako kasi yun po talaga yung pangarap kong paaralan. Yun po yung naibigay sa akin ng CCT. Nabigyan po nila ako ng mabuting edukasyon upang makapagtapos po ako ng high school at ngayon po makapag-aral po ako ng college. Alam ko po na maraming bumabatikos sa programang ito. Pero gusto ko po na sabihin kay Pangulong Benigno Aquino na tingnan na lang po nila ako. Kami po yung mga patunay na yung perang nilalagak ng gobyerno ay hindi nasasayang. Napupunta ito sa mabuting adhikain na alam ko na balang araw makakatulong upang mapataas ang estado ng ating bansa.
I cannot overemphasize the impact of this program. The statistics reinforce my point. From 2008 to 2013, the amount of out-of-school youth in our country dropped from 2.9 million to just 1.2 million. And we expect that these numbers will improve even more. Whereas once, some of these graduates would have been subject only to the possibility of menial jobs. Now they can move up the value chain and enter more promising careers. Of course, this is the goal for most of our students and for our citizenry at large, that they can take advantage of the growing number of opportunities in our job market, most of which require skilled labor. This is why our Technical Education and Skills Development Authority has been working closely with the private sector to design and implement courses that give our people the best chance to attain a sustainable livelihood. Simply by doing this, we raised the employment rate of our scholars from 28.5% to, when we started, to almost 70% under our Training for Work scholarship program. Perhaps the best example of this is our work with the Semiconductors and Electronics Industries in the Philippines Foundation, Incorporated, where our graduates posted an employment rate of 96%, which is defined as finding employment 6 months after graduation. Apart from helping our people find long-term employment, we are also enjoying a bonus return on our investment. Think about it. For a technical education program, government invests an average of around 7,155 pesos for every scholar. If a graduate, for example, finds employment in the BPO sector, a conservative estimate would have him making around 234,000 pesos annually. Assuming he receives the minimum tax deduction, this means his annual income tax will be 7,900 pesos. Imagine that. In less than a year, we break even, and these individuals will not be working for only a year. They will be paying taxes until they retire, and their taxes can help create further more opportunities for other Filipinos. The good news is, this is not the only sector where a brand of good common sense governance has sparked a virtuous cycle of growth and inclusivity. There is also our newfound capacity to invest in infrastructure. When my term as a member of Congress began, shortly after the Asian financial crisis, all our economies were reeling from this crisis. The situation was so dire that each time I approached the national government department to ask for assistance for my district, the refrain was consistent: we have no funds. Now the situation is extremely different. From 1.83% of GDP in 2010, we have increased our infrastructure budget to 4.10% of the GDP. That, might I emphasize, has exhibited fast-paced growth. The goal is to have this figure reach 5% of GDP by next year. In fact, now we have to contend with a very different problem compared to what I encountered in Congress. I am told that in a lot of times we are nearing the absorptive capacity of other government units to implement these infrastructure projects, which means that we need more engineers, more qualified contractors, particularly in far-flung areas, more building materials, amongst others, to build the roads, airports, and seaports necessary to give rise to the connectivity we need to allow everyone to participate in our growing economy. Indeed, our entire growth strategy hinges on the idea of empowerment. Empowered citizens, after all, are empowered consumers whose income will go to the goods and services produced by companies. The end result, instead of having many big fish in a very small pond, we are moving our economic ecosystem into a bigger pond where everybody can grow and reach their full potential. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe this is the most critical element of sustainable growth: inclusivity. If we can include our people in public life, in determining the path to our future, and in building our economy, it redounds to a more stable environment and to greater economic prosperity. In other words, it boosts our potentials to levels never before seen. You have seen the transformation of our country, from being known as the sick man of Asia to becoming Asia's new darling. You have seen how our economy has become one of the fastest growing in the world and how we have quickly risen in global measures of competitiveness. You may have even noticed the change in our people's attitude, from being apathetic to perhaps being a little too demanding, which we believe to be healthy in a democracy, since it gives government motivation to be even more efficient. Perhaps our people's increased participation is not too surprising, given that they have likewise seen this transformation in their lives. The initial results of our Department of Social Welfare and Development's most recent assessment revealed that at least 1.09 million households have been lifted from poverty, which is roughly equivalent to 5.45 million Filipinos. I share our story with you today because I believe we can do this on a regional scale. I believe if we work with each other's economies and if we harness the strengths of all our peoples, we can give rise not only to inclusive national economies, but to an Asia-Pacific where our citizens truly know what we talk about when we say growth. I am aware that this will neither be quick nor easy, but we have reason for optimism. The more that people gain the first freedom, which is freedom from hunger, we set an environment that nurtures the growth of all the other freedoms. The leaders of our economies have gathered here under the banner of building inclusive economies, and by so doing, building an inclusive world. And I believe that if we can fully engage the private sector in this mission, offering the many benefits brought about by inclusivity, we can achieve this sooner rather than later. Together, I am confident we can author the next great chapter in the history of human civilization. As a connected, synergized Asia-Pacific, we can bring about the advent of a region and a world where no one is left behind. Thank you. Good day.
Thank you very much, President Benigno S. Aquino III. And now the President is ready for a dialogue with Mr. Andrew Stevens, Asia-Pacific Editor, CNN International, that will focus on APEC's inclusive growth imperative.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. President. And on behalf of everyone here, thank you for your time this afternoon, and also for the hospitality that Filipinos show at an event like this. I've been in your country now for the last 2 weeks, traveling in a lot of places, and the hospitality and the friendliness is always the same. So thank you as host.
I hope you had a lot of fun.
I had a lot of fun, probably too much fun. Let's start with APEC, Mr. President. Here we are on the eve of the CEO Summit and, of course, the Leaders Summit. This is a gathering of the most important people from the business community, from the political community globally. What are the goals that you want to achieve as host of APEC this year?
Well, I think first of all, we'd like to emphasize the C portion of APEC, which is cooperation. There is, of course, a tendency to think of all problems as parochial. A lot of times, this has to be the priority. But if we lack the cooperation, then we will always have the situation of very shaky economic outlook and pessimism that is unfortunately clouding all of us. So our focus will be, can we not concentrate on areas where we can really cooperate as opposed to the issues that separate all of us? Is it about time to really broaden the dialogue that happens with our countries? For instance, earlier today we had the Chilean state president, Madame Bachelet, as our guest. We've had the relations for 70 years, and obviously the trade between the Philippines and Chile leaves a lot to be desired. But even at this nascent stage, we have the capacity to be able to exchange best practices as far as disaster risk reduction and management of the disasters that can benefit both of our countries at this point in time. For instance, they have a lot of earthquakes, and we were told that the strongest earthquake in recorded history happened in Chile. We are both members of the Ring of Fire in the Pacific. We are both subjected to the volcanoes. They have shown success in terms of the number of casualties in the last earthquake incident they had, which was in the low teens compared to the hundreds not too far ago in 2010. We have this mantra of building back better. We're visited in turn by 20 typhoons on average every year. Subjects a lot of our communities to a lot of destruction. We rebuild in the same location, in the same manner, to subject them to the same destruction come the next typhoon. So we're trying to break that cycle and how to actually reorder society, in effect, how to move them from the danger areas like the coastal areas, how to encourage them to leave the traditional areas to areas that are now better, that will be more resilient to climate change. So again, going back, they're all interconnected. The economy gives the government the wherewithal to be able to do all of the engineering necessary to accomplish, in our case, the Build Back Better. A stagnant economy, a pessimistic outlook on anyone's economy becomes, I guess, the key indicator that the suffering continues.
It's interesting you talk about the connections you have with a country like Chile, and certainly right now with just the second anniversary of Typhoon Yolanda, Haiyan, particularly timely. looking at what draws APEC countries together, let's talk about trade, specifically trade at the moment. Do you hope to be able to see any announcements from this APEC regarding trade? What would you like to see the next step forward? Because there are so many different plans on the table now.
Well, of course, I think the ideal would have been that the Doha round was successful and it was implemented. Barring failing to have achieved that, then you have to go to all of these regional free trade agreements and partnerships. Right? But at the end of the day, I was trained as a classical economist. The bigger the market, the more the opportunities, the greater the possibilities. So it doesn't behoove any country or any economy to have to build up all of these barriers towards the trade. So the direct outputs here are, we've had so many agreements of increased bilateral trade relations. You want to see something concrete. I'm kind of mixed in terms of answering this this particular question. We have this superstition in the country that until you have I guess, initial the document, you'd rather not talk about it in case you
don't tempt fate.
You might jinx the possibility. But we are expecting so many different agreements on a wide variety of fronts.
Well, just on this agreement point, because as we sit here, there are, I count, at least 3 major treaties. The TPP, obviously, the Regional Cooperation or Economic Cooperation Platform, and also the the Free Trade Zone for Asia Pacific. 3 big deals there. Is there a danger that they could fragment trade within APEC, that you'd get rival blocks rather than all working towards a common goal? Is that something that concerns you as a key exporting country, of course?
Well, that might be a possibility if the people responsible allow it to happen. But the whole point, I think, is that RTVM is inclusivity. Every country would want to be part of all of these agreements. We were not invited to TPP to begin with, but we're expecting to be invited when they do open up membership. If the whole idea is to broaden trade, making it exclusive actually defeats the whole purpose of why you enter into all of these agreements. No, I don't think that we can look for any economist or any businessman who states as a goal limiting the potentials for whatever sector he works in. So I guess everybody's cognizant of this. Those who accept the reality that growth is both domestic but more proportionately international in nature will welcome the interaction amongst all of these various trade agreements, associations.
Specifically now on the Philippines, the OECD recently put out a rather grim report on the outlook for global trade. This year, I think the growth will be 2%. It's an average 6% growth global trade. So obviously it's going to be difficult. Your economy is experiencing weaker than expected growth, still strong but weaker than expected, as are many other economies because of what's happening, obviously, with trade. How is your government offsetting that slowdown? What are you doing to deal with this slowdown in trade?
Well, first and foremost, again, the investment in our people, be it the tripling of the budget for health so that they're spared from starting from zero again with a catastrophic illness. This whole idea of the fight against global climate change, the adaptive aspects of that, the investments in education, both the formal and in the tech box sector. Most of our growth is still driven by consumption or things that we need in this country. Infrastructure, for instance, which should be 5% for GDP by next year, is something that, like a lot of emerging countries, we need a lot of. But at the same time, it's already producing the opportunities for us, for instance, in tourism, from 3 million foreign tourist arrivals to about 5 million last year already. Domestic tourism targets from 35 million we set in 2011. We actually, I think it was 34, we exceeded it already by 2011. We had to double that by next year. Now, the point, I guess, that I'm trying to raise is, we lost that decade. We have so many things to do to catch up. Even our own internal economy will necessarily propel us to even greater heights, just to meet our own particular needs. But at the same time, well, I should also add, manufacturing was an aspirational goal when we started. Our electricity rates are some of the highest, if not the highest, in the region. This is still a work in progress in terms of bringing them to a more reasonable level. But we've had, I think for the last 2 or 3 years, something like an average of 8% growth in the manufacturing sector, even before we have tackled that. So I guess there's so much interest in us. There are those that who used to partner with us that somehow forgot all about us that are coming back. There are those who are wondering why they never came here to begin with.
There is a sea change. You detect this real sea change. People want to be part of the Philippine story now.
Yes. And again, for instance, and it helps us, there's so many thoughts that I want to share. For instance, one of our sunrise industries is, of course, the BPO, BPM sector. They have been a key factor in broadening the development of the country away from just the purely urban areas or the traditional areas of investment. And of course, there's greater interaction between government and the private sector, so that we don't work at cross purposes, so that we don't go chasing after what used to be hot, but rather we want to be as proactive as possible and support each other in attaining the same goals, which is when they grow the economy, we grow our resources, we are enabled to help our people that much quicker and more fully.
So here's the question. There is no doubt that the Philippine growth story has been a very good story over your presidency. It has been one of the highlights of your presidency. I think one stat I look at is the fact that the Philippines now 3 years in a row has been the strongest growing economy in ASEAN. So, is this the beginning of a new normal, or is it too early to say that? Is the Philippines now on a different growth trajectory, a different growth path than it was when you took office?
Well, I guess that will be very dependent on the administration that follows us. But from the day one, we knew that we had 6 years to do what we can do. And the whole idea was get our people so used to the level of service and efficiencies that we've managed to introduce, to raise their expectations of what government should be able to do for them, that they will make a demand of it. And I think you can see it even in the pre-campaigning that is happening now. To a large degree, all of the major contenders are saying that they will continue our policies, if not even improve on what we were able to do. And we expect them to be able to do a lot more.
But they have to work within that new government framework, that new administration framework, right?
When we were starting out, the horror story was after all of the work that they would go back to where we were. But now I think that our people have gotten to the point that they know what government is capable of if it is run properly, and they will demand it of those who come after us.
Well, on that point, so the private sector says, yes, we will continue. What does the government, what does your successor have to guarantee to keep the Philippine growth story going in its current form?
I think America said it best, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. So in some of the foreign observers, some banks, for instance, some of the ratings agencies, don't expect a major change in governance, no matter who wins. They say that even the political noise, which is very noisy in our country, is kind of muted and subdued at this point in time. I think in branding themselves and making a differentiation, they've had difficulty of how to question what we have done, and also at the same time how to adopt at the end point saying we are opposition, but we will do everything that they did.
So you feel confident, do you think, that this is the beginning of a long-term sea change for the Philippines economy?
Well, yes. And let me give you an example. There is an extension of our major northern highway called TPLEX. It's an acronym of several provinces it passes through. It isn't fully open yet. But even without it being fully open, for instance, there are rises in the prices for instance, shares in the country club in Baguio, our northern capital, or the summer capital. There are businesses, restaurants, everything that caters to tourists are already being built up that were never even thought of, probably even 5 years ago. People who are, as I was telling you earlier, the tourism sector was one of the low-lying fruits that we saw. We believe that for every foreign tourist that comes to our country, a job is generated. And of course, the key activity for our government is job generation. Now, tourism has twinfold of not needing too much by way of education to be able to participate. Again, it's holistic. For instance, whale shark watching in the southern portion of Luzon educates those who are participating in it to how to interact with the whale sharks so that they are not irritated and they leave. They help preserve the ecology. They're very conscious of ecotourism, generates jobs directly for them. So we hope that it's not just a temporary thing, but really, how should I put it, a very positive attitude that has changed what used to be apathy. Now, the infrastructure that we are building now or have built, some of them were promised to us in the 70s when I was in grade school. And it is now, there's a major irrigation project that was first thought of when I was born. And now it's here. Now people are getting to see the real benefits of. I'm really trying to encapsulate in a sentence something to the effect that oftentimes I am told these were things we aspired to and dreamt about and thought we'd never see.
And now they're happening.
And now it's there.
You have CEOs from around the region, from around the globe in this auditorium today. Do you have a message to them about why they should be investing in the Philippines? Because we have seen a big uptick in foreign direct investment. Obviously, there is a lot more confidence. Is there a specific message today that you would like to share? Would you like to?
Let me answer that in a twofold way. There are two companies, one American, one Japanese, and just to make sure I'm not violating any disclosure rules, I will not mention which companies. But basically, they told us, one is already present, they already are manufacturing concerned, they're expanding their manufacturing operations here. And not trinkets, very high-tech micro motors, amongst other things. They said, what we're interested in the next phase is to set up a research and development facility in your country. And to be able to do that, we need several hundreds in the master's and doctoral levels in engineering to be able to sustain our R&D. Do you have that? And we responded, yes, and we gave them actually the names of where these people are, etc. And they said, it so happens that we lack the necessary numbers. We have an aging population, and you have a very young population that is so capable. And that prompted them to reset up this R&D. I think the memorandum of agreement was signed probably last month or the month before. No, last month. The other guy actually was watching your network and had a feature on the Philippines. And he says, why don't I look at the Philippines? So he has something like 600,000 people working in the factories that produces his goods. And he's setting up his manufacturing facility also. And also, at the same time, for us to make it complete, we also want to set up the R&D facility. And, they look at us not as no longer as the source of manufacture for the cheapest labor, but rather of the skilled labor, and that there is the necessary support in terms of infrastructure, in terms of stability of power, in terms of political stability, and so on and so forth. That, it is worthwhile to come here. Just the last part was, we had a conference by Forbes magazine recently, and I think it was universal the way it was reported to me by the head of the economic cluster, the Secretary of Finance, that people who were here before and somehow forgot us were wondering why they forgot us. There were those who never came here and said, why did we miss this? And the third group saying, what we've done is not enough, we want to accelerate what has happened. I guess all of them were stating basically the same thing. This is the right time to invest in the Philippines, and we have already lost by not doing it earlier. So I guess the central message is, we really invite you to come in now, rather than tell us 2 or 3 years from now that you should have listened to our advice.
Could have missed the boat. Mr. President, you are just a few months now away from the end of your term. You won in a landslide. You won on a platform of tackling corruption and alleviating poverty. How do you judge the success? How do you judge the success of your term?
Well, to be perfectly honest, when we started out, we had something like less than 7% of the national budget left for us to use on priority measures or priority programs of ours. That was to run the country for 6 months. It was a hope that somehow we will get people interested to set up businesses that therefore will provide employment. I never expected, for instance, to hear, when I meet with governors, mayors, congress people, senators, it's a truism in our system that there are so many folders presented to you for various requests. Then, I think 2-3 months ago, I had a chance to talk in rapid succession, 3 of our governors, one from the farthest north of the country and 2 from the south, 2 from Mindanao, 1 from the Cordilleras. And all of them were saying, I quote the 2 women governors from Mindanao, they've gotten to the point that in terms of counterpart funds, they're running short already of counterpart funds because of the sheer volume of projects, programs that are being implemented. When we were hit by a typhoon called Bofa, it brought down coconut trees, which were the main source of livelihood in the community. We were wondering, we were really fearful that it takes 5 to 7 years to grow the coconuts back. What will the people there subsist on while waiting for it? And lo and behold, about a year later, the governor of that particular province says, "Sir, our current problem is inflation." I said, "Inflation?" From expecting a dearth of jobs. Then he said, "There's so much money and so many jobs that are happening in our community that they're chasing after the same goods and services. Therefore, inflation came about." So we never expected to get to the point that people will be saying, "We can no longer absorb any more projects from you." We've reached the physical limitations of lack of contractors, lack of sometimes even aggregates. We didn't think we'd be able to support 4.4 million households in that conditional cash transfer program. We didn't think that, high-end is still a challenge, but to be able to even rebuild these communities that affected about 20 million, actually more than 20 million for our countrymen. Now, when we started out, we think if we got something like that, we'd have to borrow to the hill, perhaps exhaust all of our credit lines just to do something about it. But, there's so many things that
so many things. If you put it all together, this is an old journalist question, this one, but if you put it all together and you graded yourself, your performance, with 10 being perfect and 0 being a fail.
That is a very difficult question to answer. If I grade myself highly, my cabinet might suddenly take a breather.
But you feel you have.
The normal answer we say is that we are in the service of our people, and a delay of service or a good to them means a prolongation of their suffering. So no matter what we did, we always have to try and surpass that which was accomplished. And doing that which was at one point in time considered impossible, that is now accepted as common fare, tells us that there is the possibilities to go even further than the wildest dreams are there. So grading, I was always taught to be modest by my parents, my school, my church. So I'd rather let our people decide. And that is actually how I framed. I told our countrymen when I endorsed a candidate, I said, next year will be a referendum. Did we do right by you or not? Did we fulfill our promises to you or not? And if we did, then the key to continuity is in your hands. If on the other hand, you think all we did was wrong, then it is your right to boot all of us and those who follow our example out of office. So, like you, I would like to see the results of next year's elections. And that will be the grade.
Yeah. Absolutely. I fully understand that. You have, and you have continued throughout your leadership, pushed on corruption issues. Are you satisfied? And I guess that's the best you could hope to be with the progress you've made.
Well, we have 3 branches of government. And what I tell the executive, which I hold, is that the key to the corruption fight is not the ability to file cases against somebody, but actually sending somebody to jail.
Yes.
If we can remove this belief that you can get away literally with murder, then we will have achieved something. But, we're expecting some major decisions on cases that have been pending.
Has it been a frustrating fight for you?
Honestly, yes. The judicial process, and with all due respect to our co-equal branch of government, the Constitution, our Constitution says, for instance, once submitted for resolution, the Supreme Court has a maximum of 2 years to decide on a particular case. Now, unfortunately, when you look at the 2 years, they're the ones who start the clock as to when it becomes 2 years. So we're told about cases that have been languishing for decades in the processes. And lately, for instance, infrastructure, some of the things that we would have been able to finish were held up because of the actuations of lower courts who actually were working under a law that said government infrastructure projects cannot be delayed, but actually helped delaying the same. For instance, they're not able to give a restraining order or instruction. So the new method was on valuation, questioning the valuation, effectively delaying the project, so that some of the targets that we were hoping to accomplish before we stepped down will not be met. But the Supreme Court has taken action on this and reminded them that there is a law that says you are not supposed to stop the infrastructure programs of government. But it is frustrating.
It is. With hand in hand with the crackdown on corruption, of course, has been alleviation of poverty. Some of the metrics I've been looking at suggest that needle on poverty reduction is much, much more difficult to move. And it has not moved that much over the last 5 years or so. Has there not been, am I looking at the wrong statistics, or are we still not seeing a trickle down? I know you said that you didn't want to trickle down, you want to be more aggressive than that, but we're not seeing yet the results of 3 years of very strong growth, 4 years of strong growth, with significant poverty reduction. Why do you think that is?
Well, again, the first drive was to capacitate our countrymen. And that means investing in education from elementary to high school. The whole process now will take about 13 years. We have a K-12 program. There was a fight to get that new curriculum in place. The need also to build all of the facilities that were neglected previously. Just to give you an idea, the classrooms, my predecessor said we have no classroom shortage. And how they did that was for people in the elementary, each classroom was utilized for 2, if you're lucky, 3 shifts, and in some instances 4 shifts per day. And these are children in the elementary level being made to start their class very late in the afternoon, wind up in the evening, and compress everything instead of the day, the 8-hour day, becoming a 4-hour day, or even in some instances less. Sharing of books that were erroneous. So all of the investments need time. They have to graduate, they have to finish high school and have the skills that will impart. That's part of it. There is that national household targeting survey that we did. Their promise to me is by the end of this month we will have the results of this, and those probably will be the metrics that you should see.
So you're pretty confident you're going to start being able to point to very significant changes.
The numbers of the people that have actually gone above the poverty line.
Yeah. Is there something, again, just on the legacy issue, if you like, what would you like to be remembered for?
Well, the idea of perhaps I was part of that drive to regain the people's confidence that led to optimism. Perhaps, hopefully, not overconfidence.
But to restore that confidence, I understand that. And in hindsight, President, and hindsight's a very easy thing. Is there something, an issue you wish you'd tackled differently or more vigorously? Or do you think that you've done pretty much what you wanted to do as effectively as you could have been given the circumstances?
Again, my stock answer is no matter what we've achieved, there's a lot more other things that could have been done.
Of course.
For instance, could I have been, I come from a country that it's not known to be a tight one. But when it comes to the people's funds, items like 1,000 pesos or 10,000 pesos, we would debate as to whether or not we should expend this amount or not. One of the first foreign trips I did, we rode on a commercial plane that left Manila at 11:45, it was a budget airline and the seats were not adjustable in any manner whatsoever. No? But, and I had members of the cabinet who were chief executives of our biggest corporations, used to business class travel, who suddenly said, please include this in your list of sacrifices. Perhaps at the point in time when the liquidity in the world was really, when especially our part of the world was awash with all of this liquidity, perhaps we could have been even more daring and more emboldened to take on the loans that could have funded so many things. But now that, and we have reached that capacity limit in terms of the construction, etc., early on, perhaps we could have accelerated the pace of the infrastructure support now.
Yes, the infrastructure remains an issue. I'd like to open this. I did promise the organisers that I would open the floor up to some questions to the President of the Philippines. So we still have a few minutes left. So if there is one to a question, I believe a gentleman here, if you can stand up and if you could state your name and affiliation, please. So thank you.
Hello, good afternoon, Mr. President.
Good afternoon.
I'm Paulo Montero, a Philippine delegate to the APEC Voices of the Future program. I'd just like to ask a question about trade. You mentioned earlier that the Philippines is not part of the TPP, but you would want to be a part of the TPP. However, as agreed upon by some observers, one of the major challenges to our full participation would be some restrictive provisions in some of our laws and even our constitution. Considering that 40% of global GDP is part of TPP, and I think about 5 of our major trading partners are part of the agreement, would the Philippine government be open to possibly introducing some changes to these restrictive laws or even to our constitution? Thank you very much.
There is the debate on whether or not the constitution has to be rewritten. Of course, the idea of economic provisions and the term limits. At this point in time in my administration, I think it's too late for me to consider any of that. And obviously, I don't want them to consider the issue of term limits. But anything made by man is open to change by man. So if it can be demonstrated that it leads to the common good or the good for most, if not all, then that is subject to review also, or can be made the subject of review.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, we do appreciate you being willing to take questions from the audience. I did see another hand up. This gentleman here. Yes, that's right. Just, excuse me, sir. Just before you do, just the gentleman in front of you had his hand up first. Yes, just there you are. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, President. I'm Zhongmao Wu from Chinese Taipei, and I'm the Voices of the Future representing Chinese Taipei. Talking about basic human rights, we all know that not only calamities, but natural disasters pose great threat to people, especially in economies like the Philippines, especially threatened by climate change. Thus, I would like to ask the President's perspective on the argument that current intended national determined contributions are not sufficient for the 2 degrees Celsius, not to mention the 1.5 degrees Celsius proposed by the Philippines.
Well, again, when we participate in COP21, the message simply put is we all have to do the most that we can, because this really is a situation where we're running out of time to be able to stop an irreversible situation. Now, there is no template answer for all countries. For instance, in the Philippines, we'd want to go to natural gas in terms of sourcing for our energy But at the present time, we don't have a regasification plan. It limits our ability to go into that area. We're in the process of enticing investors and negotiating for the setting up of these plants, which won't happen under my watch. But at the end of the day, we have to look at each particular country's contribution to their eyes to be able to prod each one to contribute the maximum, as opposed to being combative and forcing everyone to accept a particular template. Coming up with that best contribution effort is the challenge, and hopefully we will be able to articulate that in a very good manner that convinces everybody to give what they can now, rather than at a more critical period down the line.
Just on that point, Mr. President, talking about climate change and Haiyan Yolanda 2 years ago, at the time, afterwards there was a lot of talk about this being the new normal, these extreme weather events, and you've been speaking at the podium about building back better. Are you satisfied with how you have been able to build back, and is the Philippines now, do you consider, more resistant to this type of extreme weather events because of what you learned 2 years ago?
We're better off, in a sense. We're better prepared, but are we going to say that we are very, very resilient or resistant already to this? I don't think that is the case. There is we look at the map of the Philippines, we have something like 36,000 kilometers of coastline. Just recently, one of the typhoons that affected our country, and by coincidence, we don't have ports on the Pacific side of our coastline because that's where the storms normally come in. There was a proposal that will facilitate trade in the northern portion of the Philippines in a province called Aurora. And this was where a particular typhoon, it had a natural cove, it's supposed to be a natural shelter, etc. And even with those features, even with an island in front of it, or a peninsula in front of it that shields the main municipality, they were still severely affected by this typhoon, which wasn't that strong in comparison to Haiyan. So, in terms of the response of the first responders preparing the communities, we're good. In terms of being able to get to these areas sooner and clearing the roads, repairing the lines, I think we're better. But still, the effort is so many communities on that 36,000 kilometer coastline that have to be moved to better locations. I don't know if I mentioned it earlier, but one of the protections that is being done is a road from Tacloban to Palo Leyte that will have on average about a 4-meter difference between the road in the mean sea level as a natural dike or a built-in dike for the communities. But because of the height, because of the length, because of the width, and also convincing all of these people to go behind the dike, it's a
long process.
Still a work in progress. Yeah. Investments in the radars also are being installed.
Would you like to continue your work in this after your presidency, to continue to push forward on this? Is this something that interests you? Because it was a very, very confronting event.
Well, to be honest with you, I'm really looking forward to taking a small break next year.
I think you probably deserved it.
You know, after APEC, we're headed to ASEAN to say my goodbyes to my co-leaders. This will be my last ASEAN meeting, after which we go to COP21, difference of about 4 days or so. And I think a visit, 2 more state visits. But the major challenge before me is to ensure that our elections are credible, orderly, and peaceful. And the political noise will really be loudest after Christmas. Probably towards the end of the first week of January, we'll get...
To an outsider, explain why.
Sorry?
To an outsider, explain why it will start getting very noisy then, just leading into the election.
Well, we're all friendly prior to the coming of Christ. No, there seems to be an unofficial ceasefire and Christmas is one of our biggest and most festive moments in the year. Everybody looks forward the climate changes, it becomes cooler.
And then and then hostilities are resumed.
Once the official campaign period starts, then everybody says anything and everything goes.
Yeah, I understand you have not made an endorsement yet, correct?
I did endorse it.
Excuse me.
President, Vice President, yes.
Right, before we go, we've got time for one more question from the floor. If there is anyone from this side of the auditorium, no, looks, and there was one gentleman over here. Looks like he's, looks
somebody.
Oh, yes, excuse me, over here. If we can get a microphone to this gentleman. Could you stand up, please, sir, so we can see you? Yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's a great honor to be here. My name is Miguel. I'm an Australian Filipino, and I'm part of the Australian Youth Delegation to APEC 2015. I'm part of a new generation of Australian Filipinos whose parents worked hard in their home countries to lead us into the middle class back home. But I'm rediscovering a new sense of solidarity with my homeland as a Filipino. How do you think that this newly industrialized Philippines can utilize these masses of widespread, globalized Filipino diaspora to become more diverse and holistic into the future? Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you for asking that question. A lot of the people that will be populating the research and development facilities that I talked to you about, a lot of them will be coming from abroad. And the inventory that was done actually tried to pinpoint exactly where they are, what the fields are, compensation, etc. It is really a source of pride that when I do have a foreign visit, I am told all the time that the Filipino communities there are making such a valuable contribution to whichever country I do visit. Actually, I've already received a complaint from some locality that we managed to repatriate quite a number of our countrymen. They said, why are you taking our employees? And we said, I think we're taking back our citizens. So, and that has always been the goal. How to shrink the income gap between working here and working abroad, so that in addition to being with your family, you're kept in this country. If one has
A very good afternoon and mabuhay, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. If we could invite you to please take your seats. Thank you very much. We are going to move on to the next session straight away. So if I could invite you to take your seats. Thank you once again to President Aquino and to Andrew Stevens. That was a wonderful job in setting the scene of what to expect in the coming days. Insight, inspiration, and a better understanding of APEC economies and their drive for inclusive growth. We are going to begin the next session in a couple of minutes, so I'd invite you to take your seats. We've got a fantastic session lined up with the President of Chile. My name is Alan Lai, and I'm delighted to be with you here today. We've got 2 more days of fantastic sessions coming up, talking about a wide range of issues with the APEC leaders and business leaders on how to improve trade across the Asia Pacific. We've got over 11 APEC leaders from a wide range of the APEC economies, so you'll have a real flavor from the developed economies to the emerging economies to the smaller economies, and that'll give you great insight into what to expect. We also have fantastic quality of business leaders, not just from the Asia Pacific, but also from parts of Europe, who will also contribute their voice to the discussion. So ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite you to please take your seats. We will begin the next session in a couple of minutes. And of course, in addition to the APEC leaders and the business leaders, we've got some fantastic world-class moderators, editors-in-chiefs and news presenters from the world's leading media, business publications and TV stations. And their job is to tie us all together and provide some cohesiveness to the discussions. There are microphones scattered throughout the room, so we hope you'll take the opportunity to ask more questions in the future sessions as well. So ladies and gentlemen, once again, I would encourage you to please take your seats, and we will begin the next session very shortly. Thank you very much to the APEC members who are sitting very patiently. I'll just come out again in 5 minutes. Thank you very much, Gwen. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, if I could please encourage you to take your seats. We do have a fantastic session with the President of Chile. We've got Dennis Nally, the Global Chairman of PricewaterhouseCoopers, Ian Bremer of Eurasia Group, and John Rice of GE. And they will be talking about navigating uncertainties. It's going to be a fantastic session, I do assure you. But later on this afternoon, we've also got a unique session in the President of Colombia. Now, Colombia, as you know, is not an APEC economy, but we are delighted to have President Santos here with us today. Colombia is part of the Pacific Alliance and, of course, do a lot of trade with the Asia Pacific. So stay tuned for President of Colombia later on. Ladies and gentlemen, please do take your seats. We will begin the next session very shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, if we could invite you to take your seats. The doors will be closing shortly. And as a couple of housekeeping announcements, we will close the doors during the sessions out of respect for the panelists to ensure that there's no disruptions during the conversations. We'd also like to remind you to turn off your electronic devices or turn them to silent. And for those of you who would like simultaneous interpretation, we've got 1 is for English, 2 is for Chinese, 3 is for Japanese, 4 is for Korean, and 5 is for Russian. So translation, simultaneous interpretation will be provided into the languages you see on the screen. So ladies and gentlemen, once again, if we could encourage you to take your seats, we'll show a few videos, and then we'll be right back with a few more announcements. Thank you.
Navigate uncertainty. How can businesses steer through the uncertainty? Business leaders perceive a number of obstacles to growth. Chief among them are cyber threats, geopolitical tensions, and slowing global trade. Preparing for uncertainty is increasing demand for some services, such as risk reduction and consulting. As businesses grow less confident about profits. But amid these challenges, there are also opportunities. As businesses realize the potential of digital transformation, of improved distribution and communications networks connecting the region, and agreements that tackle barriers to cross-border trade in services as well as goods. What is your path to growth in an uncertain world?
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We are about to begin in a couple of minutes. The next session we have is entitled Navigating Uncertainty. And the session will look into the issues facing the region and provide some fantastic insight into what to expect. Now, on your seats when you came in was the APEC 2015 CEO Summit Survey that was kindly conducted by PwC. And it's entitled CEO Confidence in the Asia Pacific, Shaken but Strong. Just like James Bond's martini, shaken yet strong. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this will provide some fantastic insight into this discussion that's about to come up. I would like to invite the moderator for this session, Mr. Norman Perlstein, the Chief Content Officer from Time Inc. Would you please give him a warm APEC CEO Summit welcome? Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be back at APEC and to see so many old friends from prior years. We have a wonderful panel this afternoon to kick off our conversations on the subject of navigating uncertainty. If there was any doubt about the appropriateness of this topic. It certainly went away this weekend in Paris. We begin today with the President of Chile, Her Excellency. Let me welcome her to the stage. Thank you so much. And our next panelist is Dennis Nally, the chairman of PwC International and one of our sponsors. Thank you, Dennis. And the vice chairman of General Electric, Mr. John Rice. And Mr. Ian Bremmer, the Chairman and Chief Executive Officer of the Eurasia Group. Thank you. Please take your seats. Madam President, perhaps we could begin with a discussion of some subjects that I know are important to you at a time when we are looking at macroeconomic developments, geopolitical developments, and certainly about issues of political risk. Latin America has been a relatively tranquil part of the world, and I'd be interested in whether you think that's something that is likely to continue, and if so, what are the dynamics at work? I'd also like to ask a couple other questions for your consideration. You have a remarkable personal history that I know has influenced a lot of your feelings about healthcare, about income inequality, and about ways in which Chile might address these kinds of social issues. And I'd love you to speak a bit about some of the programs that you have implemented and their implications for the Asia-Pacific region. And finally, I'd love you to talk a little bit about TPP, about issues of commodity prices, and what the likelihood is for foreign investment in Chile. So, please.
Well, thank you so much. Lovely to be here with all of you. Well, yes, as you mentioned, Latin America is a pretty peaceful region in the world, and this is something that we are really proud on it, and we want to continue to be like that. I think part of it is that, I mean, we haven't had conflict for many years. And of course, there has been internal conflicts, civil wars, and so on. But I think one of the issues that is very important is that democracy has been a determining factor on this peace process. On the other hand, one country that has had some issues for some time, more than 50 years, is Colombia, and I know it, and we are very, very happy of what's going on there. We really respect the process that President Santos is developing. Chile, along with other countries, are accompanying this process, and we will be there to support all the efforts that the Colombians are doing and that will mean that in South America, at least, probably there will be the last important conflict that will be ended. But we have learned some lessons, because we believe that the majority of conflict, there has been a couple of conflicts between countries, but many years ago, and we have been able to solve it through, dialogue and pacific solutions. Even though in some of those places there have been some military actions, at the end they were all solved in a peaceful way. But we believe that we have learned some lessons, because what we have had, many of us, have been dictatorships in the past. So many of us have understood that for us there are some issues that are central, like democracy, the consolidation of democracy, and that means good politics, fight corruption, and of course, and increase the capacity of the people. On the other hand, we need that human rights is something essential that need to respect it. So those are lessons we have learned. But on the other hand, we have all understood that the economic growth is essential, and the economic growth has to be in the sense of shared prosperity. Because if you ask me if I see any possible conflicts in the region, I don't see any I would say, traditional conflict. But what I could see as a risk is that because we don't deal with the inequalities that still are in Latin America. Latin America is the region of the world with the highest gap, more unequal region of the world, with the highest gap between the ones who have the more and the ones who have less. So in order to have a real democracy, you need social cohesion. So you need to tackle inequalities, you need to improve people's conditions so everybody feels that their nation are taking care of them, incentivizing them, and giving them opportunities. So I think that's the direction where most of our governments are going in terms of continue modernizing our societies, ensuring the economy to continue active and dynamizing it. I think one of the other factors that have been very important in terms of lack of conflict is the integration processes. We have been developing a lot of integration processes. First of all, at the sub-regional level, and then as UNASUR, that's South America, and then CELAC, now we are Caribbean, and all the Central America and South American countries together. Of course, we are in the OAS too, but I mean that we have sort of different kind of pacts, political pacts, but also we have economic pacts, and we are working on that. And one of the newest, the Pacific Alliance, where Chile with Colombia, Mexico, and Peru are working on this alliance that has been is very pragmatic, if I may say, but also very successful. We have defined a lot of specific targets and we are meeting them. So we are very happy about it. And we're very happy that in the context of this APEC meeting, where we will have a meeting with APEC and Pacific Alliance. And I think that's something very important, even though 3 of the countries, we are already members of the APEC. But of course, APEC wants to know much more on the experience. So I think there's a lot of factors, and we'll continue working on all the areas that will ensure that Latin America is a peaceful country. You ask me about what are the kinds of reforms or which is the agenda in my government. Even though Chile has been doing pretty well, and the economy has been, for many years, steadily growing, of course, you know that our first partner, trade partner is China. So the slowdown in China and the copper prices that have come down has impacted us. So our economy has been slowing down. But having said that, we also understand that we are not in a recession, we're still growing. So we can do much more for people who still are behind other people. So that's why we said, on one hand, because of ethical reasons, because of moral reasons, but also because of economical reasons, we need to improve the opportunities for people. So one of the best things we thought is we need to ensure quality education for all, because we have a good coverage in education. Chile is a country where more than 98% of children, girls and boys, go to primary school, and more than 92% goes to secondary school. And then we have also important participation in tertiary education. 7 out of 10 boys and girls in tertiary education are the first in their families, so we have social mobility too. But the thing is that we have to ensure that quality education, because it's not the same quality for everyone. So that's where we're going into a educational reform that will intend, first of all, to ensure quality of education from the lowest level, I mean from the nursery and kindergarten to the tertiary education all over the country. That's a challenge. Chile is pretty long, so sometimes we have universities everywhere, but sometimes it's not easy to get, all the specialists, all the experts in the streams of the country. So we're doing that. In order to be able to do that, last year we approved a fiscal reform that it was transversally accepted by all the political parties at Congress, that will give us an increase of 3% of the GDP, that will permit us to really ensure quality education and other social programs. We are also supporting health, so we can improve health conditions. We need to improve the quality. We have services. We have services everywhere, but we need to improve quality and opportunity. The other thing we need to work on, and we're working on it, it's on a labor agenda. We believe that labor relationship with the employers and employees have to be modern, had to be a good relationship. So it's a win-win relation. So we're working on that too. And finally, to talk about the challenges, and we have had challenges on politics and challenges on the agenda of transparency, probity, and corruption. We're not a corrupted country, but we have seen some signs that we said, okay, stop, we have to stop this. So we have a very strong agenda in terms of anti-corruption, transparency. We are having a lot of bills in terms of improving the quality of politics, separating, and I know this is something that can be controversial, but for us it's essential, no money from business in politics. If somebody wants to give money as a person, it will be fine, but not with business. And the parliamentarians who will not respond to those, to the law, they will lose their seat in Congress. So we have a lot, and also we are working on some things that will permit also business to be more transparent. But afterwards, because I took too long, we can talk about
well, maybe
the
we'll come back to that a little
on.
bit later. But
I told him to tell me
right.
like that if I was speaking too long,
well,
because I'm always speaking too long.
It's fascinating what you're saying, and I think that combination of markets and of social issues is one that is a role model for much of the region. So thank you very much for that. Ian, as head of the Eurasia Group, you are one of those rare people who I've found has thought about and understands just about any country that I can think of. And so as much as I'd like us to primarily focus on the Asia-Pacific region, I wonder if you could take a few minutes to give us your thoughts about ISIS. I'm hoping you're writing that for Time Magazine this week as well, since you're one of our key columnists on it. And then after that, I would like to talk about whether the kind of relative tranquility of Latin America extends to the Asia region as well, and what are some of the things that you might be on the lookout for over the next year?
Well, very quickly, I would say, look, APEC is the place you want to be geopolitically. I know being in the Philippines with the South China Sea and the islands that are getting built that we're not supposed to talk about feels...
I think you get special license for that.
Feels a little challenging. I'll just get it right out there.
Right.
Feels challenging, but no, clearly outside of APEC, pretty much everything that could be going wrong geopolitically is. We have more refugees than ever in recorded history. We have the strongest terrorist organization we've ever experienced. We have 5 failed states in the region, and there are going to be more. This is not just a problem for the Middle East and North Africa. This is pointed directly at Europe, the largest common market in the world. And everything we've seen over the past 2 days from France tells us that the world, which has seen that Syria is a very slippery slope, but also knows it hasn't been very steep. They've avoided getting too caught up in it because they know how bad things can go. That slope is not just slippery, it's about to get a lot steeper. For the French, for the Americans, for all of us. And is that going to fix ISIS? Of course not. Is that going to weaken Europe? Absolutely. The geopolitical benefits for the Western Hemisphere and Asia, everyone in the world understands, all the CEOs here understand geopolitics are getting much worse, but nobody's investing that way. Nobody's saying, oh, I'm not going to move money here because I'm worried about the geopolitics. That's going to start happening. And President Bachelet is very right that the Western Hemisphere is incredibly stable, and that's going to lead to more capital flows. It's interesting that when you look at the Western Hemisphere, it's not because the big countries have such great leadership. We look at Washington, it seems broken. Brazil, people are worried about Rousseff getting impeached. Lots of challenges in Mexico. Those are the big economies. And yet the extraordinary harmony and the lack of geopolitical conflict when we look across the Western Hemisphere. Mexico and Canada are great neighbors. Colombia, we're working on a peace deal. Cuba opening up, and countries like Venezuela economically are imploding. That is going to create enormous capital inflows, but it's not leading to leadership. Where if you look at Asia, a place where you see an awful lot of volatility, where China's rising and many countries, including, of course, most importantly, the host here, Philippines, are saying this is really going to affect us. But what you have in Asia that you really need in other places is leadership. You have Xi Jinping, you've got Abe, you've got Modi, you've got our host here, who actually have enough popularity, whether elected or not elected, that they understand they can actually take some decisions for the longer term. But they're not going to play the nationalist card. They're not going to play the populist card, which is being played in our elections in the United States, is being played every day in Europe right now. They're not going to play it in Asia because they're going to focus on long-term economic stability. And thank God, as challenging as the political relations are right now between the Philippines and China, both sides understand that the economic relations need to be strong, and they're not going to ruin that. I see that happening across Asia right now. And I think that that's one of the great strengths that APEC actually brings to the global table today.
Thank you very much. I'd like to take the conversation a bit more specifically to APEC and to attitudes toward risk. And for that, I'd like to turn to you, Dennis. PwC has recently completed, and you announced today, the results from your 5th poll of, in this case, some 800 executives throughout the region, as well as in-depth interviews with 18 members of the APEC Advisory Council who you were speaking to. Could you talk a little bit about this year's survey and what we should be thinking about, or what you heard from the people whom you polled?
So thanks, Norman, and good afternoon, everybody. It's great to be here. I think everyone has a copy of the survey. It should be at your seats. I hope you have a chance to really take a look at it. It is the most extensive survey we've done. We've been doing this now for over 5 years on behalf of APEC. So I think it gives us a really, really good perspective on how the CEO community, as well as business leaders across all the 21 economic economies, are really looking at confidence and challenges and issues that they really need to deal with. The headline this year is confidence levels are down in a very significant way. This particular survey was done from the June through August time period. And I would tell you at the outset of our survey, confidence levels were actually pretty high, very consistent with what it is we saw in the past year. Then we had the events of China. We had the issues with regard to what was happening with interest rates in Washington, obviously other geopolitical issues that we're all aware of. Confidence levels dropped in a very significant way from July through August, about a half of what it was a year ago. Again, this is across all 21 APEC economies. So you could say, not a great story, not feeling really good about what's happening. But let me give you a couple other highlights that'll give you a little bit more context, and I think really to build on what Ian just said. When we ask CEOs, where are you planning on investing over the next 12 months, notwithstanding the point around confidence levels falling in a very significant way, over half, greater than half of those CEOs said they expect to increase the level of investment in these 21 APEC economies. So notwithstanding all this uncertainty and instability, this is a part of the world from an economic standpoint that is really, really continues to be very positive and looking forward to further opportunities on a go-forward basis. Not surprising, the top countries for investment, US, China, Indonesia, but maybe some new ones as well. Philippines, right here, in terms of potential opportunities. Vietnam. And I think it suggests that from a CEO standpoint, they're really looking to diversify the level of investments that they're talking about vis-a-vis what it is we've seen in past surveys. So I think that's a very positive sign in terms of what this region really offers for the longer term. I would also say at the end of the day, one of the really positive signs is the conversation around trade. And many of the CEOs are really, really positive about all of the various trade negotiations, whether it's TPP or others that are in place here today that are looking to bring to conclusion and finalization as a real opportunity for growth. So notwithstanding confidence levels down year to year, I think there's some bright spots here that we really ought to try to focus on and build upon.
Thank you. John, I wonder if we could go forward a bit and talk some about some longer-term trends and implications for the region, specifically about innovation and about investment opportunities as you see them throughout the region. And more specifically, I'd love you to talk a bit about the way in which all things digital seems to be increasingly a part of the corporate conversation. We were at a Fortune CEO forum last week in San Francisco where you were on a panel that talked a lot about the ways in which the world is changing, and I'd love for you to talk a bit about the implications of that for the Asia-Pacific region.
Sure. Maybe I could start by playing off a comment that you heard from President Aquino and also Madam President Bachelet about sustainable inclusive growth, because that's a theme that we, I think, Ian would agree with this, here in every country that we visit, this idea that people have to participate in the economic development in their countries, and if they don't, there are repercussions that go along with that. You can extrapolate that to a lot of things, maybe including the tragedies in France over the weekend. But it's becoming more important, and it's a common theme everywhere. Also, this notion of speed. So you don't have forever to do this stuff. If you're going to build out the infrastructure that's required to have sustainable, inclusive growth, you have to have electricity, you have to have clean water, you have to have basic forms of health care. If you don't have those, there aren't going to be very many people in country A or country B or country C that think that they're benefiting in a sustainable, inclusive way. So the speed dimension has become a factor unlike anything I see. If I go back to the 70s and 80s when I started with GE, there was no notion of speed. It was a siloed, sequential game. Now it's you work in teams, you coalesce to solve problems, and this idea about speed and accountability for governments, and I don't have to speak for the president, but I think she knows it. It's transformed what we do as a country or as a company. And so this notion of speed and accountability now brings us to an industrial company like GE that has to live in a digital world. And so we're becoming both. We think in the 21st century, every industrial company will be a digital company, and every digital company will be an industrial company. And you can see examples of where that's happening. We have software and digital technology in every one of our products. We have 12,000 software engineers in the company, so we would, by ourselves, be one of the top 15 or so software companies in the world. And that's basically informing everything we do with the goal to be faster and better at what we do. So every product that we produce now has digital technology in it. We innovate we operate in 170 countries. We innovate in many of those. And to get, Norman, to your specific point, there isn't one country that is the birthplace of any one product. Every jet engine, every gas turbine, every wind turbine, every piece of healthcare equipment that we produce is born from the work of multiple people in multiple locations. So you have to be digital to be fast, and you have to take advantage of the human capital that exists everywhere. So we can take smart people in Chile and have them work with smart people in China or smart people in India or smart people in Vietnam to create the next generation handheld ultrasound machine.
So a quick follow-up on that. Talk a bit about TPP and also with regard to the U.S. About the Exim Bank. How important are both to you, and what's your guess as to the fate of each?
Well, I believe at this point Exim will be reauthorized. I think it's a shame that the Export Credit Agency, the U.S. would want to be the only major economy in the world without an export credit agency. But even when a majority of people in Congress agree with it, so that tells you a little bit about the political situation today in the U.S., I think it would be a huge mistake. The fact is, other countries are rolling out the red carpet for companies like ours and others because they see a void and they're ready to fill it. So I urge Congress in its infinite wisdom to figure out a way to get it done, because I think the world, all this infrastructure we talked about before, has to be financed. And if we don't figure out how to connect capital to these infrastructure projects in lots of different places, including the Asia-Pacific region, this notion of sustainable, inclusive growth is going to be hard to come by.
Madam President, how important is TPP for you? You have agreements with everybody imaginable already. Does it make any real difference for Chile? And if so, can you talk specifically about where that would be the case?
Well, you know, that was something that we asked ourselves sometimes when negotiations were a little bit not going as well as we would like to. There were some people pushing, saying, okay, guys, we already have FTAs with all these people. Do we really need a TPP? But, you know, we were convinced that it was very important to be part of the TPP for many reasons. First of all, because it's a sort of, if I would say, alliances and trade agreements that go in the correct direction. Second, because it will permit us to, all of us, put out higher standards, that we can be part of it, and we can be part of the countries that can ensure high standards and that give you more opportunities. And the third, because it will permit us to improve and to our free trade agreements that we already have with the other countries. So we're really happy to be part of it. It was, I have to say, 5 years of negotiations, not always easy, sometimes very tough. But at the end, I think we got a TPP where Chile will be benefiting from. And we will not, then we will have to go to Congress, and perhaps some of the discussions will be there. But I think we have very good arguments to explain to our people why the TPP is a great thing for us. And we will be defending else everywhere too.
Thank you. Ian, can we come back to China for a minute, because it's obviously so important to so many issues that we talk about. And I'd love to get your thoughts, first of all, about stability within China and President Xi's ability to control things within the country, and then more specifically about relations with Taiwan and with Hong Kong. We saw last week that there was a meeting between the head of Taiwan and President Xi. What are the implications of that? Does it have implications for the upcoming election within Taiwan? And is this an area of concern for you?
Oh, you asked about the tough one.
Well, that's why you're here.
Well, look, there's no question that China has to fundamentally transform its economy without transforming their political system, an enormous size in a very short period of time. It's never been done before. We don't know if it's going to work. And long-term, the demographic challenges, the demands for political voice among Chinese becoming wealthier and more empowered by information technology, the demographic challenges, these things over 10, 20 years are massively uncertain. And we're going to be facing a world where the largest economy has more volatility to its future than that of any other major economy in the world. That has to be unsettling to us. But it's not a near-term issue. If it were, the Chinese government would be taking far fewer risks. For example, they wouldn't have met with the Taiwanese president in Singapore last week. They'd say, we don't want to take a risk like that. They'd be much more vulnerable. So that's a good thing. In the near term, I think that China's consolidation of power around Xi Jinping is pretty stable. And that certainly has to be calming and reassuring here in the Philippines. But I do worry about Hong Kong and Taiwan. I mean, I think it should astonish everybody that, you know, when Xi Jinping goes to Britain, the Brits tell him, we want to be your best friend in the West. This after the Chinese government has basically directly abrogated their agreement with the Brits on how they were going to treat Hong Kong on suffrage. That's kind of astonishing. And yet when the fact is that when Hong Kong was handed over from Britain, it was about 13.5% of Chinese GDP. Now it's under 3%. So the Chinese perspective is the power's changed, so the rules have changed, kind of like the South China Sea. This is a problem. And the Americans and the Brits are not going to do very much about it. And if I were Hong Kong, I'd be very worried about the trajectory. I'd be very worried about Taiwan too, because ultimately we're about to see elections in Taiwan where the nationalist DPP they're clearly going to win the presidency. They're probably going to win the parliament. And what had been a fairly stable trajectory to try to integrate Taiwan more with the mainland Chinese economy is suddenly going to turn very different. So as much as I feel that the South China Sea, the East China Sea, China versus India, all of these macro geopolitical risks are actually pretty stable right now, I do think that Taiwan and Hong Kong in the coming year, 2 years, going to be a lot more problematic.
Let me ask a quick question of Dennis and John, and then I'd like to open this up to the floor for some questions. Talk a little bit about cybersecurity and how important that was in your poll. It's something we hear about all the time in the U.S. with a great deal of concern. My sense is that it's somewhat less important in the region, but I'm curious if that's correct, and if so, why?
No, I think it comes out as a very high risk that is top of mind for many CEOs. I think it does vary dependent upon what part of the world you're in, but I don't think there's a board meeting I attend that this topic is not, front and center. I think it's only a question of how many times you've been hacked, whether or not if you've been hacked. And I think the real issue is, what are organizations doing to really deal with that? But I do think it comes back maybe to, a more fundamental or a basic issue that I think certainly comes through in our survey, which is given the amount of volatility that we're looking at to continue to occur, whether it's economic volatility, whether it's political volatility, one of the big challenges is, how do you effectively deal with that issue? And cybersecurity would be a part of that. And I go back to what Madam President just said. I think one of the issues that we collectively have to begin to focus on, which is if we want to deal effectively with this instability, it is going to require a lot more transparency, a lot more compliance with rule of law, and I think it's incumbent upon whether it's governments or businesses to really think about this in a very different way. Because without that transparency, I think we're going to continue to see periods of increasing instability, and I think this is one of the most effective ways that we can use to really deal with it.
John, does innovation and its ability to drive the economy itself become at risk to issues of cybersecurity, or is that an overstatement of the problem?
No, I think, Norman, there is that risk. If you think about if cybersecurity, a lot of people define it in geographic terms. They say to me, are we at more risk because we do business in country A, B, or C from a cybersecurity perspective? And I don't see it as a geographic thing. I mean, anybody can hack any server from any place. So what's the, you have to think about how you're protecting it and what you're protecting. I also think that this notion of data protection flies in the face of some of the things like the industrial internet or Internet of Things, or the advantages you get from having access to big data. So as governments think about the laws that go with data protection and cybersecurity, they also have to be very thoughtful about how they facilitate the amount of access that you're going to need to take advantage of, in our case, if we monitor 20,000 jet engines every day in flights, takeoffs, and landings, but a government says to us, we want you to monitor the 300 engines you have on our airplanes, but the data can't leave the country. It immediately becomes less valuable because you don't have the big population to compare it to. So there's all sorts of ramifications in terms of how governments think about protecting data, but also facilitating the amount of access that big data and the industrial internet in this digital evolution really requires.
Questions, please, from the audience. And please identify yourself as you ask your question. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, sir. Kim Campbell from the employers in Auckland, New Zealand. I'd just like you, the panel, perhaps to comment on the massive amount of liquidity which is currently in the world. The world's banks have been printing money like they have never done before. And I just wonder how it's all going to end.
Anyone care to respond to that? Yes, John.
We want it to end in a bunch of power generation products that use our gas turbines. But I don't know if it will or not.
Well, given what's happening with commodity prices and so forth, do you see any sense of a return of inflation?
Not for a while. Yeah. Not for a while. And I do think the point is there is a lot of capital that is waiting on the sidelines. You also have a number of studies that suggest that there's $1 trillion a year shortfall in infrastructure investment in the world, and one of the contributing factors is the lack of capital being connected to the right projects. So sorting this out is, I think, a big key to this goal of sustainable, inclusive growth.
And I actually think, just to build on what John said, the issue around infrastructure, I think, is really, really critical. It's not an issue of whether or not capital is out there and it's available. I think it does go back to coming up with arrangements that actually will make business and governments really work together to really solve that problem. I think it's a huge opportunity, and if it's done right, I think will go a long way to dealing with, I think, a really fundamental issue challenge that collectively we're dealing with across many, many economies here.
I just want to add that it's a great opportunity for private-public partnership alliance because there are lots of projects everywhere, and I think this is a great opportunity.
It's a big opportunity, but let's be clear, the only country in the world that's writing big global checks for infrastructure is China, and their interest in what kind of global standards, priorities, preferences, and markets they're going to see are dramatically different from those that we've experienced over the past decades.
Another question, please. If not, let me ask a quick round, if I can, from each of you. Dennis, could you talk a bit about the flip of that question of liquidity and talk about some of the global debt problems that we simultaneously seem to be dealing with, whether it's Greece, the United States, or a number of other markets? Is that something of concern to your executives, or is it just something that we can forever kick down the road or up the hill, whichever, since it keeps coming back?
It does seem like we've got a pretty good pattern of kicking it down the road. There's no question about it. But I do think the issue of deficits, debt, the whole point around, how much pressure are we putting on our children and grandchildren to really effectively deal with these issues. I think it is front and center, and I think governments have got to come to realization that we cannot continue to spend the way we collectively have been spending. It's going to take significant reform, significant changes to many programs and many spending issues that exist in really most parts of the world, and I think that's one of the big challenges that has to be attended to. I just don't think this is a sustainable model for the longer term.
John, you operate in innumerable countries around the world. You were telling me earlier that you visited 52 countries in the last year that at least that you're certain of. There are two I'd like you to just focus in on a bit, which have been very important for GE for quite a while, and that's China and India. And can you talk a little bit about both what you think is going on with each of the economies, China in a period of a bit of slowdown, India seeming to be accelerating growth, and then with that recognition, what are the opportunities and the constraints for a multinational as you think about each market?
You know, there's not a short answer to that question.
Well, try.
I'll do my best. Well, I think that for both of those countries, infrastructure is a critical imperative. I think for the way we have operated in China, there's always been a pretty clear agenda for what's important to the country, the government, and that has helped companies like ours align in support of those priorities. And it's basically a message that we have tried to articulate with Prime Minister Modi and the new government in India, the importance of having a clear agenda and a path so that investors can invest. And I see that now with what's happening in the last 9 or 12 months in India. They've just announced the conclusion of a big rail tender, and we won part of it. We're excited about that. That's been a 20-year journey. And in the last 12 months, it's come to reality. And so the Prime Minister has said he was going to make manufacturing in India and make India important, and he's delivering on those commitments. So companies like ours, we're going to invest $200 million to support this deal. And other investors are watching signals like this and saying, okay, India's open for business and we're going to get in. So the places that have clear agendas, and it's not just these two countries, there's a lot of others where they say, okay, this is what we need, and this is what we need multinational companies to do to help us get more investment.
Ian, we've talked a lot about the relative peacefulness of the region. We've talked a bit about the opportunity for capital inflows compared to elsewhere in the world. Nonetheless, there are some specific speed bumps for some countries that I wonder if you could comment about. We've seen in Korea this week large numbers of people taking to the streets complaining about the government. In Malaysia, the Prime Minister has been trying to respond to some very nasty allegations with regard to misuse of funds from 1MDB, where, in fact, Mahathir has, in fact, called for his resignation and so forth. Indonesia seems to have some domestic issues that have cropped up that we weren't necessarily anticipating. Are any of these problems that rise to a level that give you concern over the next 12 months, or is this just part of the ebb and flow of nationalism and democracy and all the kinds of issues we deal about?
Not in the next 12 months, and I'm certainly a believer in Southeast Asia for many reasons: comparative political stability, demographics, infrastructure, education, you name it. But look, Goldman Sachs just closed their BRICS fund last week after it went down 88% from the peak. Used to be you could just pick an emerging market, throw a dart at the board, it was going to do well. Now you got to focus on the government, and is the government making sense? How's it doing? And when I think about this part of the world over the medium term, I see two big trends that I would worry about that are broader, but will affect everyone here. One is that the first billion people that had access to the internet were pretty rich. They liked the status quo globally, and they, largely wanted to use the internet for entertainment and consumption. They were pretty apathetic politically. You now have 3-4 billion on the internet. Those new numbers don't feel that way, and they're much more capable of articulating their discontent with the status quo. And in every single one of the examples you just gave, Norm, that's playing out. Now, you combine that with what you and John were talking about before, which is the incredible speed with which technology is going to disintermediate workforces from productive labor, whether it's driverless automobiles and trucks, or whether it's you don't need people in the service sector anymore. You put those two things together, I mean, I can see how you hollow out the middle class in the United States and most Americans still won't care very much because it's a rich country and they're politically apathetic. You do that in emerging markets around the world, we've got serious problems. So, I mean, here I'd say, number one, governance matters a lot in emerging markets. It's going to start mattering a lot more. And number two, there might be some really big headwinds for those that don't get it right, even in comparatively very benign-looking Southeast Asia.
So let me add something from a political point of view, because what you have mentioned, you can see it also in Latin America, or we have seen it in the Middle East some years ago. I think the world has changed, people have changed. Is it thanks to technology? Is it thanks to the media? That now you can see in your bedroom the war that's going on somewhere. Is it because people have more information to different ways? Is it because they're better educated and so on? So that is very challenging. It's challenging for governments, challenging for business, because what we have to understand that the world has changed and we cannot try to move backwards the world as it was before. We need to adapt and find the solutions and the answers to the current people. I think it's a good news. It's good news when people are protesting against things that are not right. I think it's good news because before people maybe were very passive. I'm not talking about specific countries because every country has its own situations. But I think it's a good thing that people are more aware. In some sense, there is more transparency, and they want more transparency. And I think that's a good thing for the world. But it makes us have to do much better, governments and business.
Does it change some of the educational priorities for dealing with your own young people and so forth with this recognition?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I think the priorities are also, probably what is important that we have found out is that for so many years, because we have a dictatorship and we had a lack of rights, probably we work too much on rights and not much on responsibility and duties. So now we're working a lot on not only ensuring educational level, higher quality educational level, but also trying to form citizens with more, not only a clear conscience of the rights, but also a conscience of the responsibility, that they're not only part of the problem, they have to be part of the solution. So I think in that sense, education, it's not only on courage, it's on quality, but also is on developing citizens that are responsible for what's going on.
But just to build on that, Norma, I actually do think that, given the trend that we've been talking about here around technology and the role of technology in society going forward, I think it really does put a huge premium on educational institutions to really rethink how we're getting students prepared for the future, the skills, capabilities that they're going to have. Because quite frankly, I think there's too many institutions really around the world today where the education students are receiving is just not fit for purpose in today's environment, and therefore they get out of college, they get out of university, and they try to get into the workforce, and they don't really have the skills, capabilities to really be effective. And I think if that issue is not addressed for the longer term, I think we're going to have some real challenges we've got to deal with.
Well, I'm afraid we are out of time. I would love to continue. I will, Madam President, ask you to give the final word. I would just say that as a group, I think we recognize that there is a lot of uncertainty, enough to more than justify this panel. At the same time, the Asia-Pacific region is a place where there's actually reason for some optimism and some hope, although that's not without some concerns, as evidenced by the PwC poll, and certainly we know that we live in an interdependent world where problems in one part of it have a way of spilling over to other parts. And with that, Madam President, I'll ask you for the last word.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to mention about education that you need to change. Now everything is about collaboration and co-work, and the same thing happens on the panel in terms of, I think we need to learn to live with uncertainties. That's how the world is right now, and we have to prepare for that. And the only way is to do it in a collaborative way and do it together.
I thank you very much, and thank you to all of you. Thank you so much. That was
Ladies and gentlemen, we hope you've enjoyed that session with President Michelle Bachelet and the fantastic panel on navigating uncertainty. We're going to move swiftly into our next session, and it's a very special insight session, so if I could please invite you to return to your seats. We will begin the next session imminently. So please find your seats, and I assure you the next session is going to be a fantastic one. Part of the CEO Summit, we have these unique discussions called insight sessions, and these sessions are designed to provide a unique perspective for about 10 minutes where we have some interesting speakers to come out and talk to us. Among them, we've got Tony Fernandez tomorrow morning and Jack Ma from Alibaba Group on Wednesday morning. But this afternoon, we've got a very special speaker as well. He's the former campaign manager of President Obama's campaign in 2008. So I would like to invite you all to sit down and take your seats while we begin to prepare for the next session. Ladies and gentlemen, if I could invite you to please take your seats. Perhaps the ushers, we could get everyone to sit down and close the doors, please. And we'll get this next session underway. Thank you very much for joining us for this afternoon session. Coming up later, we've got the President of Colombia on a very important topic. But first, we'd like to get this insight session underway. Ladies and gentlemen, can I please invite you to take your seats? And to the photographers at the front, if I could invite you to have your seats as well. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, as I mentioned before, our next speaker is the campaign manager in 2008 for President Obama. He is currently the chief advisor and member of the board of directors of Uber. Ladies and gentlemen, would you please give a very warm welcome to Mr. David Plouffe.
Thank you for having me here today. I have some slides. I'll see if I can bring those up, but I'm sure you'd rather me talk about Donald Trump, but I'm not here to talk about Donald Trump today. I'm here to talk about the sharing economy and whether the sharing economy is a problem to be managed or it's an opportunity to be seized. And I think that what's amazing when you look back at this question, the sharing economy, 5 years ago, the sharing economy was just a twinkle in our eye. So this is just with Uber. Uber in 2010, 5 years ago, one city, that blue dot way to the left of the screen, San Francisco. 5 years later, Uber's now operating in over 64 countries and over 350 cities. So this is just one example. Most of the sharing economy and on-demand based apps out there weren't even in existence 5 years ago. And when we think about Uber, and I can only talk about that app authoritatively, a lot of words come to mind. Some people may think app, car, taxi, technology, disruptive, aggressive, maybe even some more colorful words. But as we think about these apps, these platforms like Uber, I think sometimes what's missed is the potential benefits that lie on the other side. And again, I can't speak about other companies authoritatively, but I thought I would give you a little glimpse under the hood about what we see with our data with Uber. So first of all, this is Manila. And this is the case in most global cities. Okay? Our cities look like parking lots and they move like traffic jams. And all of you in business and government know over the next 10 years, we are going to have an unprecedented pace of urban migration. People are moving into cities at historic rates. That's not going to change. Some cities have the ability to add new public transportation lines, new roads. Most don't. So you already have too much congestion. You have more people coming in. So something has to give. And what we believe could be part of the answer here is carpooling. Now, we have been talking about carpooling as a nation and as a world since 1973, the first OPEC oil crisis. We said part of the way we're going to deal with congestion, with emissions, 20% of the damage that's done to our planet is through the emissions of cars. So carpooling has never worked. There's casual carpools in some places that work, but never on scale. So this is what we're exciting about. So the core Uber proposition, which is I press a button and I get a ride from my fellow citizen. The idea now is we put 2 or 3 people in the car, using technology, making it efficient, making it affordable. We will eventually bring that product to Manila, but it's on the road in several Chinese cities, it's on the road in Paris, it's on the road in major US cities. And 50% of the people that use Uber in San Francisco, 50% of them do not choose an Uber Black car or an Uber X car, they choose to carpool. 30% of the people in Los Angeles, 700,000 people in Los Angeles alone have tried carpooling. So we're excited about this. So when you think about the sharing economy, it's not just how does a company like ours or others exist with the incumbent industry. The truth is, just from Uber's standpoint, we're not very much interested in talking about the taxi market. This is about much bigger. Can we change behavior so that more people are using for-hire vehicle transportation? So in the United States of America, where we're most mature, and again, many other companies have data, but I can only speak about ours, 10% of the people under 30 in this short time have given up their car. They've changed the way that they live their life. And that is the big value proposition. We need to reduce personal car usage, and we also need to bring down car ownership. And what's fascinating to me is my generation, I spent years saving enough money to buy a car. Right? My entire social life, I'm sure it was for many of you, existed around the car. Young people today, their social life is on our smartphones. They want to live in cities, they want to live in many cities, they want to travel the world. They do not want to own things to the extent my generation did. So a platform like ours very much matches up nicely with this behavioral change that we're seeing. Now, this is another benefit. Look at this. So these spikes are when bars close and when Uber trips spike. Now, you could say, I'm sure the same for our competitor in this region, Grab Taxi, our competitor Didi in China. But this is a big value proposition. You know, drunk driving is something where we lose too many people. Somebody dies from a drunk driving accident every 50 minutes. And it over-indexes with young people. This is another place where we're seeing behavior change. In our research, people under 25 or 30, if they live in an urban area where a service like Uber or one of our competitors is available, they don't even think about driving if they're going to have anything to drink. It doesn't even cross their mind anymore because they can press a button and get home safely. Now, the thing I really want to talk about today is the sharing economy a problem to be managed or an opportunity to be seized? Well, the other debate is how does the sharing economy, and you heard this on a previous panel to some extent, how does technology in the sharing economy fit in with the future of work? Some people suggest that we're going to turn into a world of freelancers. Other people suggest that this is a small trend. But this is the United States. But this is true all over the world. So I remember I ran President Obama's campaign. When he took the oath of office, the unemployment rate was at 10% in the United States. We were almost in a Great Depression. Now, the unemployment rate in the US has dropped to 5%. Great news. But actually, workers don't feel that much better than they did during the recession. Why? Because their hourly earnings have not increased and median household income has declined. So while the unemployment rate is down, we see those power flex. Now, I think what sometimes is not properly appreciated about services like ours is how large they're getting. The marketplace is getting bigger than anybody anticipated. And when Uber started 5 years ago, our founders just wanted to make it easy for their friends in San Francisco to get around. Okay, there was no grand ambition here. And even 2 years ago, you couldn't understand how big the marketplace was going to be. But there's this many people that want to ride, and this many people that want to drive them. So look at where we are today, and we are still a young company, still in our infancy, and we have over 1 million active drivers. Over 80% of them come from APEC economies. Why do they drive on the platform? It's fascinating. 87% do because they want to be their own boss. 73% would rather have a job where they control the schedule than a 9-to-5 job. 65% of our drivers around the world vary the hours they drive by more than 25%. So this is what's powerful about platforms like Uber and other companies, is that control of the engagement. I decide when to engage. Probably no one in the world's consumed more political research, at least in the United States, over the last 10 years than me. And when you talk to people about their lives, and the best political research, like the best business research, is not about politics or business. It's about learning how people are living their lives, their aspirations, their concerns. And what are the two constants when you talk to people about their lives? They don't have enough time, and they don't have enough money. Those two things are closely connected. So many people around the world say they'd like more income, but they can't because schedules are inflexible. Whether that's because they are in school, they're trying to upgrade their skills, they are taking care of children, or increasingly they're aging parents. So the inflexibility of additional work opportunities has largely kept people confined. They've been stuck at a certain family income. And so when you look at why people use Uber, and again, I'm sure the other platforms have similar data, 91% is to drive to earn a little more income. 61% have other employment. So we're now at the point where worldwide, more than half of Uber drivers drive less than 10 hours a week. And we love drivers to stay with us from now till the end of eternity. But one of the values of a platform like ours is, it's not just they control the hours they work, it's how long they do this. So many of our drivers say, I'm going to do this for 3 months or 6 months or a year. I'm going to do it for the period of time that works for us. And I think that's sometimes what's missed with discussions about platforms like ours. Whether it's the housing industry, the service industry, the transportation sector, is there's a sense that, well, what we're doing is sort of a digital, it's a digital taxi service, right? That's not how people are using the platform. They decide to drive an hour or two today, 4 hours tomorrow. Maybe they won't drive again for a week. And they're not only driving for a certain amount of money per week or month. You would think that's how a lot of drivers use it. Many, though, drive more momentarily. They have an unexpected bill. They want to go on vacation. Their child's going to school and they want to buy them a laptop. This is how they use the platform. And the power of that, there's nothing like it in our economy. Soon there'll be many things like it in our economy, where you say, I need some money, and this is how I'm going to earn it. I don't have to go into debt. I don't have to borrow from anybody. I'm just going to drive or rent my home, whatever the case may be, and then I will be done. And I will come back to the platform when I no longer need it. So the other powerful effect here is underserved areas. As I mentioned, we're not terribly interested in a discussion about the taxi market. This isn't about the taxi market. Our growth comes from people not choosing not to use taxis. Our growth comes from people who were driving themselves. So this is a US example, but I want to show it to you. Most of you have probably been to New York. Manhattan is on the left. That is where 95% of taxi trips take place. It makes sense. Financial district, high density. When I'm in New York, I'm as likely to take a taxi as I am an Uber because it's easier to come out of a building and put up your hand. We don't do street hails, for instance. The purple, though, is all the rest of New York. Transportation deserts, where it was impossible to get a taxi, far away from public transportation lines. So you over-index on people being forced into car ownership, which is bad for the environment, it's bad for congestion. Also, people, it's such a burden. We only use our cars 4% of the time. 96% of the time parked. 15% of our city's land is parking lots and parking garages. What's amazing about that is so many of them after 5 or 6 o'clock at night are empty. On the weekends, they're empty. So if we can change behavior around car ownership, usage, having people share vehicles, we can reclaim some land from cities. So this is just a chart on the part-time. So it shows you China, which is a place where we're doing very well and we have a strong competitor there, almost 70% of our drivers driving less than 10 hours a week. Malaysia, 65. United States, we're right at 50. here in APEC 47. So when you think about the sharing economy in platforms like ours, I think a lot of the debate is incumbent industry, traditional sense of for-hire vehicle transportation in our case, and how those two things work together. But what I think is often lost is how people are using these platforms. And so we have tens of millions of people around the world who say, I'd like a different way to get around my city, either entirely or just every once in a while. And you've got millions of people who want to earn money, doing something, in our case, almost all of us can do. We can all drive. And because of outdated rules in many cases that predated GPS technology and smartphones and cellular, there was a barrier to entry on something we all can do. So as we think about these platforms, I would just leave you with that question. And here in the Philippines, we're so happy to be here today. So this is our general manager, Lawrence, in the sport coat. There with the Transportation Secretary, Secretary Obaya. So the Philippines was the first country in the world, the first country to pass new